Digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में
मैं अपना 5 मिनट का बोल के आ रहा हूँ.
ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
तूने वॉल्यूम कम कर
से ताल्लुक ये है कि हम
कैसे वापस करूं?
बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars and hosting 20-plus virtual summits. 33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
So very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to all of you for joining us virtually today. My name is Bhavna Bhatia and I'll be your host for today. Well, I'm honored to kickstart the BW Recycling for Greener Tomorrow Conclave Awards 2022, powered by the latest community of BW Business World, which is the BW Recycle World. BW Business World has joined hands with the Glass Power Recycling, the domain specialist, to announce the first edition of their annual event, Recycling for Greener Tomorrow Conclave Awards. The main focus of this event is to bring together like-minded people in waste management, sustainability, environment, and recycling domain. The purpose is also to acknowledge and award the great work done in sustainability, environment, waste management, recycling, and upcycling. Well, the BW Recycling World is a one-stop platform for all your news, interviews, insights, interactions pertaining to this industry. The virtual conclave together will bring together the eminent thought leaders and policymakers and stakeholders of sustainability, environment, waste management, recycling, and upcycling domain to share their insights for a greener tomorrow. Launched 4 decades ago, BW Business World today is a fortnightly magazine that has come to be renowned amongst India's largest and most respected business magazines. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, is the fastest growing business media house in India. With a thought leadership bent in the domain and network spanning across 18 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. We also curate and conduct close to 100 of our own IP events throughout the year in a focused attempt to keep our communities meaningfully engaged with each other and our rapidly growing consumer base across industries. Today's events will be enlivened by a series of fireside chat panel discussions that will identify and discuss about the best practices, innovative ideas, and future-ready solutions for transforming the India into a digitally empowered society through interactive participation of the key stakeholders. Well, it is all about getting that greener tomorrow. Well, we would also like to thank our partners for today, co-partner Ramkey Enviro. We've got the associate partner, the Shakti Plastic Industry, AGI Glasspack, supporting partners, Climate Collective, National Solid Waste Association of India, and the Material Recycling Association of India. Well, with this, can I now request the partner AV to be played? So, well, thank you to all our partners. Well, we are live today on www.businessworld.com and all our social media handles. Please use the hashtag. The hashtag is very simple. Hashtag RFGT2022. RFGT22 on all your social media posts as one word. With this, I'd also like you to know more about the event. So we're going to be requesting now today's event AV to be played. Could we have that now? Well, it's going to be a great day ahead. And ladies and gentlemen, to begin today's proceeding, I now invite on the stage and screen Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media, to say a few words and give the inaugural address. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for joining us. Wish you a happy new year. And with this, the stage and screen is all yours. Over to you.
Good morning, Bhavna. Thank you for your wishes. And I wish the same to you and everybody tuned in. Yesterday was Makar Sankranti, day before yesterday was Lodi. So it's the start of an auspicious season, and we have to thank Mother Earth for looking after us. And Business World is a business media platform, but recycling is a business. Recycling also has an impact on the environment. And as we move towards sustainability, in the last 21 odd months have taught us that all of us are more connected, and what happens in one part of the world impacts all of us. I think the value of sustainability and recycling is becoming more and more important, and each stakeholder is taking his or her duty of contributing to a better environment, to a greener tomorrow, to a greener economy, to a circular economy, to a more sustainable economy. So today's recycling summit for Greener Tomorrow is a initiative by BW Business World in that direction, to be able to contribute to the consciousness of recycling and sustainability. Again, the audience today is an audience that understands the recycling domain and the business domain. But to broadly contextualize, recycling, we don't think of recycling as a business, and we don't think that recycling can be done in many forms and with many materials. The biggest is the second most important recycling item is aluminum recycling. Aluminum is the second most recycled metal globally. Aluminum cans, industrial scrap, and household aluminum items are a good proposition for creating a business around aluminum recycling. Then is battery recycling. Batteries can be broken down into 7 basic categories. These are lead acid, carbon zinc, alkaline, NMIH, NiCad, lithium ion, and zinc air batteries. All these have good market in terms of recycling. Then is book binding and repair. Old and broken book binding is a good business to start from home. A lot of people have started it from home, and they're selling them through a vending machine. Then is the cartridge refiling. We print a lot, so cartridges have become an important part of our life, especially in a business environment. Cartridge refilling business is about providing ink and toner cartridge refilling services to your client instead of buying a new one. It is also beneficial for the environment, as it really contributes to reducing the e-waste. Then is the construction waste: wood, nails, screws, plaster, drywall, concrete, rocks, ceramic tiles, vinyl flooring, particle board, electrical wires, so on and so forth. So construction waste is another item for recycling. Then is cooking oil. Most of the hotel and restaurants have cooking oil in their kitchens. Now, this is collected and it is used and recycled. Electric wires, as you know, electric wires are a conductive material wrapped in plastic insulation. The most common metal used in electric wire is copper and aluminum. So from electric wires, recycling can be done, and it can be in plastic format or polymer. Then is the e-waste recycling. A lot of people are doing e-waste recycling. Then is gold, recyclable gold. Then is paper. Again, eco-friendly paper is being used by a lot of environmentally conscious and recycling conscious businesses. Plastic, tire, used children's clothing, vermi, compost, wood recycling. So clearly, the point I'm trying to make is, in our everyday lives, in our business work, there are opportunities to recycling. And again, there are recycling. At last count, there were almost 100 recycling startups in India. There are large businesses that have been built around recycling. But recycling is not just a business. It is a way to make social impact. It is a way to make sure that we make our environment more sustainable. I also want to use this opportunity to say that the second edition of the BW Business World, India's most sustainable companies, in association with Sustain Labs Paris, will be again coming out this year. It is ready. The jury meet is on 25th. The jury meet and the jury board will validate the Sustainlabs Paris research findings, and sometimes in Feb end or March, we'll bring out the India's most sustainable rankings. So we, as BW Business World, are doing our bit to make sure that amongst our stakeholders, amongst our ecosystem, we are able to bring out metrics that reward companies that make sustainability and recycling part of their business strategy. So today's, we have two initiatives today. We have the conference in the day, and we have the recycling awards in the evening. We'll have the good pleasure of listening to Mr. Bagai shortly from now. In the evening at the awards, we have the Minister of State for Environment coming and felicitating all the winners. We have our jury members and eminent leaders in the sustainability recycling domain throughout the day, talking about various aspects of recycling and where is the business of recycling headed. So this is the inaugural edition of the BW Business World Recycling Summit. And this movement, this initiative will grow bigger as the consciousness amongst leaders on recycling and sustainability becomes even bigger. So thank you so much to all our partners, to all the jury members, to all the speakers for being part of the first inaugural edition. And I wish them luck. And I'm sure with their efforts and contributions, we will have a greener planet. Thank you so much. Back to you, Bhavna.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anurag Batra, for that wonderful start to our event today. Ladies and gentlemen, we all are well aware that the waste has become environmental and a social menace, and we need to combat it from all sides and in many ways possible. Well, in order to effectively promote this concept and also to strengthen the collaborations and networking in this domain, BW Business World launched its latest community, BW Recycling World, and today celebrates the good work done by everyone in this domain via this community-led initiative. Well, with this, ladies and gentlemen, soon we're going to be shortly joined by our wonderful dignitary. But before that, I'd just like to let you know more about our group, BW Business World. So with this, I'd now like to cue in the BW Legacy AV. Could we have the BW Legacy AV, please?
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020. Marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars, and hosting 20+ virtual summits. 33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
Well, with this, I'd now like to request the team to play in the event AV so that our viewers can also know what's in store for today. Could we have the event AV, please? Also requesting everyone to kindly keep tweeting with our hashtag, and it's going to be a fabulous day ahead. We just request the team to now queue in for the event AV. So while an exciting day ahead, we'd once again like to thank our partners for today, co-partner Ramki Enviro, associate partner the Shakti Plastic Industries, AGI Glasspack, supporting partners Climate Collective, National Solid Waste Association of India, Material Recycling Association of India. Well, we're live today on www.businessworld.com and all our social media handles. Please use the hashtag RFGT22 on your social media posts. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is now time to kickstart with our wonderful day right now. And it is time for me to call upon Shri Praveen Garg, retired IAS, retired Special Secretary and Financial Advisor, MOE FCC, for his keynote address on sustainability and recycling, two sides of the coin. Well, with this, I'd now like to humbly invite on the stage Shri Praveen Garg to join us. Thank you so much for your time, Shri Praveen Garg. And with this, the stage and screen is all yours. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. A very good morning to all the esteemed panelists and the participants. Dr. Anurag Batra, in the business world recycling for Greener Tomorrow Conclave. And I've been asked to speak on sustainability and recycling, two sides of the same coin. Well, no doubt, sustainability and recycling are two sides of the coin, but recycling is only a subset of all the encompassing concept of sustainability. When the term sustainability was popularized by the United Nations Brundtland Commission in 1987, in the report that was released at that point of time, Our Common Future. The underlying goal was to ensure that Earth's resources are used without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. Since then, we have come a long way with the Sustainable Development Goals being set up in 2015 by the United Nations General Assembly, which are a collection of 17 goals designed to be blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all of us. SDG 12, the goal 12, is responsible consumption and production. And this includes targets focused on environmentally sound management of all waste through prevention, reduction, recycling, and reuse. Since the agenda of this conclave is recycling for greener tomorrow, this address is focused on recycling, how it can contribute to a sustainable future, and this will also include focus on the financing aspect of recycling industry. To put it very simply, what is recycling? Recycling is the processing of the material that are end products considered waste or are to be disposed of so that they can be reused, and you do not need to harvest more natural resources from the environment, or at least we slow down the rate at which natural resources need to be used. The recycling and waste management industry is a whole ecosystem by itself. And this industry needs to still evolve a lot. As per Material Recycling Association of India, MRAI, India's recycling rate stands at just 30%. This is way below international standards, which is an average of 60%. Whereas in the Scandinavian countries, the average recycling rates for all categories have reached 90%. Therefore, it is high time that we give impetus to our recycling industry. According to Climate Bonds Initiative, the waste sector has the potential to contribute at least 10 to 15% reduction in the global greenhouse gas emissions. Opportunities in recycling and energy recovery can achieve significant mitigation in reducing emissions. Apart from environmental benefits, promoting the recycling industry will help to generate jobs and to reduce dependence on scrap imports. Indian recyclers depend mainly on the imports for quality scrap. Consequently, India is the third largest importer of various types of scrap material. A paradigm shift is needed to shift from produce, consume, dispose-led linear economy to produce, consume, recycle-led circular economy, which is more regenerative and restorative in nature. And while manufacturers are responsible for our present state of low cycling rates, for example, large, unorganized, informal setup, poor municipal infrastructure, technologies still at nascent stage to maximize recovery from recycling, each of which may require detailed observations. But I am focusing this address on the finance aspect of recycling process. It's a huge area, but I will focus just on the financing aspect because I personally believe finances are the most important. You may have the brightest ideas, but if you don't have finances lined up for that, difficult to implement, then the ideas will just remain ideas. So if you want to establish a more formal ecosystem and a ease of doing business for recyclers with a marketplace for scrap and recycled products that are in harmony with the global standards and certifications, it is imperative to engage innovative financial instruments. Financial instruments can address the capital expenditure needs of the waste management and recycling infrastructure in developing countries like India. Demystifying finance for the recycling industry in circular economy, the trends in the finance world are changing very rapidly. Institutional investors across the world are showing a clear indication of growing interest and preference in ESG, environmental, social, and governance-focused investment instruments and vehicles. In India, in May last year, May 21, SEBI issued a circular on business responsibility and sustainability reporting by listed entities. The BRSR framework made reporting for top 1,000 listed entities by the market cap voluntary for the financial year 21-22, and it is mandatory from the financial year 22-23. So it's a big thing, a big quantum jump, and to my knowledge, no other securities market regulator has taken such a quantum leap. You're saying that 1,000 top listed companies from 22-23 have to follow the business responsibility and sustainability reporting, and which is very detailed, very minute reporting. So it's going to change the landscape of reporting in the annual and in the business reporting and the sustainability reporting. The Institute of Chartered Accountant is also working on this aspect of sustainability reporting. So it is, and this framework which SEBI has come out gives huge attention to the recycling facilities of a firm. SEBI states in principle 2 that businesses should provide goods and services in a manner that is sustainable and safe. Within this principle, essential indicators include: 1, processes in place to reclaim products from reuse, recycle and safe disposal of products at the end of life. Extended Producers Responsibility Plan, which is uniform framework for extended producers responsibility issued by the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, places responsibility on producers, importers, and brand owners to establish a system for collecting the plastic waste generated due to the products and submit a plan for such collection with the respective state pollution control boards. The leadership indicators in this disclosure framework include life cycle assessment, recycled or reused input material as percentage of the total input material, reclaimed products and the packaging material as percentage of products sold for each product category. The principle 6 of the same framework states that businesses should respect and make efforts to protect and restore the environment. Here also the essential indicators include details of waste generated, recycled and reused and disposed of. It also requires a description of the waste management practices. So I'll reiterate, it's a quantum jump for the Indian industry on the reporting standards on sustainability. Another emerging instrument which is now there for some time now, it's a green bond market. It's a fast and dynamic market. Of course, India has issued some masala bonds. Masala bonds are the rupee denominated bonds in the international market in the green bond segment also. Waste prevention, reduction and recycling form part of the eligible project categories laid out in the green bond principles published by the International Capital Markets Association that can be financed by the proceeds of the green bonds. SEBI has a detailed framework on the utilization, raising of the green bonds and the proper utilization monitoring of the funds raised from the green bonds to be used for the greening of the project. Climate Bonds Initiative in 2019 launched green criteria for waste management investment. It defines and evaluates low carbon and climate resilient waste management projects by encompassing two broad components of climate mitigation and climate adaptation and resilience. Reuse and recycling, including processing into secondary raw materials and repair, are one of the criteria to determine the eligibility of assets that deal with waste management. The waste management criteria will assist in creating new capital flows into the sector with a new science-based framework that includes definitions and screening mechanisms for projects, assets, and activities against which issuers and investors can assess green bonds. The qualifying projects and assets will be eligible for climate bonds certification. Climate Bonds Initiative sees a role. This is a body which works on this, sees a role of 100 trillion bond market in addressing the huge funding needs of the global waste sector, including global waste sector, and which the global waste sector includes about hundreds of billions of dollars. There are instruments like development impact bonds, which are the upcoming avenue for investment in waste management, since recycling is one of those few impact areas where the impact can be measured. For example, in waste management, an increase in the recycling of reusable materials is something that can be quantified, measured, and reported. Now, to quote some recent examples, Henkel, the German MNC, came up with plastic waste reduction bond. This is very interesting, a very specific plastic waste reduction bond. The proceeds from this bond will be allocated to the projects and expenditures related to Henkel's activities to recycle plastic waste. The bond has a total value of $70 million and a maturity of 5 years. Then in many countries, there is a plastic credit mechanism, especially in the Western countries, which is a market-based certificate which requires manufacturers to meet obligations by purchasing recycling certificates issued by the accredited reprocessors or recyclers based on the amount of plastic waste recycled. It is a way of business to offset the amount of packaging that they place into the market. In India, this is a new emerging area, and this kind of exchanges will start coming in India. But it needs definitely a regulatory clarity, which means CPCB, the Central Pollution Control Board, and a support from the Ministry of Environment and Forest. Niti Aayog has recently suggested urban local bodies across states to adopt material recovery facility model and implement it as a PPP model for sustainable management of urban plastic waste. The self-sustainability of the MRF model is a key component for the successful implementation of plastic waste management in a city. As suggested by this model, a city can achieve financial sustainability in approximately 5 to 6 years if a dedicated amount of waste is produced and sold at feasible rates. Additionally, financial and infrastructure support is to be provided for setting up material recovery facilities in the urban bodies. To emphasize the importance of waste management, 15th Finance Commission has also recommended rupees 4,829 crore for solid waste management and sanitation, and recommended that Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs shall, in consultation with the state governments, develop city-wise plans and year-wise targets for 2025, strictly as per the parameters laid down by the 15th Finance Commission, and recommended solid waste management grant accordingly. This is relevant since waste management is the first step leading towards recycling and reuse of waste, any waste generated. Industry players also have been doing innovative practices. For example, ITC is working on sustainable recycling of the most challenging category of multi-layered plastic. Packaging through the ITC Life Sciences and Technology Center, which is collaborating with recyclers for converting low-value plastics into useful items of consumption. And there is a rating systems also, Greenco rating, which has been developed by CII, and it is probably the first of its kind in the world, which has a holistic framework that evaluates companies on the environmental friendliness of their activities using life cycle approach, including recycling as one of the parameters. This platform has 420 companies registered with it, and they provide handholding also to make any organization eco-friendly. And just to reiterate and to conclude, one industry's scrap may be another industry's raw material. Just to quote, according to Global E-Waste Monitor, India ranks 5th among the e-waste producing countries. About 95% of India's e-waste is recycled in the informal sector and in a crude manner. Laws to manage e-waste, plastic waste, solid waste management have been in place in India since long. No doubt, laws, regulations, and rules are crucial enablers at their own place. Governments at the national and state level can enable an easier exchange of materials among industries and develop policies that incentivize industries opting for circular business models. This requires formalization of the recycling and the waste industries, R&D, and innovation for upgradation of technology and self-sustaining waste industry that not just processes waste, but also contributes to the sustainable future. All this needs exploring innovative means of financing, and hence we need to plug in the financing gap through impact bonds, green bonds, leveraging global funds directed towards recycling, industry, ESG theme funds, etc. So I conclude my address, and I have tried to cover most of the financing instruments and the innovations which are happening in the financial sector to finance sustainability, and recycling being one of the important component of sustainability. It needs to be financed by the innovative instruments where the impact can be felt on the ground and in the businesses. I thank the participants for patiently listening to me, and I wish all the success to this conclave. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Shri Praveen Garg. Since we do have a couple of minutes more to your session, would it be feasible if we can ask you certain audience questions? Would you be open to that?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. So, there's an audience question, and there are a few which are coming as we speak. How will the reduction and reuse fit into evolving business or government goals? Now, that's one of the questions which is coming from our audience. Would you like to take that up?
Yes, I will take this question, but I just retired from the government. But I can give the government perspective on this.
Sure.
You see, sustainability is a huge thing, and it's a core of any businesses and of the government businesses also. So recycling and reuse is going to be it's being encouraged by the government. Of course, one side is the rules and regulations which discourage the the use of natural resources or the resources in a particular direction, or it shows how the resources are to be used and disposed of or reused in a circular kind of a economy. So that is one part, that is the regulatory part. Second is the incentive, providing incentive to move towards a circular economy. So these are the two legs on which the government generally the government would like to. And if you see the 15th Finance Commission report also, it encourages a lot of on environment, forest, and on this waste management also. So I think that's my short answer to this.
Right. Also, there's another question which is coming from the audience, wherein they are asking that the pandemic has exacerbated, which has basically worsened an already tight labor market and given workers a new leverage. Now, how will waste employers convince more people to join and remain in the industry? So it's all about the retaining and remaining in the industry. So we'd just like to know your point of view on the same.
You see, the job market pandemic, it's affecting all the businesses.
Absolutely.
It's not just affecting the waste or the recyclers or the waste management businesses. So this issue is for all the businesses, how to retain the workers in the pandemic times. So these businesses have to retain them, and they will retain them only if they're businesses. You see, if they have some orders, business orders, then only they will retain them.
Right.
So I think the businesses have to work on their own profitable and sustainable principles. But if the question is asking what the government can do in such a scenario, then of course the government can provide incentives, or what we have been seeing, the packages which have been coming in, and the packages have more greening part. You see, many countries are talking of these packages which come during the pandemic time to be greening also, to have a green part in that. So the waste recyclers and the waste management industry can be given some incentives on that. So incentives can be in multiple forms. It can be soft credit, it can be moratorium in the credit. There can be a lot of instruments, financial instruments, and there can be infrastructure support also.
Right, that's great. Also, a couple more questions which have come in, Mr. Garg. How will the current administrative efforts on climate change influence the national waste and recycling discussion? So the current efforts which are happening on the climate change, how will they influence the national waste and the recycling discussions which happen all across? Your take on that?
Yes, I'm not too much an expert on this, but after working for so many years, more than 33 years in the government, so you see that already the Central Pollution Control Board or the State Pollution Control Boards and the Ministry of Environment in the different states and in the central government, they have number of regulations, and there are number of there's a Environment Protection Act, then there's a they have on the air, they have on water, and now they have number of regulations coming in. like end producers' responsibility. A number of things are there. So I think the government, it forms the part of the overall agenda of the climate change, because these regulations indirectly or directly control the impact on the climate change. So that is how the government tries to regulate. But as I said in the earlier answer, it is only one part. One part is the regulatory part. And the second part is the financial or the incentive part, which can be financial or infrastructure development, which will help in the ease of doing business, ease of doing these businesses. We have to provide a regulatory plus a financial support or a financial ease of doing business, like they can approach the banking institutions, financial institutions, or the capital markets to finance their needs. So these are the two components. So it's of course it's forming part of the overall national agenda or our nationally determined commitments for the climate change.
Right. We're really loving our discussion, and it's getting a lot of traction, a lot of comments, and a lot of questions are coming from the audience. We just like to ask you a couple more, just because we, of course, respect your time as well. So just one more from our side. Mr. Garg, is how many cities innovate while, how can cities innovate, in terms of going green, while, they keep straining to keep the basic services going? So just your take on how, with all the mighty experience you have dealing with the government, just on what can cities do to go green?
You see, the cities, urban, in the urban areas, of course, the cities play a major role, and all these cities have the systems of governance. They are generally elected representatives there. Then you have a permanent bureaucracy, and which is part of that municipality only, or municipal corporation only, or that city only, which is a permanent governance. And plus you have this elected representatives. So of course the government, from the central government and the state government, encourage them to go green. But I think lot of these bureaucracy and the elected representatives need to be educated more on the greening part, on the sustainability part. So a lot of education has to go in there. A lot of the kind of we have to tell them what is sustainability, because many of these elected representatives or the bureaucrats, that bureaucracy which is the lower bureaucracy, which is they're not exposed to the ideas of sustainability. They don't know at times. So we need a lot of education to be done, besides providing them regulatory framework and incentives which 15th Finance Commission is giving to them. And as we were doing in my previous charge, all the municipalities identified on the parameter of the pollution levels had to make a city plan. Right. Once a city plan is made, then that has to be implemented. And making that city plan was a bit technical. So at times they have to be given the technical support. So these are the areas, and this greening of the cities requires a lot of support to these elected representatives and the local bureaucracy, which the government is trying to give to them. And this thought of sustainability, what is sustainability? People will interpret in a different manner, but the overall view and how one should be living in a sustainable manner. So all these things have to go in. So it's a complex kind of a situation. But these are the major, you can say, the major units where the government should focus, and as a civil society, we should also focus on these major units of governance.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Garg, for your valuable time. Thank you for your keynote address, and definitely this talk is going to go leaps and bounds in the conversation ahead. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, with this, we'd once again like to thank our partners for today, our co-partner Ramke Enviro, our associate partner the Shakti Plastic Industries, AGI Glasspack, our supporting partners Climate Collective, National Solid Waste Association of India, and Material Recycling Association of India. Well, remember that we are live today on www.businessworld.in and our social media handle. Well, with this, I'd now like to cue in an AV while we get ready for our upcoming discussion ahead.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars, and hosting 20+ virtual summits. 33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
So, well, with this, we'd like to humbly once again thank all our partners. We hope you all are having a great time. To all the viewers who are watching us live today. Well, with this, it is now time to start off with our first panel discussion. We're looking at talking about the topic, Recovery Road. Is the government stimulus in India adequate for small and emerging business recovery? Well, for this, we're elated to be joined first up by our session chair, Dr. Sameer Joshi, Honorable Treasurer, Governing Council, Indian Plastics Institute, acclaimed polymer technologist and an expert on plastic recycling. We're also going to be joined by Mr. Nirbhay Lunde, the Director of Corporate Social Responsibility, Asia Pacific SBU CGI, Mr. Ashish Jain, Director, Indian Pollution Control Association, Ms. Wilma Rodrigues, Founder and CEO, Sahas Zero Waste, and Mr. D.K. Soni, Chairman and MD, Eco Recycling. Well, with this, I'd like to humbly invite all our panelists on the stage and screen. And with this, the live baton is over to our session chair, Dr. Sameer Joshi, to take it forth. Thank you for joining us. And Dr. Joshi, over to you to take it forth. A very good morning.
Bhavna, thank you for the introduction. And here we are. SMEs, the backbone of the Indian industry. 40% of the 45% of the industrial production is the SMEs, contributing to around 30% of our GDP and 40% of exports. These are some figures to give you some importance of how the SME is in India. But in the last 2 years, that small virus, 1/10,000 the size of a full stop, has created a different world for all of us. It has put a semicolon, colon, and a full stop to many activities. And as we emerge from this pandemic into a new world, we call ourselves, we are in the new world or the new normal. I think it is not a new normal anymore. It is an accepted normal, a normal which we have to be a part and adjust our dreams, our hopes, our actions, and our realities. It is my great pleasure to welcome all the panelists here. And before I begin, may I request each panelist to share their introduction remarks for 2 to 3 minutes, and then we will take some questions, beginning with Nirbhayji.
Thank you, Dr. Samir Joshi. It was nice to hear that energy and the passion from you. Glad to be on this distinguished panel. I'm Nirbhay Lunde. I lead CSR and sustainability for CGI. Purely when it comes to the sustainability part of it or the recycling part of it, I think it's very important for all of us to know and realize that there is no shortcut to what we want to make it or achieve today. There is even much shorter time to achieve what we want to be there. And it's very important for us to realize that it's time of the day that we need to give back what we have taken from the environment or from the climate today. And the same shape and form that we have got it from the ancestors, and we need to hand over the same baton to our future generation. On that note, it's very, very important not just looking at the recycling as one component of it. I think we need to go beyond that recycling and looking at what more could be achieved, number one. Number two, also looking at, today we are looking at more a society where it's interlinked society. Days are gone where I do something and I'm not anymore bothered about what's happening with the rest of the world. Today, whatever happens today in this continent has a severe impact on the other planet. And also, it also has impact, what happens on the other continent also has an impact on Asia per se. It's also very important to know that we also living in a society where the have and have-nots have really increased. The 1% of the population holds maybe 50 to 60% of the richness. I think it's time to look at those equitable norms and see how we can achieve the sustainable development goals, and more so with the climate. If we do not have it tomorrow and we do not ensure that tomorrow belongs to us, I think there's no point in looking at today itself. So on that note, looking forward to share my own thoughts. More from a CGI point of view, we are committed to net neutral by 2030, and we are working towards that commitment. And we are pretty confident that we as an entity, we are going to be there, and we will ensure that we also work with our supply chain and materiality to be there, and we ensure that the future generations also enjoy what we have enjoyed in the past.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bilmaji, you are, the real star among us, connected to the grassroots level and the pandemic you have seen, and how, the small industry, of course, we all represent different industries. Your industry is the business of, waste, not a business, but also a responsibility and a non-governmental touch to that. So how do you see the present and the future coming together?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Samir, and very happy to be here, especially talking about, the kind of the way we can look towards government for support, because that is how we can. Yeah, okay. So, see, our organ, and in fact, today I am speaking as Sahas Waste Management Private Limited, which is a social enterprise and a business model. So as a business model, we've seen that whilst we have environmental and social impact at the core of what we do, we still find big gaps in terms of the ecosystem that enables us to deliver on the social and environmental impact. So today in this, Sahas Zero Waste now has great credibility because we've been transition from an NGO, which was started in 2001, and then the private limited, which the entity was registered in 2013. So there is considerable experience of 20 years working in this space, working with resource recovery, with decentralized systems, and not just experience, but there is knowledge and there is demonstration of what is possible. So even having been through this long journey, having delivered with great credibility, because we are an organization today, just Sahas Zero Waste or Sahas Waste Management Private Limited, that manages about 100 tons of waste per day, different types of waste, whether it is wet waste, dry waste, electronic waste, and now we are also working with collection and management of C&D waste. So all of these waste streams is something that we've had experience. But when it comes to working with the government, working with the schemes, especially the access to, say, working capital, which is so critical in our businesses, we see the poor understanding of our banking system to enabling businesses like us really realize our potential. So this is what I'm happy to discuss in this panel today. What is it that holds us back? What is it that makes us believe that waste management still belongs to an age where where there is no accountability? So we need, if we are talking the way we are, then we need to work on the ground, and we need to understand the realities of the ground. We need to realize that there is great potential in getting jobs, but these jobs cannot be like the jobs of the 20th century. These should be jobs where there is impact on the social front, there is minimum wages that are paid, and there is good working conditions. So these are things that I'm looking forward to discuss in the next 40 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. BK Soniji, your thoughts, opening thoughts.
Thank you so much, Dr. Samir. It's a really pleasure meeting you and Vilma ji after a long time. Obviously, I don't think that I had an opportunity to meet Ashish ji and Nirbhay ji at any time, but pleasure to meet all of you again. So I represent a company known as Eco Recycling Limited, EcoReco, the first company which was registered by the Central Pollution Control Board for recycling of electrical and electronic waste as early as in 2004-05. We started our journey, and the first company of Maharashtra, which was also recognized, authorized by the MPCB in as early as in 2008-09 when the regulation or the guideline came into existence. So, and we are a listed company on the Bombay Stock Exchange, probably an exceptional in this particular segment of waste management, of e-waste management. We are the only company it looks like. So I represent this company, and I'll be very happy to take any questions from coming in from your end. And it's all from my end. But at the same time, yes, to in few more sentences, if I can say.
Okay. Sir. Your session is after 20 minutes more. We are in the midst of another session.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Soniji, please continue.
Yeah, okay. So e-waste is one of the most valuable waste in that true sense. It's actually a scrap, like automobile scrap and electronic equipment. These are all which contains everything which is recoverable technologically. Commercially, sometimes it becomes unviable to recover certain items, but otherwise everything is completely recoverable. And that too can be achieved in a format of very environment-friendly manner, as against the informal way it is being treated presently, almost 95% plus. So we are here, and Vilma ji is doing a wonderful job for almost 2 decades, and we are here to assist her further and to achieve the objective of the government as well as of the society.
Thank you, sir, for your words, which always come from the heart and our ground level. That is very important. Ashish ji, are you there? We are not able to see you. Your opening remarks, please.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, all, and it's pleasure to be here in this platform. I would like to extend your thought, Dr. Joshi ji. The small and medium scale business enterprises contribution is huge in Indian economy, and they are creating a lot of job around us, and we don't see our future without these small and medium enterprises. And there are a lot of schemes available. There are a lot of policies available by the government to support these small and medium enterprises. But my pain is these schemes do not reach to the needy people or to the needy entity, because there is always a gap between government and the actual grassroots workers. So government many times, what I observe, they just form a scheme or a policy and they put it on website, and government thought it's a common man responsibility to visit their website every day and get to know about their policy schemes. So we are not very poor in terms of policy guideline schemes and assistance from government, but we are very poor in terms of reaching to the needy people. So if government and there is a big lack in our society, and that's why we are not growing as we should grow. India is a big resource country, and skill wise we are very rich, and we are very passionate about our work, and we are very honest and hardworking. But due to some this lack of information or lack of transition of a scheme to the grassroots level, we could not achieve what we need to achieve. So I'm representing Indian Pollution Control Association, a 20-year-old organization, NGO. We are working at the grassroots level in the field of waste management, environment conservation, air quality management, and we work with the community, and it's very hard to get government scheme on ground. So I would be happy to hear lots about how we can give benefit to the people at grassroots level. That's it from my side.
Thank you. My next question to all the panelists is, a question which is open-ended. In the present circumstances, has the government done enough for the SME and the sector that you represent? I would request we go in the reverse order. Ashish ji to first take this question.
Yeah. So as I mentioned in my opening remark, government are busy in making policy scheme and putting on their website. I didn't see a transition of those scheme into reality. People are still unaware about the policy and scheme. So government should also focus how to take these schemes to the grassroots level. They should appoint some consultants or they should appoint some implementing agency who will be responsible to take this scheme to the common man. Otherwise, this scheme will remain on the website or in the small articles at the newspaper, just as a public notice. How many people visit government site every day? Means I have never visited any government site, or it's very rare moment I go to government website and go through all their articles and publications or the news and get to know. So so I think there is there should be a strong PR among the government agencies, and there are a lot of work need to be done to make people aware about those schemes, and the process of facilitating people should be very easy. There are a lot of documentation work involved in getting the government benefit of government schemes. It's very easy. So our Prime Minister is saying we are working on ease of doing business, but on reality it is not there. If you want to start a very small entity with very small capital investment or with very minimum infrastructure, you have to take a lot of permission and licenses from different departments, and it's a headache for a common man. And it's a fear among the people that if we follow the organized segment, we have to follow lots of license, and that's why they opted for the informal operations. So many peoples in our society are doing a lot of good work, but in an informal manner. They do not want to take formal registrations. Yesterday only, I had a interaction with lots of small help groups, around 40 women who produce soaps, agarbatti, dhoop, and they are struggling to get the right audience or the consumers for their products. And I came to know that they didn't go for the GST registration. So they had a fear if we go for a GST registration, we will stuck in filing the returns and tax. So this kind of communication is lacking. That's kind of awareness is lacking among the people. People want to work. People want to work in an organized manner and want to be fully compliance company. But it is not very easy. So we have to remove those myths that if we go for compliance thing, our business will be difficult and our maximum time will go in meeting the compliances. So there is no ease of doing business right now. I'm not seeing any ease of doing business in India. And that's the biggest constraint in doing a lot of innovative and creative things.
Thank you. So Niji, your thoughts on this, please.
Sure. Thank you, sir. So 2-3 things. One is that stricter implementation of the regulation is the crux of the entire, all the kind of rules and regulations which are there for the waste management, whether it is solid waste management or e-waste or biomedical and all. So stricter implementation is certainly missing. There is no doubt about. In spite of almost 10 years now, 2011 was the first year when the first rule were declared of e-waste management. And since then, almost 10 years are over now. I don't see much of change has come, except lots of people have started talking and lots of people have become expert on the subject matter. But then who are really practicing is a big question mark. And are they really practicing safely and environment friendly is again another question mark. As rightly mentioned by Mr. Ashish, ease of doing business, it's very easy to get GST number. And there are about 200 companies in UP alone who have secured GST number and are e-waste recyclers. And they've done a business of 200,000 metric ton in the previous year. As against probably if you go back to 2019, the tonnage was less than 70,000 metric ton. So these are the kind of ease of doing businesses are also there, which are using the system, but not effectively implementing the requirement. Second point, that when the second rule were in the process of drafting and implementation, I had an opportunity to meet the minister and could convince him about the skill development is an integral part of the waste management. And it's very pleasant to mention once again that in the e-waste management rules, there is a provision for skill development, probably the first time any rule has seen this kind of provision to come in. But unfortunately, none of the state government has taken any initiative. Believe me, I have written more than 2 or 3 times to each and every pollution control board office and the ULBs, but no response at all. So, and our company is again exceptionally well, placed in that sense. NSDC, we are partner of NSDC and funded partner of NSDC, National Skill Development Corporation, for 4 years. And we want to educate our skill the informal workers so that they can be integrated with the formal sector. We don't want to change their domain expertise. They are very much knowledgeable. What is missing probably is on account of the compliances, maybe regulatory compliance, tax related compliance or environment related compliances. These are the only 2 topics where we want to really add value to them. We have really created a wonderful courses for right from collection till the recycling. But yeah, that's all.
You are mute, Dr. Joshi.
Vilmaji, your thoughts?
Yeah, so 2 quick thoughts. One is the fact around access to working capital. So today, even as we've seen that a lot of there has been a lot of attention on the need for working capital for SMEs and MSMEs, but waste management continues to kind of be elusive in terms of banks understanding our businesses. There is this big obsession towards tech. Tech is fine, tech is required, but tech does not solve our problems alone. So they need banks, etc., need to have a better understanding of what it takes to run a holistic waste management company. And we should be able to get capital at a much lower rate of interest compared to where we are currently forced to approach NBFCs, etc. So we really need for our businesses to have reasonable cost of capital for us to be able to grow our businesses and provide the kind of holistic services that are required. Secondly, when you have even governments put out RFPs for municipal corporations, etc., state governments, municipal corporations, we see that very often these tenders, etc., don't even have the detail that is required so that there will be complete compliance to the waste management. Today, when you look at a RFP for waste management for a municipal corporation, they don't talk about collection of segregated waste, which is a basic requirement today according to municipal solid waste rules. So you see big gaps in the RFPs, and then therefore you see the wrong kind of people actually coming into this space, and you see therefore the proliferation of waste to energy, which is actually a solution which should be just a fringe solution, not a mainstream solution, because the municipal solid waste rules are talking about maximum resource recovery. And waste to energy cannot be circular economy. Waste to energy in the form of incineration is not circular economy. So on the one hand, when you have the rules, as the other two panelists have said, why is the simple RFPs not really reflecting these requirements? And lastly, we need user fees to be strictly enforced. Revenues from waste cannot meet social and environmental compliances. So why even municipal corporations, government is shying away from enforcing user fees so that there can be proper waste management services provided on the ground? So these would be my 3 big points that I'd like to put forward.
Thank you so much. Nirbhay, over to you.
Dr. Joshi, I think I have a very different context to it, because I come from an IT company which is investing largely into the waste recycling and more so the wet waste. I'm very happy to see here Vilmaji here. I work very closely with Sahas. Couple of things that I have in my mind to share. One thing for sure, I realized over the last 3 years is that I think the government needs to encourage collaborations. It's a problem or a challenge that cannot be solved by one single entity or 2 single entities. I think it's about collective effort for sure. It's a time to bring in out the required industry and the not-for-profit and the municipal corporations to come together and work towards a solution for sure. The second, I also realized all the time that there is investment for sure when it comes to the segregation of waste, as well as to ensure that the waste also is more of an investment. But however, it takes a good amount of time to get, be it from even to initiate the discussions to leading to the investments and having happen the project into reality. It takes at least for a year for us, some of us, to really getting into reality. So therefore, I think it's ease of getting into some of these things. The waste management also looked into as a business opportunity for not just for about the not-for-profits, but for the agencies, but also for the corporates to come and invest in large terms for sure. And we are here. I would like to make one statement for sure that all of us are interested to invest for sure towards better tomorrow. And I think it's about ease of doing things is what's required, more so from companies that are more urban based and companies like ours who are willing to do it. I think it's more about having some of those clauses and mechanisms to be more eased out so that investments are more and we are able to show what really works when we work with the communities and working with other collaborators.
Thank you. So, a question where every one of us knows. So we have been through the bad phase as such during the pandemic. So how in your sector particularly has the government been able to give support, or have they been, how has the industry bounced back? I know the IT sector is a little different, but beginning with Nirbhay again, can you please elaborate the?
Yeah, Dr. Joshi, I think IT sector, yes.
Let me phrase it this way: the pandemic time, the present time, and the future time. So it's a question of all the 3 times.
I think from a pandemic point of view, I think government has been supportive, especially when it comes to the IT sector. I think some of the ease of doing was business was much easier, simpler. I think some of us who really had the legacy of working things, I think we have really got to the new age of working style for sure. It was much easier that way. The second point I would like to bring in, I think, especially discussions about, especially about the business and the subsequent to the topic of discussion today about we are talking about the waste. I think this is even more important for us, given the kind of waste that is getting generated today. I think needs to be discussed even more further. The kind of waste that generated in the COVID terms, I think we also need to have investments coming in there for sure. The kind of waste that is getting generated, no more the traditional waste of generation will not work for us for sure. So therefore, I think it's time for collectively to work around having some of the solutions in place for sure. The third biggest thing that I see it, Dr. Joshi, I think the world is going to be more closer the way I see it. I'm sure the government will work with the industry for sure to having more proactive ways of working for sure. The biggest thing that I see it that I think it's time that I think all of us will work much more closer than what we were earlier for sure. The other thing that I would like to put point first, I think all of us, as not just about the industry as institutions, I think at individual level also, I think all of us have realized that all of us have only one life, and it is time for all of us to come together to see what is that individual social responsibility all of us have towards the climate or the waste. Some of us really realize that. I guess it's the future is more positive for me for sure. I think there are opportunities to work together.
Thank you. Vilmaji, coming to you, how has been the past, the present, and what do you see of the immediate future?
Yeah, so I'd like to appreciate the fact that we do have the Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0 that came across very strongly post-pandemic, focusing on processing, looking at the need for, for the destinations for waste. The Swachh Sarvekshan has now got good traction. Cities are, municipal corporations are excited to participate. They're competing with each other, but that sincerity of resource recovery is what we want to see in the future. I would like to question the fact that we have talking about currently 70% of waste being processed. This is not being reflected on the ground. There needs to be that data that needs to be fact checked. So let's not just get into excitement about, the fact that, okay, this is what we have, what has been done, unless it is really getting done. Swachh Sarvekshan has great potential, but let there be sincerity in terms of the actual processing, resource recovery, segregation at source. Segregation at source is not difficult. It is not, if it is enforced, if it is done sincerely, each city can achieve that. So in the future, I would like to see less waste to energy, more resource recovery, more appropriate infrastructure, which need not be technology, inappropriate technology based. It has to be appropriate technology, appropriate infrastructure, appropriate operational costs being met so that people on the ground working with waste are paid at least minimum wages. That's what I see happening in the future, and I have great hope for this to happen.
Your thoughts, Ashish ji?
Yeah, in waste management, we are in evolving stage. I started my career in waste in 2001, where people do not even know the definition of segregation. So we started our journey from that level. So first rule came in 2001 only. So as Vilma said, the Swachh Bharat Mission has played a very critical role in creating awareness and bringing different stakeholders actively on these segments, and more people are coming, investors are also coming. The responsibility of ULB has emerged like anything. Now ULBs, it's a need for them also to develop infrastructure to manage their waste. So I remember those times when I go to ULB's office and ask for a small piece of land for setting up composting sites were very difficult, and they don't even wanted to listen us. Now they are calling us and ready to give us land for setting up infrastructure like material recovery facility, composting facility. They are empaneling us. We are empaneled with more than 80 ULBs of India. So now this is good, which is happening nowadays, but it has to be evolved more aggressively. Means it's just not a paperwork. Few ULBs are signing agreements or empaneling NGO just to meet their Swachh Bharat mission objectives or Swachh Sarvekshan mission, but they have to go beyond this documentation. People have to do real work on the ground. So, as I mentioned, it's an evolving phase. In last decade, we were just trying to make people aware, and in second decade, government came up with the good policies. Swachh Bharat Mission is one of them. EPR is also a very important tool. Now EPR is coming in tires also. So now we have EPR in three domain: plastic, tires, and e-waste. So this through EPR, brand owners or the industries also become a very important stakeholders. And with this collaborative approach of all the stakeholders, including government, industries, NGOs, and even the waste generators are also very actively involving in this supply chain. So I'm seeing future is very bright, and there are lot of opportunity in this waste management sectors. People are also big industries or big business group are also coming up, and once they put up their fit in this segment, they will change the entire scenario. And most likely we have to change the value of solid waste management. When I started, solid waste management was considered as a very low value business segment. People give different looks when I said I'm doing waste management. So even my friend was also very annoyed with me when I started my career in waste management. Now they are giving a lot of respect to this segment. So this is what we require. Solid waste management need respect, need ethics, and people who are involved in this waste management should do professionally and ethically. And for to give more respect to this business, we are also going to start one course certificate with Terry University. So now universities are also keen to provide like professional trainings to their students on this important subject. So this subject is getting importance. This subject is getting value. So future is very bright. Maybe after 5 years, India waste management system will be different.
Thank you. Soniji, your thoughts of what we are through and what we will be going through.
Okay, so first is that we all must be, I'm sure we all appreciate whatever the efforts have been put in during this pandemic period by the government, whether local government or even central government and all, to see that our life runs very smoothly. There was no, so government having two roles. In fact, they were taking care of the public in general and also functioning effectively so that nothing goes out of track. So that is admirable. Certain things might have probably not worked out well for particular industries. That can be certainly said. Secondly, now onwards, probably it's more important to say corporate social responsibility. As against that, it should be said probably citizen social responsibility have become more important at this point of time. Everybody has to participate in collection or dismantling or segregation, or not everybody has to do all these things, but everybody has to really do a job that at least they go to the box to deposit their waste, whatever. That's all is more than enough. And that is what is, I would call it citizen social responsibility. And I would like to see that change to come in. Thank you, sir.
I have a couple of questions which anyone can answer, beginning with Soniji, since you have been involved with it for a long time. E-waste as such, but the other policy, other thing also. You see, in the other type of waste, there is lack of data monitoring, data values, are the correct values. We don't get that. So, there is always a talk of this, but nothing much has progressed at time. So how do you see this, and what is the solution to this? The real data.
So, Samir Sahab, one thing we should not ignore is that whether data are accurate or not accurate, the point is that the problem still exists to the extent of whether 5% or 95%, depending on the different types of waste, So data may or may not be, because all this data are not scientifically worked out. So one cannot surely say what I have worked out is the perfect data and what you have worked out has a limitation, So let's not get into the argument. If there is a challenge, there is a challenge. If there is a matter of murder or there is a case of rape, the applicability of the legislation is same. So quantum should not really drive us. What should drive us? The problem still exists and how we can resolve it together. That's all I would say.
Nirbhay, you come from an IT background, and how do you, where data and, such things matter a lot. How do you see the lack of data or the data monitoring or the correct data in this field?
Dr. Joshi, the biggest challenge has been that, yes, I do agree on the data, but the biggest challenge has been that for us, especially when it comes to corporate, we always look into black and white. And there's always challenge when it comes to the waste, for sure. How much is being collected and how much has been segregated and how much has been converted into an investment. Purely on those lines, the biggest challenge has been the sourcing itself. I think that's what matters. I think something that Vilma also spoke about it, something that Ashish and Soniji also spoke about it. I think it's about the individual responsibility, which needs to be built and awareness around it for sure. I think that's something that very, very important. The second biggest thing also I realize purely when it comes to the monitoring aspect of it, I think there is also a close monitoring required, not just about the individual responsibility, but also from the local bodies also is very, very important, very critical, especially when it comes to large scale. It's much easier for us to dump us into a dumping yard versus getting that into an investment or converting to a best purpose. For sure, I think given a more of transparency will certainly help us corporates for sure. The second biggest thing that I realize, Dr. Joshi, I think all of us as corporates are looking for the success stories. For all of us to discuss investment into waste management is all about the board is willing to discuss the investments for this waste segregation for sure. The biggest challenge has been for us to showcase the success stories and going back to the board saying that, you know what, here is what is working over a long time, 3 years, 5 years, to bring in the investment. All of us, especially I can talk about the IT industry, are willing to invest on the corporate social responsibility. All of us have the mandate to spend for sure. I think all of us have that willingness to work with urban bodies for sure. And we are more than happy if there's a transparency of the dashboards that's available. We'll be more than happy to invest on the waste management for sure. So there is promise for sure, and there is commitment. It's all about working together and make those investments happen, and we work towards those waste management. Can you hear us, Samir?
I think Dr. Joshi is. I think his connectivity is gone. So I can just quickly add to the question of data. So, you know, this is where perhaps technology is required, because you do have now technology that can really bring in the data very accurately. But we would now expect that this data is in the form of dashboards, in the form of close monitoring, is actually utilized. So this is where perhaps when you look at EPR and compliances and the fact that you see a lot of not very good practices that are taking place, where there is collusion, recyclers, all of that happening. So data can help us really ensure there is accountability and transparency so that the waste, as it moves from source to aggregation to final destination, there's a proper tracking and tracing. So I think data is important, and I would like to see ULBs be trained so that they get to their dashboards, they look at their dashboards, and they're able to understand where the problem is. We can definitely use data far more efficiently if there is intent to have the data used appropriately, not for just making a big eyewash, but for actually pinpointing the problem areas where things are not going wrong. For instance, if you're looking at infrastructure that needs to be put up, and you know that your ULB generates 25 tons of waste per day, say, then you will put your infrastructure for 25 tons a day and not for 100 tons a day or not for 5 tons a day. So that kind of specific requirements can come through data. When you know that a particular ward is not segregating, let's attack that ward. If another ward is doing properly, let's go back to that ward and have conversations with each other so that each one supports the other. So we also see corporate sector, whilst in the terms of marketing and sales, they're very, very forward in terms of using best practices to get that data. But why are they falling short when it comes to giving data of how much they've actually recycled? This is fully possible today, and we'd like the pollution control boards to go back to them and make sure that they get that information on recycling, follow it up, make sure that the recyclers are also, following process so that there is no double counting of materials. All of that can come through data. We know the problems. We really need to be sincere in addressing the solutions.
Thank you. A question for Ashish ji. You work formal, informal, both the sectors. The GST issue, formal players are paying GST, informal players are not interested. How do you see it, the problem, and formalizing that part?
See, it's a big constraint, I think, in this waste management sector. So informal sectors, first, they are not equipped with these technical or tax assistance. They have fear also. So if they get GST registered, they have to do so many blah blah thing. So I think government and NGOs and the people who are working with this informal sector take this responsibility to educate them and guide them to get the proper taxation process. And so we are working toward this, and people who are associated with this and who are supplying material to us, we push them to get the GST registration. And now many people are having proper GST numbers. They are supplying the material with the tax invoice, so we can have better tracking on the system. Government also have better tracking, and they also contribute to the GDP by depositing tax on time. So it will take time because it's a very, it's a big stake of informal sector in this segment, and it will take some time to bring all those people to the other side of things, like formal in a organized or formalized system. I am very hopeful that change will come very soon.
Panelists, we are almost running out of time. Just one last line, 30 seconds, each of you, beginning with Vilma ji.
Yeah, as Ashish very rightly put, opportunity is there. There is a large requirement for proper waste management, and we all are there as businesses and as even entities in the not-for-profit space, and we are all ready to work together. And so that brings us to a great hope at the beginning of year 2022.
Yeah.
Soni ji.
Sir, nature builds the nation. This is what I strongly believe in. And nature builds the nation means simply, जब तक प्रवृत्ति नहीं बदलेंगे प्रकृति बचने वाली नहीं. So हमें प्रवृत्ति के ऊपर ध्यान देना है, behavior पे ध्यान देना है. How are we treating our own waste is very important. It is coming back to us in various forms, maybe water, air, and food. So we have to change ourselves. Not that we need dictation for that. We are very much cautious when it comes to our benefits. Everybody is tech savvy. Whenever there is a benefit from government, everybody is tech savvy and they receive all the benefits. As soon as it comes a matter of responsibility, they immediately say, boss, I don't know how to do all this. So I beg to differ with you, Ashish, on that particular point, don't mind me. But these guys are very smart. They're domain experts. They know what to do and how to do. And chartered accountants are around with them. They can very easily go and get it done. So pravritti badle, prakriti badlegi.
Thank you. Nirbhay ji.
I think the parting comment would be for me that we are committed and we'll stay committed with respect to the investments towards waste segregation for sure. Not in the past, but now also in the future for sure.
Thank you. Ashish ji, your last word.
Yeah. So I see waste management is a very beautiful niche or ecosystem where each one is a very important stakeholders, even the waste generator. So we cannot complete the loop without the people who are generating waste. So their participation is equally important as recycler and government and ULB and geo industries. So with this note, I just want to say, hum honge kamyab ek din, and we will work in close collaborations. We should work beyond the competition, and because we all are working toward the same goals, environment conservation. That's it from my side.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to summarize this in a 1.5 minute story. There is a small entrepreneur, village entrepreneur. He has some land and he goes to a money lender to start his business, but he only has one cow. So he goes to the money lender and says, I have a cow, which he tells the truth. I have a cow who is 5 years old and all that, but can you lend me some? I need 1,000 rupees. The moneylender says, I can give you only 500. That fellow goes home dejected. Next day, he uses his brain and comes to the same moneylender and says, I have a cow somewhere in that in my land, that land is there. So will you take it yet? 500 rupees. This is some, mind that word, somewhere in that land, that cow is there. The moneylender says, okay, I'll take it. And he gives them 500 rupees. After taking the 500 rupees, this entrepreneur goes out of the village because he has just said that what has happened is actually the cow has run away somewhere. After a month, he comes back to the village and he goes to the moneylender. He's thinking that the moneylender will get angry and he will curse him. But the moneylender hugs him and says, "Oh, why didn't you meet me for a month? Where were you?" He said, "Arey, did you find the cow?" "Oh, yes, I did find the cow. And in fact, I sold it for 9,000 odd rupees. He said, "How?" I made a lottery for 1 rupee and said that anyone who wants to buy a cow, take this 1 rupee and get the cow. One person wins the cow. And he says, go and get that cow from that land. It's somewhere here. That man goes around for a day, but he's not able to find the cow. But what does this money lender do? This money lender just says, okay, take back your 1 rupee. I'm sorry, I couldn't find the cow. The moral is the money lender is the SME businessman. He has to use his brains to learn, to unlearn, and to do things, balance the finances and also that. So being smart, करना है, बस करना है, SME भारत को आगे ले जाना है. That is the only wish and thought that I hope all of you agree, which we leave. And thank you all my panelists, BK Soni ji, Nirmay ji, Vilma ji, and Ashish ji. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Joshi, for moderating it so wonderfully. And thank you to all our eminent panelists for joining us. Once again, a big thank you.
Okay, bye. Thanks.
Bye.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is now time to move on to our next session, a keynote address on relooking at plastic waste as a resource. Well, for this, we're joined by none other than the Padma Shri Raja Gopalan Vasudevan, the plastic man of India, right now joining us at the conclave. So with this, I'd like to humbly welcome Padma Shri Raja Gopalan Vasudevan to join us. Thank you for your valuable time. And with this, the stage and screen is all yours. Thank you. Thank you and welcome to the conclave.
Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Hello.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. So I'm very happy to be here with you. Mode remove, please. Open mode.
Hi, the screen sharing is disabled. Can you please enable the screen
I'll
sharing?
just get the team to do that. Just a moment.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. We'd request the team to allow. Yes, I believe now you can. Please go ahead. Please try now. So as we're preparing for the session, yes, we do have the screen now being enabled. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Namaskar. Are you able to see?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Please. Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me and giving a chance to talk on Greener Tomorrow. Really, it is a great day, especially in South India, where the ladies pray to sun god that they will help the nature to be in the good condition. They will not disturb the nature. And they also pray, sun god, make the country better, make the world better, that the people live together. This is a prayer that has been done by all ladies in Tamil Nadu on this great day. So how beautifully it coincides. The whole people are thinking about better tomorrow. And here is your organization, Recycling Conclave. You are also coming on the same concept. Very beautiful. Recycling for green tomorrow is really most important. I will say that it is the need of the hour. And the biosphere expects this. Man has to recycle his mind. I put recycling, I am specifically taking a special word here. Recycling the material can be done, only the man recycle his mind and mindset so that he try and find out what best I can do. It is not only positive approach is important, but rethinking the proper way so that we can go better for the next year and our next time come forth. He needs to go back to understand the nature. It is important. He needs to understand the nature, and it's important. Then come back. Definitely, you can do better. Definitely in this process. So, with this small introduction, I just proceed with my presentation, and of course, as a small amount of small discussion in this direction within me has taken me to this level. And for this, the contributors have also the blessing of my guru, the coordination and the guidance of my management and my students who have joined with me were able to do that. And for this, a good recognition from the country, I could put that, have been given all awards for me, and we have got patents for various products, and the government also gave the notificator. ISC quoting also be done for the work, and the central government Ministry of Climatic Change has taken our department as a RP for the plastic waste management. So I start from here. So remember, we have our ownership. The greener tomorrow is more on how much we have our ownership here. There is always an equilibrium between man and biosphere. Biosphere is the heart of the man. It gives everything he wants. Therefore, the mutual friendship and coexistence are very important. Bhagavad Gita says, Sagayagya prajasushta purovacha prajapati anena prashustam yashavo ishtakamatuku devan bhave de devo bhavayantaha parasparam bhavayantaha shayaha prapsaha. Parasparam mutual, very, very important, because the right way of living gives a better atmosphere, which helps nature to provide whatever the man needs. This cycle process to be continued undisturbed. Therefore, anything comes in this world, it is created by the God. I don't say there is a waste in the world. There is no waste. Waste is not made by a God. But only thing, we have not understood the potential of the material available. And that's because we have not understood, we say it is a waste. Now, if you could rethink and rewind yourself, you can definitely find out that each one has got a resource, can be made as a resource for the future. There cannot be any waste of process. Therefore, as you think, you become. See, I put it very simple for man-made problems. The nature is suffering by it is already increased by 1.5 degree more. Today morning, I got the international UN was given information. In 2050, this continued. For 21 crores of people has to vacate their houses. Sea level will be increased, all because of global warming. How this is happened? Nature gives food, water, oxygen, medicine, whatever you want. But the nature gives the need, but man, it never gives for the man's greed. He disturbs the ecosystem, and therefore we have all the problem of garbage, sewage, etc., etc. So on the whole, I say it is a managemental technique of the human mind is very important. So let me say in simple word, don't say go green, say come green. Must always welcome. The mind should always welcome a greener atmosphere. Therefore, there will be the greener tomorrow. How can it come? Unless I meditate on that. So meditation is constant planning, constant thinking, constant execution. So don't say go green, but say come green. That is very important. So I straight away come to the problem today. Before war, we didn't have any such problem because there was a stable culture, there's a family profession, villages lived in there and enriched themselves, there is no pollution. But after the war, industrial revolution takes place and more of industry, urban centers develop. All these things, remember, it has created a problem because of the demand of the wood increases, metal, ceramic, adhesive, manpower. The people, the result, deforestation takes place, loss of cultivation land, villages move to cities, the heart of the living, villages moving to the cities, the loss of cultivation land and pollution, and with the living condition are very much affected because of the industry. Remember, it is industrialization which created all the problem. So that growth of industry results in concrete jungle city and water bodies dried, exploration of natural resources, and migration of the people, village recession, urban centers, and today you have solid waste, and we have the problem. We want to find out a greener way how to solve this problem. That's the problem. You see here, the urbanization has not only how wherever it is able to exist, it is able to give a problem. Your gas gives pollution, your plastic material gives pollution, your fuel gives global warming, water, grey water, sewage water, fire is again a pollution, e-waste, don't know what we are going to do, concrete debris accumulate all places, road scrap, all these things where from, it's all we are talking about urban, though India has got 70% villages and these are the people who are contributing to the well-being of the world also, so but they are very much affected. And so nature has got its own, as the previous speaker was telling, nature has got its own plan. Nature, like I put it in the form of God. God says, Yada ida hi dharmasya glanidhasu, abhyuktana madanamasya tatatmana tujahu, paritrana sadhuna vinasa dushkudam, dharma samstabna sambhami yuge yuge. I see that here because nature has been disturbed. The man is disturbing. There are 84 lakhs living, only man is disturbing. So God wants to help the other living being. How to do? So the problem he has understood in a better manner than any one of us. So he said, after all, these fellows need some material for construction living. So I will give you a new material called plastic. So plastic becomes God's gift. And this plastic substitute wood, paper, fiber, metal, glass, anything, whatever you want, whatever material, whatever appliance, whatever you think about it, plastic. So, and thereby it helps to reduce the utilization of all your natural resources. So plastic becomes poor man's friend, common man's poor man's need, common man's friend, and nature's protection is now depends upon that. And substitute for many structural materials. Many industries started GDPs in part. See here, the plastic part reduces the energy. The plastic saves the carbon. Man's safety is on plastic, and fuel consumption reduces, and your water is saved. Therefore, what plastic? There's nothing wrong about the plastic. It is a wonderful material which is useful. See here, you see cups, carry bag, parcel cover, milk cover, film, foam, everything has been put here. They're all very useful material. They are nothing but polyethylene, polypropylene, polystyrene. None of them is harmful. They are very useful. Have you ever come across anybody, they touched plastic or the solid plastic died? No question of that. Plastic is always the best material available for many, many purposes, not only for packing, for many purposes. And people are saying plastic is not biodegradable, therefore the problem. Who said so? What do you think about? Kindly recycle your mind. If I see here, nature has got its own date for everything. Your food cannot be kept for more than a day. Organic material cannot be more than few months. Wood for few months, and certain material more time. Stone cannot undergo biological decomposition. If stone decomposes, what about the construction? If the gold and diamond undergoes decomposition, your jewelry value is lost. That plastic is having a wonderful material because it is in unmelting. The plastic has a beautiful pointer, 10 times stronger than our cement. It is able to provide road, so and structural material. Therefore, there is no problem with plastic. Understand plastic as a beautiful binder. Use it for the better purposes. But what we do actually, we don't care about all those things. Our garbage culture is bad, and we throw it on indiscriminately, and that created marine pollution, water secondary pollution, municipal pollution, all those things, all because of the man indiscriminate process and exploitation of the nature. See here, the marine debris, cigarette, chocolate, water bottle, carry cover, etc. I know, you know fully well, no fish smokes, but there is the cigarette butts. So all those things, man's addition, man's carelessness, and now doing all those things these days, hazardous, unhygienic, affecting flow. Who did all those things? These fellows has done it. What he does, as an industry, they produce, market it, and forget it. As a domestic man, use it, and you don't know what to do, and then throw it, forget it. And government trying to dump it some corner, forget it. And what happened? That results sometimes in animals taking it and having some problem. So it is only our plastic, and it's our problem. Let us try to understand how to utilize this. See here, today, till today, and from tomorrow, I've got what the plastic, the dumped plastic and day-to-day available plastic. Dumped plastics can be separated. The biomining technology is very well developed now. We can separate the non-plastic and plastic, and similarly, and the plastic can be segregated into films, cups, and hard plastic. Similarly, in situ collection, here further you cannot have the dump place. It's in situ collection. There again you have to separate non-plastic, plastic, and again the films, foams, and hard plastic can use, and the films can be used for road, or flagstone, boulders, etc., for many industrial purposes. And the 5% bottles can be used for fillers and flagstone, road, and textiles also. Hard plastic can be recycled. Here, I would like to add, you have now banned some plastic. You call it single-use plastic. What are they? Carry bags, small wrappers, packing cups, foams, bowl plates, extended polyethylene. All these materials can be fully used for road construction or creating their structural material. None of them, though use it one time, please collect it and you can use it. There is no problem with it. Few material like straw, laminate, etc., they are to be properly reduced. Whereas another interesting point here, who is contributing? We talk about the plastic so much, and who is contributing? See here, it is only major contributors are urban people, no, not the rural people. Litter 60%, actually literate 80%, littering for 60%, whereas they only 35% and 20%. So the people who knows, who talk more about things in various forms, but they are the people who are contributing. But remember that. Why? And where are they? They are the landfill, temporary drum, canal, road corners, etc., etc. All those things because of the bad garbage culture of our own people. Therefore, according to me, single-use plastic, you can use it wonderfully for the purpose. Namely, we can develop plastone. Using plastone, you have a toilet for 12,000 rupees. The road which is considered 2002 till today wonderful. Say more than 15 years, no pothole, and polymer modified bitumen. And therefore, plastic is effectively used for road taking, better road, saving bitumen, costless, and solid waste manure. Once you separate, the solid waste becomes more useful, therefore. And all plastic can be used. I say single-use plastic up to the thickness of 90 micron, I can use it, whether it is multi-layer or a mono-layer, which can be used. No segregation required. All packing material can be used. Clean, not necessary. Only shedding it to the size of 2 to 4 mm. And when you use it, no problem comes up. And there is no gas evolution also. Therefore, very easily we can use it. See here, the toxic characteristic polyethylene is minimum only. And with respect to that, the aggregate stone is heated to 170 to 160 degree. Add plastic and mold it, compress it. You can mix it, mix, and that is called a plastone block. And that block has got a 300 tons load to static power. So wonderful structural material, because of the only property, plastic binder. All plastic, they have the binder. Of course, the binding property varies depending upon them. So we lay the road, take the aggregate 170 degree, add the shredded plastic 2 mm to 4 mm thickness, 2 4 mm the size, and the maximum of 90 micron thickness, and the plastic coated over the stone, and the stone is laminated and bitumen is added. The load is laid. The road has got a wonderful strength. It is double the strength, worked for 15 years. I have got all the details here, or what should be the size, what should be the material, and whether you can mini hot pin or anything you can add. But one thing, remember, no toxic gas evolution, environment friendly, and no microplastic problem, because plastic stays to the bitumen and never comes out. There is no micro problem. It can be worked on cold region, hilly region, forest, rainy places, run away, wherever you want, you can use it. Only technology is available. And therefore, the plastic road is very good in every respect, and life is 15 years and without any pothole as well as crack. Whereas whatever plastic use, multi-layer, otherwise cannot be recycled. You are talking about cycling. Recycling is not possible with the multi-layer. Therefore, I suggest don't have multi-layer, have multi-packet. So multi-layer can be used here in the road. That is the best material for road making. No new machinery, using the current existing system. We can use it. It is eco-friendly, and therefore this process very good. We can use the scrap. Already laid material can be reused, reduce the cost for 50%. And there is no need for cleaning segregation. Therefore, use this technology.
Conference here.
Hello, if you use this technology, India has got 46 lakh kilometers. I need 200 lakh tons of plastic for the road. India has got only 5.6 million tons. I need 200 million, actually 20 million or 200 lakh tons of plastic. We have only just 20 to 20% only. What we need is 4 times what we have got. Therefore, all the plastic available can be used, and it's been appreciated by our Prime Minister. Gave me an award at Tech Icon, and personally told me I am interested, and they released a notification also to lay the plastic road. Now highways, they are laying plastic road. Rural road, again, more than 80,000 crores have been given for laying road. Now our border road is being laid by the plastic road. Almost all states are implementing. Many states are working very positive way. Kerala, Karnataka, Gujarat are doing wonderfully well. And this is another product which we have developed is called plastone. Same thing, aggregate and plastic only, nothing else. And the aggregate can be ceramic material, or your waste granite, or your debris, any debris. And you can use the plastic as a binder. You get a material called plastone, where I can also use other waste material like limestone, ceramic material, red oxide, PET bottles. This can be used, and therefore you get a wonderful structural material which is 10 times stronger than a concrete. This can be used for very many purposes here, not only for toilet, but also here pathway blocks. For pathway block alone, or for 1 kilometer, I need 10,000 waste kilograms of plastic. And for paver blocks, water canal, compound walls, lawns, bricks, what you name anything, I can find out a use and it's there. Therefore, if you start using the plastic for all these problems, where is the plastic? No plastic, because available plastic is so less. I need about, see here, I need about nearly, for road alone, 20 million. Paver block 22.2 million. Like that, the amount going on increasing, and whereas the plastic collected littered is very, very less. Therefore, let us not think about the ban, but we'll try to plan how best we can collect and reuse it for effective, better India. And the scraps can be used, and polymer modified vitamins we have developed. We have developed new roofing sheets which can stand for 3 years, and we have developed using all plastic only, corrosion resistant material we have developed, and therefore, plastic is a very useful material. And now plastic has made a re-entry now by in the means of COVID-19. See here, plastic helps to fight against the COVID. Your gloves or PPE and all materials you use are all plastic made. Remember that. But at the same time, the effect is very, very, very notable. You see, factories are closed, transport stop, thermal pollution is reduced, and the man responsible for all those things are put under arrest now, under post-arrest and house arrest. So it is in a way we are able to see less pollution. We say greener tomorrow. During the period of COVID, we say we are able to see a greener tomorrow because less air pollution, river free from impurities, less industrial pollution, animal birds are having favorable condition. So this gives an idea about what mistake we have made, how to rectify ourselves. And that's why I said, let us recycle ourselves, try to find out to go towards greener tomorrow. So here are some conditions. In addition to further, we can also make certain conditions. Non-toxic plastic can be used, and a non-plasticizer can be used. Inbuilt decomposers, remember we are working on it also. Microbes can be used, find out, and multi-layer packets, multi-layers, multi-packets we can use, and biodegradable synthetic polymers can be used. And after all, what you need is rethinking good garbage, proper collection, segregation, and above all, ownership. That is the important. If you follow this, greener tomorrow is see. Here I would like to add one more point. Please rethink this process. We are changing the size of the thickness of the carry bag from 20 m to 50 m to 100. I don't know why they do that. When you do go from 20 m to 120 mm, you are 6 times increasing the intake of plastic. You are therefore your size of increases. You are on one side reduce, reuse like that, but you're going on increasing intake. And the 20 mm, if you could decompose, it can be used more. And your 120 gram will not decompose easily also. And requirement wise, we talk. I need 1 ton of 20 mm, 1 ton of 20 mm plastic for 1 kilometer. That means 10 lakhs carry back, whereas it will become much less therefore. So I don't know what made them to think about going on higher thickness. They only because they will not throw it. No, it is a culture that is important. It is if you try to develop the technique, if you go even after all, what the 120 micron is going to be used, the 20 micron also will be used the same way. Nothing. We are only increasing the intake. I request all the people in this direction, please rethink, because we can change the whole thing to a very great extent, and care for the future important. You can't have dustbin, another dumping place. From Bombay, the material goes to Pune. Pune restricts now. Where now the where to go, we don't know. Every house should have a dustbin. Your pit is where you have to find out decomposition of the material in their own house, in the backyard. You must try to find out, and you have to develop better habit. One responsibility. I repeat that. Own you are responsible very much. Non-toxicity, because nobody said plastic waste. Even see here, your head of innovation program, they say plastic is a miracle and miracle material. Plastic is not a problem. It is what we do it. The head of the UN environmental program says, our Honorable Chief Minister also says, mitigate through awareness and technology by global partnership, resolve to reduce SUP, carry back, carry over. Therefore, nobody said ban it. Therefore, remember that. What is going on here? The child is it takes the carry bag and comes back. It puts it to that bin and it feels so happy. Therefore, plastic is not bad. It is before it is useful. After the structural material, what is lacking? A garbage culture. So if you want to have a greener tomorrow, start it from the home, start it from the individual. Let us change our garbage culture. We will definitely say no to plastic pollution, say yes to plastic. Very important. You are thinking about alternate plastic, but I have my own reservation about that, because there is a lot of limitation about availability, cost, and hygienic aspect, manufacturing difficulty. So I'm not against alternate. If you are able to produce, wonderful. Until then, your blessed material is only plastic. Remember that. And don't curse a friend in need, a friend indeed. Your plastic is the most important friend to you. And you are talking about circular economy. I say circular economy was talked by Lord Krishna in Bhagavad Gita. Annad bhavati bhuda ani bharjanyat. So he said already cycle has been only we deviate in between. We produce it, market it, forget it. It's a linear. Let us make it circular. And most important, then we need to make one the material which is eco-friendly, which is decomposable, and which is for which you can have a payback system, and CPR, CER should be to help us to do that. Remember that. And domestic awareness to be created. Industry should use CPR, CER. Government, of course, they are very good. I can put it that I could see from recent past, they have come forward. They have quoted it. They have announced. They have given the conclusion. Who have not done it? It's only implementation place. Who is implementing? It is only we, the people. We are not properly implementing it because our own personal problem. I will put it that way. So let us think in the right direction. We can make when we think positively, sincerity about the faith in God takes you beyond limitation. That is more important here. So I always say, see here, the beautiful Krishna is always depicted with a flute and what is that peacock feather. See, why? What is great important? Your flute is nothing but a wooden tube with 9 holes. Nothing. It's not used for anything else. When it's touched by a correct person, efficient person, it becomes a beautiful instrument which mesmerizes everybody. Krishna is the person. Let us try to understand from Krishna. Creation is mind, brain is word. Use it to use it. Lord Krishna. And you see, even the peacock feather, it is actually value, it doesn't have much of use. But when it touches the head of the Lord Krishna, automatically it becomes all the more important. So who touches us? Who understands the potential of the material? That comes the problem. So therefore I said, God blessing plastic. Man creation waste plastic due to his carelessness and carelessness, and man's exploitation of nature affect environment. Gold faces problem, and let us say God's creation cannot be waste. Don't try to escape from a problem. Solutions are many. Think differently, you can achieve in the process. Conquer the mind, be a friend to you and to the world. Plan to move toward forward, very important. And we can take measures at different level, individual, institute, industry, and government sector. The only thing is, how it is for Greener India, God gives a chance. You have to change. The chance should be taken rightly, you can change. And therefore, the slogan for that is, be Indian, buy Indian, buy Indian. Achieve everything to the standard of life to standard of living. Now we are far more worried about standard of living. Let us look at standard of life. We can change it and see one beautiful poster I have seen in reality. The man writing plastic ban. The board is plastic, the stand is plastic, the paint is plastic, his dress is plastic, everything plastic, writing plastic ban. Let us, this is a reality, understand. An auto rickshaw understood the technology. He says, don't throw plastic on road, use it for road. So that is simple understanding we got there. We can change the world. We will definitely become greener tomorrow. Why? As early as possible, because world is common, follow ethics, that is important. So I thank people who have gone helping me in this process. And Brahma created plastic. Shiva gave a long life for that. And Vishnu showed us how to use it for different uses. No problem with this. But therefore, plastic is not a problem. Plastic never killed anybody. It is a garbage culture of human being. We, the people, create all the problems. Let us understand the use of the plastic. And once you try to collect the plastic properly, arrangement will be done for plastic collection. You can very well use it. And the problem, and you get a better road, better infrastructure, costless toilet, low-cost houses. These are all greener India and greener world which are talking about. Definitely plastic can give, provided our garbage cultures change. So let's remember the rule of life. Man has to coexist with the absolute and universe. The coordination between man, universe, and absolute, if it is properly there, man will be happy, the world will also be happy. There will be no global warming. Let us understand this. The more the overlapping, better the life. I hope you'll understand about that. And we will make the land, it is our responsibility. God has made us an ambassador. We are here to help others. We are here to make the land better. Therefore, we are not here to spoil the atmosphere, to make the land unpolluted, to make atmosphere global warming. We are here to make it better. Let us understand that and make our life better. Let us make us useful. Service is the best way to reach him, and sacrifice is the process. So if you understand sacrifice, service becomes useful, and therefore you can understand, we can reach the right place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we'd really like to thank Padma Shri Rajagopalan Vasudevan for his time. But keeping in time and place, it is time now to move on to the next panel discussion, which is on cross-industry collaboration to enhance the recycling value chain. Well, for this, we're joined by our session chair, Urvi Srivastav, editorial lead, BW CFO, BW Business World, Mr. Avinash Kumar Balyan, Executive Director, ESPL, Mr. Sahil Ghai, Marketing Manager, the Shakti Plastics Industries, Mr. Pranshu Singhal, Founder and CEO, Karo Sambhav, and Mr. Rajesh Pava, Founder and CEO, 21st Century Polymers. Well, with this, I'd like to humbly welcome all our panelists on the screen. And with this, I'd like to pass on the live baton to Urvi to take it forth with her panel. Thank you for joining us. Over to you, Urvi.
Thank you so much, Bhavna, for that kind introduction. So, as we are aware, our topic for today is the importance of cross-industry collaboration. And it is a burning topic and a burning issue around the recycling industry. So earlier, we had intra-industry protectionism, I would say, to put the larger picture in a smaller cosmos. But now, of course, we can't work in solitude. Each industry is dependent on the other, as we have seen, say, in the supply chain or in the import and export domain. So with that, I would like to invite our experts for the day to highlight the importance of cross-industry collaboration. Mr. Balyan, we'll start with you.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you so much, Urvi, for inviting me. And thanks the organizers. And I also wish everyone a very happy New Year 2022. Yeah, it's a very broad topic. When you say about the collaboration, we just had a very wonderful session from Professor who mentioned about a lot of uses of plastics. So when you talk about the cross-industry collaboration, first of all, we will have to understand why this need has emerged in recent time or over the years. So if you see during the pandemic time or in the last 2-3 years, we have become too much dependent on the electronic devices. And recently we have seen from the handheld device to the servers, to the routers, to a lot of other electronic devices, we are depending on some of the key materials and like semiconductors. And, we faced a lot of shortage in the recently because of pandemic and because of other reasons. And in the time to come, we might face this shortage because of other reasons also, which includes climate change as well, in which our company work very predominantly. So the premise, so in the light of increasing global supply chain uncertainty, companies are shifting now their gears towards the circular economy. How? By extending the lifetime of product to the reuse, repair, remanufacturing, recovering important raw materials from the products at the end of life of the product. We minimize the need to extract more raw materials for new products. Now, this particular process is giving rise to one process, that is recycling. Why recycling is important? Because we have seen in past uncertainty in supply chain. Now, this critical there are there are many raw materials for this entire process of supply chain, which generally are produced in only handful of countries, and which may make them prone to many uncertainties, including political instability or socioeconomic risk. So all these process of uncertainty, climate change, we are focusing on recycling, refurbishment, and all these things. Now, all these factors collaboratively giving rise to one phenomenon, that is a cross-industry collaboration. Now, because we know that cross-industry collaboration is very, very important, and how to do that. There are a lot of ways to do that. There are many companies coming forward in that particular collaboration. A Responsible Business Alliance is also developing an industry-wide framework for circular material movement in electronics production, e-waste recycling. This work aligns with the vision developed by Circular Electronics Partnership, which outlines 40 actions that need to happen in next decade for the electronic industry to achieve the phenomenon of circularity. Now, some raw materials in electronics are being recycled. As per my knowledge goes, around 17% of electronic waste was properly recycled in 2019, according to Global E-Waste Monitor. To increase this figure from 17% to much wider level, the industry needs new technologies, methods, a different level of collaboration. Now, when we say the collaborations, two things are very important. One is a corporate level collaboration. In corporate level collaboration, we talk about manufacturers, suppliers, distributors, retailers, and although in the corporate collaboration, government doesn't play a key role, but the next phase of collaboration, extended collaboration, where the government NGOs, they play a key role. So the entire process of collaboration, there are challenges also. What challenges? Sometimes producers often they view recycling, the recycled materials are, they perceive recycled materials are risky due to inconsistent supply, sometimes unknown technical performance, and this uncertainty and demand for recycled materials prevents recyclers from investing in new material recovery technologies and developing further R&Ds, innovations and progress. Now, considering this range of initiatives already underway, many industries are well positioned to lead the shift on a circular value chain. But this entire process needs radical collaboration, new technologies, and development of supply chains that feed demand and create incentives for supply as well. Recently, I read somewhere, that global giants in the tire manufacturing, Michelin and Bridgestone, so they have come together and they are thinking how they can bridge the gap, and they can use the recovered carbon black from the end of life tires and make new tire using the recycled carbon black. And due to these technologies, they can save a huge amount of crude oil. They can save, almost more than 2 million tons of carbon dioxide. So a lot of industry-wide exercise I am seeing where they are coming in collaboration, steel industries and construction industries, where the construction industry, when the demolition of building is happening, they can always pass on the steel, to the steel companies, and they can recycle them. So a lot of collaboration are happening at various levels, and these collaborations will not only help the economy, will also generate a lot of business opportunities, a lot of employment opportunities. But at what is required at the at our level, at the business level, at the industry level, is a trust and a process. That process should start right from the product, harvesting of raw materials, or designing the product, or during the production time, or during the supply time, or during the distribution time. A harmonized system is required. So basically, industries and other stakeholders, they need to come together and they need to develop a sort of an ecosystem. And in that ecosystem, right from the design to the end of the life, everyone needs to collaborate. Public, I have seen over the last 10 years, 15 years, the public now becoming more and more aware how to reuse the material, and nowadays they are becoming very, very meticulous about using any product, be it a pizza or be it any kind of battery or anything, right from riding a car to using any small items. They think, whichever particular company is reusing or utilizing the materials, they are quite concerned about that particular company and particular product. So a lot of awareness are happening in the society, and the industry-wide collaboration is very, very important to boost the economy, and also for our climate change. It will generate a lot of, it will also help our climate to, in terms of reduction of carbon footprints. So I see a lot of potential in that. So that is my intake about that particular cross-wise collaboration. Yeah. Thank you very much.
So yes, you make a very valid point there that cross-industry collaboration is the need of the 21st century and has been since I would say globalization has been a part of our lives, more so since then. So with that, Mr. Ghai, I would like to bring you into the discussion. What are the latest industry collaborations that are going on in the plastic sector? Who are the key players when we talk about intersectional industry methods of recycling?
Well, first and foremost, the producers are the key stakeholders who are the major contributors towards either the plastic waste industry or the e-waste industry. Another major stakeholder is Central Pollution Control Board and the Ministry of Environment, who has put forward and consistently improving the policies and the rules, who have, which is making this whole implementation of either the plastic waste or the e-waste rules more stringent, and it is making more transparent and traceable so far. So beyond this, what is required is that the local pollution control boards are also playing a major role in this as well, like state pollution control boards and the regional offices of this. So they are also aware, and they have started also, including the awareness campaign. They are also bringing other stakeholders like NGOs, local NGOs, and the producers and recyclers and PROs on the same platform, so that they can all share knowledge and share their resources, so that they can contribute with each other. NGOs are very important because they have a local outreach. They know the local language, they know the local culture, and they also support in executing this plastic waste collection mechanism, basically from the panchayats and from the local bodies, because they have a better interaction with on the grassroots as compared to somebody who's walking from Bombay to Odisha or somebody who's walking from Delhi to Odisha. So NGOs also, especially those NGOs who are locally present at the very grassroots and have been working in the social development side or with the especially the rack pickers or the labor or the last mile connectors, what I would rather say. So NGO and the government who is making policy, recyclers are present, but as far as we believe in Shakti, upcycling which is possible in the multi-layered plastic space, we have been recycling. We are recycling all categories of plastic, and so far they are not very much plastic upcyclers or recyclers in the space. So we are quickly expanding through the space, and we are also supporting new recyclers to come up, and we are sharing our technology with them as well, so that they can stand up locally, and we also support them in the local supply chain, either from the municipal or the industrial side, so that a local problem can be solved, more jobs can be created locally. That is what we are trying to do. So these are the major stakeholders.
Okay, yes, of course, the step one in any cycle or any change is pivotal, as we have also seen in nature during our school days when we used to read our science books. So with that, Mr. Singhal, I would like to bring you into the discussion. As somebody who works with an organization called Karo Sambhav, which deals with the ground level workers. And I'm sure a lot of them would be associated with the people like you and I. We encounter them daily, be it people working for us or the rack pickers we meet. So what are the challenges you encounter while making them who might not be as educated a part of the entire inter-industry collaborative recycling approach?
So, hi, Ori, and hi, everyone. So if we were to talk of any waste in India, today, I would say majority of the waste is managed by the informal sector, and we can talk about any waste stream. We have started seeing some shift towards formalization, but still the larger part is managed by the informal sector. Now, the big challenges of including the informal sector into the formal economy the biggest part includes how to reach each and every individual at scale, because informal sector itself is a fairly large term. It has multiple tiers in itself. So generally people reach till the aggregators or smaller aggregators below the larger aggregators, but reaching out to each and every individual who is involved in rack picking or in waste management becomes a tremendous exercise. And here, the work which has been done by certain civil society organizations in the past, even by certain municipalities where they have tried to formalize and created platforms to formalize informal sector workers. I think the only way to approach that very last mile is via these channels. There are some initiatives we have tried in the past by working with a few civil society organizations, NGOs, to reach out to the last mile, but they haven't given the kind of results that one would like to envisage, because the amount of energy, the amount of efforts, the amount of financial investment, I think, that has to be done is huge. And today there are very limited resources for getting this finance into this formalization aspect. What EPR, since its advent in India, has done is it has bought some level of money, but not enough to bring about the change which is required. So while we have seen a little bit of improvement in how waste is being collected, how it is being recycled, the larger part still remains questionable. And what is required, and where does it all fail? It all fails because no one knows what's the true cost of doing all this. So there is no reference point from a cost perspective. So what is the cost of formalizing the sector? And if there are some of these reference costs available, and for any organization which is, whether we talk of taking an EPR route or a CSR route, those costs are defined and known, that this is a benchmark, this is the amount of money that it would require to solve the problem. Then at least we'll start seeing that journey. Right now, in absence of these unknown costs, or in absence of no reference costs, the path is to take the lowest cost route. And that lowest cost route makes organizations compliant, but does not necessarily solve the problem at scale. And so for me, a big challenge in this space is to get the right amount of finances which is required to really uplift because while we want waste out of informal sector, there is very little push on improving the social and working conditions of the people who are giving us this waste. There is a lot of noise, there is a lot of dialogue around it, but again, very little sustained action. I would say action, but not sustained action. And because this would require multi-years of work at a grassroots level, multi-years of work in terms of creating systems to which will support such waste workers. But that is not happening yet. We are moving in that space, so I'm fairly optimistic in the way things are moving, but we are still far from maturity.
Yes, as they say that well begun is half of the victory won. So hopefully we are only going to see the battle getting easier and easier with the government getting on board and everybody realizing the importance of recycling and sustainability with the pandemic situation that is also going on currently. So with that, I would like to ask you, Mr. Ghai, that you are working in an industry which is heavily demonized, which is the plastic industry. So having said that, I have a two-pronged question for you. Firstly, what are the challenges of integration across multiple stakeholders in recycling? And secondly, how is Shakti industry overcoming that?
Well, the first challenge that we faced is the lack of awareness at the very regional in the government sector. So if I, approach a local producer and a very hyper-local, factory for, they should contribute towards EPR. First of all, they are not aware. And after that, the regional officer is not fully aware. Sometimes it is, I don't know if it's funny or it's unfortunate, but it has happened with me that a regional officer doesn't even know that what EPR is. And so what we do is, in that point, that we go and partner with the State Pollution Control Board office, or we just directly educate the local regional officer that this is how things are happening, this is what is happening in the industry, and this is what Shakti is doing. Other than lack of awareness, we are facing a similar problem what Karusambhav is facing, that that NGOs, either they are the kind of results they're giving is not what we were expecting. And there needs to be, when we ask for a elaborated traceability, that's where that institution fails. So there is a need of NGOs who are actually working, and there are very few handful of the names that I know who are actually working on the grassroots. So that is what is lacking, that they are actually not working, or maybe if they are working, so they fail at some point. Second thing is, there is no standardization of recycled products so far. There is a standardization how to do recycling, but so far there is no standardization of recycled products, because there is no standardization of the kind of waste that you're getting. Today I may get 1,000 tons of multi-layered plastic, but tomorrow, or maybe for the whole month, I'll maybe sitting only on HDPE waste or maybe PP waste from the grassroots. And I have to rely either on the smaller aggregators or a level above them, because they are the one who is actually financing the whole informal value chain. Rag pickers themselves don't come forward to sell their products, because it's a tradition, it's a cash tradition that is going on, and it has been going on from long before the term recycling was coined, maybe in this country. So that is also another challenge that we are facing in formalizing the rag pickers. And it is the lack of money also that is there, that if you want to onboard a rag picker, what we have experienced, that you have to pay a lot of cash extra to them, and that's a very high risk. So if I pay 1 lakh rupees to maybe 1,000 different rag pickers, my 10 crore rupees is at stake. So that's a lot of money, and 1,000 rag pickers end up covering maybe a city like as big as Ludhiana, or maybe a region as big as Gurgaon. So yes, the lack of money is also there. This is the major challenges that we're facing. So we have not gone anything towards that side to try to overcome that. So what we have done is that we have tried to create an association of rag pickers, and from there we have financed that association, and then we have tried to do some handful of collection, which is not even 1 or 2% of the whole part of it.
Okay, so given that we are talking from the ground level up to the final step of recycling, we can also connect it to the government's idea of a Clean India, Swachh Bharat, and Atmanirbharta. So with that, I would like to ask you, Mr. Balyan, how are inter-industry collaborations complementing the government initiatives that are going on right now?
Like in terms of the collaboration with the help of government, based on my experience, whatever I have witnessed over the last few years, like government is coming up various mechanism, or various stuffs where they are spreading the awareness about the cross industry collaboration, but yeah, so basically it's a common approach where government, as I mentioned, the two-way to do the collaboration. At the one end is the corporate level collaboration, and there's a extended collaboration where government, NGOs, and industry should collaborate. But in reality, this is happening. I don't see it's happening at a wider scale, but although, a lot of talks are being, happening at that level. But I have seen, a lot of industry-wise collaboration. I have seen people are renting out their cars when they are not utilizing it for some other purpose, for rental purpose. In industry-wise collaboration is happening at much wider scale. Government is doing some efforts, but in reality, that efforts, we are yet to see the effects of that, that efforts which are being taken by the government side. In terms of, in terms of the, individual industry-wise, like whether it is plastic or electronic, or even the apparel industry, textile industry, we see a lot of stuff. They are doing a lot of, even in the electronic industry, if you see example, a lot of refurbished phones are coming in the market, and now it's generating the employment opportunities for these companies as well. Even on Amazon and some other Amazon and Flipkart platform, you see the refurbished phones are being sold. And so in the apparel industry, they are now tying up, setting a tie-up with the retailers, the distributors, and with this way, these electronic products or other products in the apparel industry or textile, all these consumable products, they are becoming affordable for huge population. And in the next decade, the population of the entire globe will be on the higher side. So all these collaboration which are happening at the industrial level, they will definitely help the consumers. And if the government become integral part of this collaboration, obviously that will act as a catalyst. So it will enhance the growth, and a lot of these products which are now not easily reachable to the consumers because of the cost or because of other reasons, they will become more and more reachable to end users and consumers. So in terms of collaboration, a lot of things are happening at the industry level, maybe not at that level. It might take another 5-year time or maybe 2-year time. But yes, if government supports, this will act as a trigger.
Of course, the public and private players have to go hand in hand, and this is not just true for recycling, it is valid across all industries.
Yeah.
So with that, and given the paucity of time we have, I would like to take closing thoughts from all of you. So Mr. Singhal, we'll start with you. What is your vision and what are your expectations for inter-industry collaboration, given that we are in a sort of hybrid work situation still, given the Omicron pandemic that's going on?
Thank you, Uri. So I'd like to build upon your previous question a bit. So there are certain large-scale policy changes or interventions which are now coming into being, like the circular economic framework which is being created under Niti Aayog, that is bringing about interventions across multiple ministries to support and come up with a cross-industry, cross-government, cross-ministry sort of an approach. And that would be a hugely beneficial solution, because when we talk of any product, I mean, we are talking of multiple materials, multiple things that are going into a product, and there are interventions which are required by multiple government departments if we are to solve the problem at scale, which means creating collection systems, creating recycling systems, creating ways by which secondary material can go back into creation of new products. So I believe the fact that we are now finally adopting circular economy policies, that will really start a big movement. We started with EPR, but now moving beyond EPR to utilization of secondary materials is a big pathway. And that itself, I believe, will spur a very large industry collaboration, because there are clear dependencies between sectors here. For creation of any singular product, you need certain raw materials, and they are not coming from the same sector. So I believe that work has started, but again, a lot needs to be done, considering the considering the fact that we are in a decade of change, and a great deal of efforts has to be put in this decade itself.
And Mr. Ghai, what do you have to say about the future of plastic industry given the current scenario that we are living? What are your expectations, I would say?
Like so far, a lot of investment has come in. I've read that a 6-year-old startup has been invested by Morgan Stanley in Hyderabad, who is working in the recycling space, in the PRO space. So a lot of investment and a lot more investment is required in this space. Producers are ready to contribute, and there are more industry level solutions that is required. First of all, and foremost, plastic recycling should be recognized as an industry, a separate industry, so that more government incentives can be, the manufacturers of plastic recycled products can, get benefit of the government, local subsidies and incentives that government offer. More local presence is required because India is a, culturally and business-wise a very diverse industry, and plastic is everywhere. So there is more hyper-local presence that is required, and hyper-local collection mechanism. There is a lot of investment that is required in that side. Instead of having various policies in various states, though our central policy, state policy is developing, making it more stringent, but it should be one central policy which everybody should follow in the whole nation, or at least regional wise the policy should be same, so that it becomes easy to follow. And because of the easier of the policy, the investments also come to this industry easily. There is more awareness that is required. There's a lot of awareness that has happened so far, but there is lack of execution that is so far. Even if there are bylaws made by Punjab, for example, but they are not able to implement on the grassroots because of political influence or lack of awareness in the executive level that is required. So these are the major.
Of course, politics and development have always gone hand in hand in this country from the very outset. So without getting too much into that, lastly, I would like to bring in Mr. Balian. What are your expectations going ahead from the recycling industry?
Like in the entire recycling process, in a circular economy, if you see, the waste is next to zero, because every residual from the use of product is converted or used to make new product. And in this entire process, the toxic substances are eliminated, and waste is discarded, value is created through the help of biological or technical cycles. So the innovation is important, and quality recycling is equally important, because a lot of recycling is happening, but if the quality is not there in recycling, it will not help. When we do, one of the key challenges in the recycling is that many times a lot of trace metals, trace elements are quite important, but these trace elements they do not hold a very good economic value. So recyclers, they don't understand the importance, although they are crucial in any process. So quality recycling is very important, and that is possible when the cross industries, they come together for R&D, for new tools, new technologies, new methods. So once all these stakeholders, they collaborate, we can the quality recycling can happen, and with the help of that quality recycling, a lot of uncertainties can be answered in the entire space of circular economy and cross sector collaboration, which anyway will help this entire process of circular economy.
Okay, so with that, I think it's time to wind up our discussion for today. And I would like to thank all our industry experts who took out time on a weekend to join us and contribute their insights wholeheartedly. So Bhavna, over to you now.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Urvi, for that wonderful moderation. Thank you to all our eminent panelists for your valued time and your expertise you shared through the screen. Definitely will go leaps and bounds in our conversation ahead. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is time now to take a short break at the conclave. We'll see you back at 1:45 Indian Standard Time for our panel discussion on nurturing innovation through consistent R&D in recycling. Now, remember, also after 6:45, we've got our awards coming up, so stay tuned. A lot of great panel discussions on the other side and a great set of awards joining us. So thank you once again to all our viewers for tuning in. Keep hashtagging and we'll see you back at 1:45.
Hello, Mr. Palekar. Good to see you again. You're on mute.
Yeah, good to see you as well.
I didn't know you moved to MRAI.
Sorry?
I didn't know you've moved to MRAI. I saw it on your designation.
Oh, yeah. I have, I have started after my retirement. I've been doing consultancy course.
Yes.
And then, as an advocacy initiative, I felt there's a lot needs to be done in recycling.
Yes.
So I joined MRAI.
Okay, that's recent, no? I think that must be very recent.
About 1.5 years or 2 years back.
Oh, all right. I didn't know that. Okay, all right. Good.
But I was on the core committee initially. Now
Right.
I have come as a director on that.
Okay, all right. Good to see you again.
Yeah. But are you still affiliated with Anant National, or how is it like?
Oh, I've never been affiliated. Anant is a client of Sustain Labs, my company.
Okay.
So Sustain Labs, we do organizational transformation. So Anant, the last 3 years, my team has been working on moving it from being a as usual university to a sustainable university.
Okay, great.
All right, we just request starting with the event. Please be on mute. I can hear a lag and a delay. Okay, thank you.
But hello, everybody. I'm sorry I started off with the conversation with Mr. Palekar because I only saw his face.
Vinaya, apologies. I'll be starting it off on behalf of the team. So we just request you to please be on hold. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back post the lunch. We hope that the first few sessions of the day were as enriching and as delightful. For this session, we're going to be joined by our eminent panelists. The discussion is on nurturing innovation through consistent R&D in recycling, and the session chair is Ms. Minia Chatterjee, CEO, Sustain Labs, and joined by the eminent panelists, Mr. S. Sampath, President and CEO, Samkitech Resources Chairman, NSWAI, Mr. Ulhas Parlikar, Director, MRAI Plastic Division and Global Consultant, CE and Waste Management, Mr. Nikhil Kaushik, CEO, Gravity Labs Inc., and Ms. Apurva Bose, Communications Expert, UN Environment Program. With this, I'd like to humbly welcome and invite all our panelists on the stage and screen. Thank you for your valuable time. With this, Ms. Chatterjee, the stage and screen is all yours to take it forth with your panel. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Business World, for organizing this panel, and welcome panelists. We have a very interesting set of panelists which spans associations to large companies to innovative companies to also international organizations. I'm looking forward to a very rich conversation with diverse perspectives. The topic also is on innovation in recycling, which is one of the most important components in this industry, because in India, the informal sector and a lot of other aspects makes the case of recycling waste in India very different and special from a lot of different parts of the world. And therefore, innovation in this sector has some very interesting and unique aspects to it, which I hope to bring out in this session. So without any further ado, welcome everybody, all the panelists, and let's dig into the first part of our discussion, which is about what is the status quo right now in India? What kind of innovations are we looking at in the recycling sector? If you were to just point out maybe top 2 types of innovations in the process, then what would that be? And I would like to invite Mr. Sampath. You are running a company for the last 17 years, well established. What do you see? You're on mute, Mr. Sampath. May I request you to unmute yourself?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for giving this opportunity to be you all. Yes, as you rightly said, we are in the recycling industry for more than 20 years. And we are the one who started the PET recycling in this country way back in 1998.
Yes.
We have been, try to push the innovation into the recycling from the day one. And one of the thing we have done is that to bring in the quality recycling equipment from the Europe, and we have done with our own engineering knowledge, we have done the washing lines for the PET bottle recycling way back in '98, and it is slowly picked up, and we went even up to bottle grade way back in 2005, and so we were always trying to improve the technology, which can be sustainable and which can also be affordable by the Indian market. So that's how we have done that. Then we also jumped into recycling of
if I may just intervene, in general, in India, in the recycling industry, what are the areas that you find where there is innovation happening? So if you could throw some light on that, that would be very useful.
Actually speaking, the R&D on recycling is still on the paper. You go to any institute like IITs or IIPs or packaging institute, they're all talking on so many theoretical things. But for the recyclables, a lot of recycling is R&D is going on because there is a recyclability market is available, so that they keep improving upon. That's how I started the PET, because PET, they were doing a lot of innovation to add the values. But when you talk about the non-recyclable plastic, which is going to the dump site or the water bodies, which amounting to more than 4 million tons a year, is a big challenge for us. I don't think any major R&D is going on anywhere in a major way. But we, as a company, we have launched the pyrolysis in 2009, and we never stuck to one pyrolysis for one single material like polypropylene or polyethylene. So every year we have been launching technology, the same pyrolysis technology with a different catalyst and different heating method to address the non-recyclables. For example, the FRP from the windmills.
I'm just going to go quickly. We just have 30 minutes, but thank you so much. I'll bring in again another private sector player, Nikhil. Your company is doing something very innovative as well, and you're capturing carbon and converting into usable products. So from your perspective, and not about your company, but then in general, where do you see the innovation happening in the recycling industry? Which part of the process?
Well, I may take a step back and say that, before recycling, we also need to focus on how things are made in the first place itself. If you get the manufacturing right, recycling becomes so much easier. Half of the times you cannot recycle things because they are mixed in a way that, for example, if you have a very good recyclable fabric, but the print on that is not, then separating the print at the time of recycling becomes a challenge. So now you need innovation to separate the print from the fabric. But you see, what we have seen in India, we often feel that there is not innovation happening, but we see how when the farm waste issue and the farm fires became an issue in India, how innovators came about saying how we can convert that into, feedstock, in terms of, we can convert into construction materials. So I see a lot of innovation happening in terms of fabric. There are a lot of startups. We were part of Fashion for Good Accelerator recently. There were a lot of, Indian cohort members and cohort who are doing some interesting work of how we can make wonderful instant paints, how we can make different types of fabrics which are mostly using recycled, non-material. All of that happening, and we love that. We are not doing that. We are recycling that. We are not doing that. I'm hearing my own voice. So we are primarily upcycling.
May I ask everyone speaking to you because there's some echo. Thank you.
Yeah. So
please go ahead.
Yeah. We are pretty much an upcycling company. We believe that materials can be made in a different way, but they're made in a way that they can be upcycled or recycled later on in a much better way. So when we talk about, Mr. Sampath was talking about PET, how can PET be made by not using petrochems in the first place itself is a wonderful way of solving global warming.
Thank you, Nikhil. So, where I think what we're getting at is the difficulty of segregation, which across the chain, right? Like you're talking about even the manufacturing of products, and Mr. Sampath is also talking about then after that recycling. And segregation of various materials also ups the cost of recycling. And in a country like India, the costs are the big burden in recycling. So let me just narrow down this discussion again and bring in Mr. Palekar. On segregation, I know a couple of very innovative startups who are working on segregation and how to minimize the costs over there and make it more efficient. But would be great to hear from you if this hypothesis is somewhat correct or off the mark, that maybe in segregation that's where the innovation is happening or not.
No, certainly a lot of innovation is happening in terms of segregation of the materials. I have seen, for example, even robotic, interventions for segregating the materials, right? I mean, we are aware that color-based, density-based, then the nature-based or the chemical-based, segregation. But this is something which I found very interesting, which is happening, where robotics are getting involved. And certainly, I fully agree with Mr. Kaushik. Unless the segregation is properly done, the recycling becomes a very challenging task. And Minia, you asked about the two innovations, which are really taking shape. I think, let me tell you in a general way, everybody is now looking at his non-recyclable material as a material to get converted into a recyclable material. In fact, every industry, is trying to look at it. And that's where the concept of industrial symbiosis is going to play a very major role, I believe, and a lot of work is happening in that respect also, as to how we can put, two entities, interested entities together to build a bridge and do something so that, like technology development by Gravity or, by Sampath and by others, where you are trying to see how I can convert that material into a recyclable, a useful material. The color that you are talking about, Mr. Nikhil, is, of course, a cause of concern. But certainly a technology can always come in and do something. When does it happen? When an application is visualized. Absolutely. So I think that is the most important aspect in the whole process. You need to really visualize the application, and then you see, okay, this is something which is really going to come in and cause a problem to me. So how do I deal with it? And that's where I think a lot of innovations are possible. A lot of innovations are happening. And another very interesting observation in terms of non-recyclable getting recyclable is the MLPs. I'm seeing quite a few applications which are coming up now. MLP was supposed to be useless material, some going into the dump yards only, but quite a few applications I'm seeing where, they are getting converted into different kinds of products. So I think innovation is the buzzword, which is going to really drive the recycling processes across the board.
Thank you. Thank you. So what I'm hearing you say is that from waste to wealth is catching on quite a bit. And you mentioned industrial symbiosis. There's a research center that I've founded, and they just completed a whole report on industrial symbiosis in India. And the way it is done in India is actually quite different from how it is done in the rest of the world. It's super interesting. There's, it's more of co-processing of waste, common co-processing units of waste, which is very different, from how it is. And I'd like to bring in Apurva here. Apurva, hi. I know that you're interested in looking at the bigger picture, and that is something which Mr. Parlikar also mentioned, of looking at the different paths of recycling. And if you could maybe talk about that, as well as look at that how internationally some of the practices in recycling, how does that compare to some of the innovations which are happening in India?
Absolutely. Thank you, Minya. And I'd just like to bring a little bit of focus on an instance. Basically, many years ago, I was reading an article about whether electric cars are truly cleaner than conventional vehicles. And at that point in my head, I was like, the answer is pretty obvious. Electric vehicles basically don't use fossil fuels. So emissions are definitely bound to be lower. And it was pretty obvious, right? So I was like, what a waste of an article. And in fact, it was this curiosity that actually made me glance through this article. And I realized I was blissfully ignorant to so many different aspects of this process of a component itself. And I think the idea of what successful recycling means has definitely evolved significantly in recent years. So earlier, of course, the attention was focused on weight and volume, and stakeholders, whether it's companies, cities, governments, and academia, they've turned their attention to the environmental benefits of recycling waste streams through a life cycle approach to reassessing recycling. So now coming back to my story that I just spoke about, the article basically opened my eyes to this very same approach. I think the comparison of electric and conventional vehicles was not simply about how much they emit, but rather about the basis of the environmental impacts of raw material production, the manufacturing, transportation, operation, and finally decommissioning, basically the entire life cycle. So even when we talk about something like recycling, I think it's very important to look at it from a holistic approach, like look at it from sort of like a cradle to grave perspective. And that's why I think it's important to understand what the whole life cycle approach actually means, and thinking of it as a concept and understanding that it's important to think like this when it comes to recycling, and think about it from a broader perspective. And of course, research and development is something that we need to definitely look at. And there's a lot of innovation in this aspect, especially in terms of life cycle management. And from UNEP point of view, this is something that we have been looking at so much in the past few years, especially when it comes to dealing with waste. There are so many different examples from an international point of view, whether it's reprocessing waste into energy, equipping smart bins with sensors. There's so many different, I think, innovative methods right now. And it's very interesting to see things from an Indian perspective, which is also very new to me. So it's a very interesting conversation right now that's unfolding.
Thanks so much, Apurva. And what you just said kind of throws that flow that I had for this conversation completely, because what you just raised is the need to actually research a product's life cycle, right? So LCAs, as we call it, life cycle assessments, you're absolutely right. In India, it's very rare. We do a lot of life cycle assessment studies for companies, but frankly, that's a fraction in the ocean. And it's so important to scientifically assess. And I'm bound by contract to not take names of companies, but there are companies who openly, publicly say that, we are zero waste and, we're green. But when you actually do that LCA, you see that they are not. And somewhere in the production process, there is a lot of waste which is being produced, which they're not capturing. So, and the costs for doing, I wanted to get into costs because it's very important for India, the costs of recycling, and the cost for doing an LCA is inflated. How is a company going to do an LCA study? It's 12 lakhs, 15 lakhs for a research study. It doesn't cost that much. And even the softwares to do that, SEMA Pro and all these, super expensive to actually buy. So I think cost is a really important aspect in this. Nikhil, when you started your company doing something very innovative, you would obviously have put in a lot of R&D into this. Who bears the cost of that R&D which goes into that? And then the added costs of maybe doing it scientifically, like what Apurva was saying, do an LCA, get the data. When you're saying one is green, then actually looking at the life cycle and looking at the data. So who bears the costs of that?
Well, I think these two things have to be linked to what Mr. Ulhas and colleagues talked about. That is, how do you do industrial symbiosis? So, for example, you're right. Databases for LCAs are very costly. Some of them are not even available for Indian context. For example, if I want the cost footprint of the energy, CO2 footprint of energy is often not available if I want the Indian numbers for that. So I have to take comparables from Europe, which are often not the right comparables for me, and that would really screw up my technology, my workings later on. But here is the fact that, for example, we were part of Fashion for Good. They made a software available to us free of cost to do some of those calculations. So I think it is about the collaborations and getting out there, reaching out to the right sort of people to get a lot of that help, because you cannot be paying those costs upfront in real money. That way, forget the cost of what is the actual cost of your innovation. The development cost itself will not take place and you would not have something out there in the market. So yes, there's always this challenge that who pays for it. What we have seen is if you go through collaboration route, it is often possible that cost will be shared. So whenever we launch something, we do it through a collaboration. Right now, we're doing a collaboration with Diageo, where we are changing how they print on the bottles that they take out to the market, and how we make sure that doesn't affect the recyclability of the bottle itself. But all of that cost is being shared. So I think the way forward is to not do something and you're purely in a research mode. Just do it in a more of a market development mode where there is different stakeholders taking care of the cost. And once you have that sort of cohorts, accelerators, big companies backing you up, some of these costs of LCAs really start looking very small compared to what the overall mission is. So I think that's the way we have done till now. We are a bootstrap team. We haven't raised any external capital, but we have done some very interesting collaborations all over the world, primarily through this route, keeping very light in terms of the R&D goes from the R pocket as such.
Thank you. That's very interesting. And I hopefully that should help other companies who want to get into doing innovative things and look for collaborations. This can get into another whole discussion about what specific how those collaborations were structured. I won't get into that, but I would like to ask Mr. Sampath, because you've been, of course, doing this for so long. And are there any specific ways, Mr. Sampath, that you see around you in other companies or in your own, where you've managed to keep the costs low, or at least costs equivalent to the market rate, while continuing with innovation and R&D?
Yeah. In that, we have been, we have been doing the R&D cost in the cost of the product itself, and the innovation is that you make a technology which can be adopted for any kind of a plastic which is not being recycled, whether it is epoxy board from the e-waste, or whether it is FRP from the windmill, whether it is landfill based, whether it is waste collected from the water bodies, or foams, polyurethane foam, which nobody is recycling them. So we have a technology called this pyrolysis, where we are adopting, the developed technology in the same reactor can process any kind of a material. So then the R&D cost comes down, and even if you distribute the cost, it is not really pinching the user or the buyer. Let's put that way. So that's how we have done that, and our R&D is mainly on our own experiments. There is no data available to do so many things.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think data is a real problem, because you're talking about the databases. It's not just India, Nikhil. EcoInvent, one of the best databases, they don't have data for even the US as well. It's a real problem, So thank you for raising that. I'm going to continue on this aspect of how do you collaborate to increase innovation in this field. And Mr. Parlikar, have you seen any innovative PPP models, partnerships maybe with the government, certain schemes, and bringing in the private sector, public-private sector, or university collaborations, which have helped in innovative solutions and or incentivized people to do innovations in this field?
Oh, sure. There are variety of collaborations, are required in terms of bringing innovations into the marketplace. I don't think one single approach really works. And all the stakeholders that you talked about, whether it is the government, whether it is the public private companies, whether it is the society as such, everybody needs to get into in one way or other. And there are, different models that I have come across. For example, while we were establishing the concept of co-processing of waste into cement kilns as fuels and raw materials, at that time, every trial that we had to demonstrate used to cost something like 10 to 15 lakh rupees, and it's a substantial cost. However, when we started discussing, saying that in fact it used to cost much more, almost about 60-70 lakh rupees earlier. So then, we involved a lot of stakeholders together to say whether the methodology which is being designed to evaluate the utilization, is it right? Can we do some optimization there? And then we did a lot of elaboration, evaluations of that, and then put it to the government. Government also accepted that. Then it said, okay, we can bring it down, the 7-day period, a 21-day period to something like 5-day period. That happened. Then that was a collaboration that I'm talking about. Then we had the collaboration in terms of this 10 lakh sharing. So can we, industry share, the industry who is going to gain in the process, the industry who is going to do the trial in the process, can they, share in some way? So, it was once the intent is there, I think the solutions start coming out. And when the innovation is seen to be a marketplace phenomena, I think solutions certainly come about. Whether it is this thing about the LC also, there were many initiatives which were taken up by the institutions. NITI I know for sure, IIT Delhi I know for sure. Where they said that they will evaluate and see how this particular thing works out in a better way. So I think most important aspect in this situation is to sensitize the requirements. Then I find there are many stakeholders who start coming together to contribute in even associations. Now the association that I am representing, MRAI, if it comes to that, there's something that needs to be done towards promoting recycling and innovation is essential. The association will also come forward, and I've seen many associations coming forward in trying to propose. It's not just contributing rupees, right? But there's a lot that needs to be contributed in the whole process. And that is where I think, the stakeholder collaboration, stakeholder consultations, etc., will certainly help. And there are many innovative technologies which have come about, and in the commercial zone now. And co-processing is something which I know for sure, because I've been associated with it. Large amount of waste, plastics, etc., which did not have a solution at all. It started industrial hazardous waste, of course, as fuels and raw materials, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think another major point which is coming out of this discussion is co-processing, because I've seen this even in industrial symbiosis. Our Indian version of industrial symbiosis is actually co-processing units, which is very different from, let's say, in Germany, where the waste of one production unit is used as input for others. That also solves a little bit the problem of the capacity problem, because making a smaller recycling waste recycling unit is very expensive. But then if you have a larger recycling unit for any kind of waste, and then you can manage to get waste collectively, and then so then it just comes out to be economical. So that's a great point about doing more of these co-processing kind of units. The second thing that I'm hearing here is that for collaborations, which helps in costs, it also in some way moves in the direction of symbiosis and helping each other. There is this information lag, because I know of, for example, a company that had plastic waste, and they did not know that the company, which was literally half a kilometer away, needed it, and they were selling their waste 50 kilometers away to an ice cream, whatever factory. So, so there's this lack of information of different stakeholders, and would love to hear from you, Apurva, about UNEP and how organizations like UNEP or maybe other organizations that you know of can be effective platforms for information sharing or bringing together stakeholders. What's happening there, and how can this be made more efficient? Because clearly there is a lag in communication and information sharing here.
I think that's a very vital point that you just brought up, this lack of information in the public domain. It's definitely something that from an international organization point of view, we have recognized that especially during the COVID period, that there is so much misinformation as well that's in the public domain about all these different topics. And one of the projects that we undertook, I work for the Disasters and Conflicts branch, and waste management is one of the key components, especially from the point of view of COVID. We did a lot of capacity building workshops for government organizations across the world, and we tried to unearth, okay, what are these missing gaps when it comes to governments across the world? What are the problems that they're facing? And what we're eventually trying to do is to be the knowledge bank and disseminate correct information through our portal, through various collaborations that we have with donors, with different countries. And this is something that we have actively been working on this past 1 year. And this is a little off topic, but since we're in the topic of collaborations, one thing I definitely like to focus on, which I think a lot of you did touch upon, is innovation by collaborating with students in different universities across the world. And I know of one of the the key programs that I have actually witnessed, and so much innovation has come out of it, was the Enactus program that's there in so many different universities in India and across the world. And I think last 2 months ago, I was invited to one of these events, Enactus, conducted by Delhi University. And the kind of ideas that students came up with when it comes to solving, these complex issues was very fascinating to see. And I know that UN has one of these programs called the Green Nudge program, and so many different, collaborative programs that we have in universities. I think companies should really reach out and try to understand that students have a lot to contribute to when it comes to solving solutions, finding solutions to these problems.
That's fantastic, Apurva. I so agree with you, because unless you involve universities and students, I'm very invested in education in India in the subject, because where will you get the generation who has the skills? And they are the future consumers as well. They are the future public, consumers and regulators or employees of companies. So important. Yeah? So thank you so much for that. And we just have 2 minutes left, and it's been such a fabulous discussion, which I was just, as you were saying, I was also summarizing as well, that we've seen that there is there is innovation in this space, of course, lots to be done, but then I think segregation of waste, that's where we're seeing innovation, and that's where we need more of innovation, because that's the most cost heavy. And I would also like to add, there is a lot of human burden also there. It's menial work of segregating. So, and the use of robotics is useful there, and which comes to cost, because robotics, as we know, also that has costs. And then so collaborations to bring down the costs is one way to do it. There is, we talked about co-processing units in various ways, and I think co-processing units somewhere, that's the Indian way of scaling up recycling. We are seeing that in industrial symbiosis. We're seeing it in so many other ways as well. And finally, the lack of information, which is more of a hindrance. So we need to, do more in terms of getting stakeholders to talk to each other and know who's doing what, some common system maybe to say that, okay, these are the different actors, these are the people, and, so that they can reach out. My last question to all of you, to the entire panel, is that the people listening into this panel, the common people, what is it that they can do to spur innovation? We've talked about the private sector, the government, but what is it that people can do to spur innovation in this field? And Apurva, I'll start with you again, because you've made not a career switch, but parallel careers in the arts and dramatics or films, if I may be precise, as well as environment, which is so powerful, because we probably need more people like you who are somewhere on the bridge and are able to communicate more to the public. But I won't put words into your mouth, but from the panel, if I can get some bites about what is it that people can do to spur innovation.
I think it's important to know and understand that being environmentally conscious does not mean doing big things. It just means starting very small, doing very small things, or reading up on simple ideas. And because most often what we do is we use the term sustainability and throw it around very loosely to anything and everything.
Yes.
So it's important for us to understand that waste management starts at one's home. And simple things start small today, and that's of course going to add on to create actually bigger changes for tomorrow. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Apurva. Mr. Sampath, how can people, the ordinary person, how can they spur innovation in this industry? You're on mute. I think you'll have to unmute yourself. Yeah.
I think he's.
Oh, we can't hear you. So why don't we go to Mr. Parlikar? Do you want to come in?
Okay. Okay, let me chip in. I think the most important thing. Okay, let me chip in. I think the most important.
Mr. Sampath, could you mute yourself, please? Maybe Bhavna, could you help me just mute Sampath? Mute yourself, please?
I've asked the team. They're muting him. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, please go ahead.
So I think the most important thing that everybody who's listening to this particular deliberation is that, whenever they see something which does not have an application, perhaps they get an idea, yes, this can be used in some application, right? So maybe, there should be a forum where, this can be flagged. That, well, this is something that I saw as a stream which can be converted or utilized in this particular manner in this application.
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be many people, who will start looking at the opportunity to innovate, to convert that particular, conversion from a non-acceptable, or a waste material into a product material, which will have a market tomorrow. So I think that is what everybody can do.
Coming it to information, and a platform to exchange that information for waste to wealth. Thank you. Nikhil, just two sentences. What is it? Yes.
So I think we have to stop thinking of us as individuals, and there is some other people who are doing sustainability. I'm a chartered accountant. Okay, I used to do tax and international regulation, FEMA things. I moved to working on carbon emissions. So I think we have to see in coming years, every profession, every job has to have a sustainability as a core part of it. It won't be, hey, you just know numbers or be a bank. You have to see how banking can be more sustainable. So I think all of us have to stop treating ourselves as we are the layman and somebody else's problem is to solve these issues. We all are going to be we are going to be the affected people. So it's better just, I think just, get up and say that, okay, we got to learn more and we don't have to feel that we can't do anything. We have to wait for governments or somebody else to solve the problem.
Absolutely. Apologies. We are really cutting thin on time right now. Our next session is due right now at 2:20. So we'd really like to thank all our panelists and our moderator for joining us. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. Bye.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is time now for our keynote address on increasing demand for glass containers means more use of recycled glass challenges and opportunities in glass recycling. For this, we're joined by our President and CEO, AGI Glasspack, Mr. Rajesh Khosla, joining us. Thank you so much, Mr. Khosla, for your valuable time. And with this, I'd like to invite you on the stage and screen. Thank you for joining us. How are you doing today?
I'm good.
Great to have you. With this, the stage and screen is all yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ashutosh and the all team members to invite me at this point. We are running an industry of glass containers, and we just like to inform that we are carrying two big plants in Hyderabad and near Hyderabad. And near Hyderabad, this plant is the world biggest plant at one site, where we are melting almost 1150 metric ton per day of the glass we are melting. So as some time back, when computer was a separate subject and the computer proficiency and your skill was used to be considered as a separate one. I still remember that some time back then the people used to recruit the guys as a computer specialist or something like that. And now it has become just part and parcel of each activity. And it's a part of ingredient part of your, whether you are a chartered accountant or whether you are an engineer. So it is being given. It's not a separate activity altogether. Same thing, the sustainability or the environment consciousness or environment commitment for any business is not going to be a new activity. Though it looks to be a new activity as on today, but it is not going to be a new activity in the tomorrow. It will become the part and parcel of your business. If I say recyclability is a new subject, no, I don't think so, particularly in the Indian context. Why I say so, we all know about reincarnation. Practically, what is that? A Latin meaning? It means in a new soul. So reincarnation, which is a part of the Indian culture, Indian belief or something like that, it's again a one form of a reusability or recycling of the God nature or the God creations. Same thing in our business. The recyclability is at most important because particularly I'm talking in respect to the glass. In glass, the main ingredient of production is a sand, is a quartz sand. And this quartz sand, believe me, it is depleting day by day. Thousands and millions of tons of sand is being used in construction, millions of sand used in the other activities. And this is the third largest resource which is used on the earth after air and water. And glass is totally dependent on the sand. So the recyclability becomes at the most important in our industry, because in the times to come, the sand may not be easily available, cheaply available, economically available in the manufacturing. Just to give you a small glimpse of the reusability, the collect, which is a scrap of the glass. In India, only 40 to 42% is being used as a collect, as a, you can say, reused or recycled. But in Europe, it is close to 80%. In USA, it is close to 55, 60%. India, it is all close to 40%. So there are a lot of challenges here because number one challenge is the people are not aware the importance of recycling. So it starts from where? It starts from the consumption. So once, let's say the glass is consumed at the consumer end, like in our household, in our restaurant, in our hotels, in everywhere. So this glass is not disposed so that it comes in the circular economy. And once it doesn't come and it mixes with the other things and it goes for the land refilling, so it becomes more and more difficult and uneconomic to take it out and to use it. Otherwise, glass would have been such a beautiful material where you recycle it 100 times, 200 times, 400 times, it doesn't matter at all. It doesn't matter. So that is the beauty of the glass. But unfortunately, there are some challenges. Some there are regulatory challenges, some there are cultural challenges, some are information issues are there. And then at the most, I take 80% of the blame on we people, we who are running the industry, that we have not been able to develop the ecosystem of this glass collect so that everything goes in a recycling nature. We at our industry, we have done a lot in recycling the glass. So what we have done is we are trying to contact the consumption points like big restaurants and big five-star hotels, where whatever is being used, we try to collect it from that spot and collect it there and take it. Actually, the whole thing is the economic issue. If we remember that some time back, even the household, once the guys used to consume some beer or liquor or anything, and in the house, those bottles are being sold to someone. The price of those bottles remains more or less the same, but the economic value of the bottles has gone down like anything, and total supply chain cost has become very high. So that is not becoming a little viable. It means in an economic, we have to design some more methodologies or some more methods or some more mechanisms by which at the consumption point, it goes to the melting point in the most economical manner, which is not happening. If we have to achieve, I can talk from the glass perspective. Just to give a small glimpse, the total carbon dioxide, whatever is being emitted to the environment, the 5% of the gas or the carbon dioxide, whatever is emitted, it is because of the disposal of the waste, what goes to the earth. Because of this disposal, these disposals, they generate 5% of the carbon dioxide, of the total carbon dioxide, whatever is being emitted, and it goes to the environment. And secondly, so much of energy, so much of value, so much of other things are being locked in this thing. On a one side, we are damaging our environment, we are damaging our land, we are damaging our total system. On the other side, the whole lot of value which is locked. If you take a plastic waste, in a plastic waste, what is being stored? Carbon and hydrogen. Some sort of a mechanism, some sort of a technology which is already being used, where these type of waste can be converted to some sort of a consumer gas or some plastic gas and can be used. There are companies in the world like Sierra Energy or something. They are already converting. Even some of the municipal corporations, they are doing it. So these ingredients of this waste, which is to be recycled, a lot of things are being tapped and which are to be used. In a glass, fortunately, what is stored is not a hydrogen or carbon. It is the ingredient, pure ingredient of the glass, which is going to cover up or going to replace the sand. So what is going to happen is, the more we use a collect, the more the sand mining will not be there. More the salt mining will not be there, because in glass melting, a lot of soda ash is used, and soda ash is being formed once the salt is consumed and salt is processed in the soda ash plants. And then you use a limestone or a feldspar and a dolomite. So whole sort of mining operation goes inside to produce the quantity of glass, which can easily be replaced. Today, I like to throw one idea. Somebody asked me, can somebody tell me how much is the total glass which can be recycled? The total glass which can be recycled is equal to the total glass which is being produced. The only gap is a time lag. Whatever is being produced today, will come in the system, will come for the recycling, or can come for the recycling in a times. There can be time lag. Something will come tomorrow, something will come after 10 days, something will come after 90 days, something will come after 20 days. It all depends upon the total cycle from the production to the consumption. But yes, 100% of the glass, whatever is produced on day one, will come, can come for the recycling after X number of days. What the world has to do is they have to design some mechanism and all. In this, I can say a commitment is required from the entrepreneurs, a commitment is required from the professionals, a commitment is required by the government agencies. Now, why I say the government agencies? Because the municipal corporation are holding a big grab on all the regulations of the disposal and the way we consume and the way we throw. The moment it becomes a synergic between the consumption or a recycling part versus where the disposal is done, yes, a lot of things can happen and a lot of things can move inside the recycling. We are also trying our best to talk to the municipal corporations. We are not successful yet, but I hope we will succeed soon because our team is already going ahead. Where from a consumption point, we will just take it to the furnace and melt it and make it more a circular economic activity or more a sustainable activity. There is no need to harp on a subject that what are the benefits somebody will get from this recycling. There is a whole lot of benefits, whether it is on the energy front or whether it is on the mining front or it is equivalent carbon dioxide emission front. So there is a whole lot of benefits which are arise there. Today only I was talking to some of my key customers. I can name key customers. They are like Nestle, like Pernod Ricard, which is Seagram, and Kingfisher. Everybody is talking about sustainability. Everybody. Now, this activity of sustainability or recyclability is not a subject of academics. It's a business subject now. It is really on our head. It is at my door. It is knocking my door today. Okay, that if I didn't do anything on these parts, tomorrow my business will go away. My profits will finish and we are back to zero. It is at the door. It is not an academic thing, which we, I think on a conference or something, we are just talking and doing nothing on that. So I think this platform, whatever has happened, it has happened at a right time. I think more doables, actionable points, we should try to take it out from this conference and let's try to do it. At the end, let me end up my discussion or my notes with one thing. The whole business world is ready to chunk out a large sum of money for doing something on sustainability, because a big companies like us still know something what we are supposed to do, but there is a whole lot of MSME or mid-class companies which even do not know what to do. So a lot of startups are required, a lot of activities can be done, and a lot of potential exists in this activity. I end up here and I'm really open to any question. If at all anything is there for me, I love to answer the same.
Thank you, Mr. Khosla. Well, in interest of time, we'll have to move on to the next session, but thank you for your valued time today.
Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is now time to start off with our next panel discussion on developing a systemic circular economy for recycling to benefit businesses, society, and the environment. Well, if you're intrigued with this topic, we are joined now by our session chair, Mr. Ashutosh Joshi, CEO, Glass Power Recycling Group. We've got Mr. Rajesh Khosla, the President and CEO, AGI Glasspack, Ms. Shalini Goyal Bhala, Managing Director, International Council for Circular Economy, Dr. Anjan Ray, Director, Indian Institute of Petroleum, and Ms. Gauri Sareen, President, Approach International and founder, Forum for Women Leadership for Better India. Well, with this, I'd like to humbly invite and welcome all our eminent panelists on the stage and screen. Thank you for joining us. And with this, Mr. Joshi, the stage and screen is all yours to take it forth with your panel. Over to you.
Thanks, Bhavna. Very good afternoon to everyone here, all the audience, and the august panelist, Dr. Anjan Ray, Mr. Rajesh Khosla, and Ms. Shalini Bhalla. I welcome you all on behalf of BW Business World and Glass Power Group for this wonderful initiative by BW Recycle World. And I am Ashutosh from Glass Power Group, which is a complete solution providing company for glass manufacturing, glass recycling, and waste segregation, and also service providers to FMCG, liquor, and beer manufacturers for reuse of glass bottles. So I would like to start the discussion from, because as I told you, I'll take it from the alphabetical order of the names. So the first, let's start the discussion with Dr. Anjan Ray, who is Director of Indian Institute of Petroleum, Dehradun, a very eminent personality and I would say an authority in the field of petroleum and petrochemicals. So my question to you, sir, how important is developing a circular economy for recycling of petrochemical sector, as it is a base for most of the synthetic polymers?
I think the general imperative of the circular economy is very well understood and underscored. During the previous session, right before this, there was a lot of talk around circular economy, and I can simplify it using what was just said by Mr. Khosla with regard to glass. Every atom that we use, if we are not able to reuse it, some energy will either go in finding a way to use the atom again, or some environmental impact will happen from the atom I throw. So this entire concept of atom efficiency, making sure that every atom in every product can be recycled, is imperative to every sector. It's not petrochemicals, is not unique. And I can see Madam Shalini Bhalla nodding her head, because ICC does exactly that for a living, right? They look at every atom in every material. And even for glass, the same will be true. So there are a few things we can see for the petrochemical area. One is how much of a petrochemical can be effectively recycled and reused, which is just the conventional wisdom. But more importantly, how many carbon atoms of my petrochemical can I get locally? So today, for 1 million barrels of oil that we refine every day, we spend for 100 million barrels that we refine every day, we spend 1 million barrels moving that oil around. So if I can use my local resources, if I can use local biomass, waste plastic, used cooking oil, agricultural waste, and use that to produce our energy and chemicals, we make a very significant dent. And I would say in petrochemicals, let's start there, start with the origin. And in theory, every synthetic fiber is recyclable. We just haven't developed the ecosystems efficiently, because the three parts that are needed, a supply chain, a technology, and user behavior, the three parts haven't really come in very well today. I can see in this panel, there'll be many people who will not wear secondhand clothes, even though that's the most efficient way to recycle clothes, right? Just have them secondhand. I'll stop my initial exposition there. I think we will have a lot more discussion in the next few minutes.
Yeah, that's true. Thanks a lot, Dr. Anjan Ray. And now I'll move towards Mr. Rajesh Khosla, who is President and CEO of AGI Glasspick, packaging division of Hindustan Sanitaryware Industries. And my question to Mr. Rajesh Khosla is, glass is considered as a wholly recyclable material. So have glass fraternity been able to create a circular ecosystem for glass recycling so far? Because glass manufacturing is being done in India since more than 100 years now.
My answer is no. The reason is, that's what I was addressing some time back. In India, the total glass or whatever is being produced, only 40% of that is in a recycled. The 60% of the glass goes to landfilling It goes to the waste. It doesn't go anywhere else. It is not coming to the factories to remelt and to recycle. The same thing in Europe, which is almost 80 to 82%. In America, it is close to 60, 62%. And in other parts like Korea, it is close to 90%. So in India, the 40% number, or even less than 40%, I can say, to be very precise, it comes out to be around 37%. It is too low. It's too low. And we all have to really sit down and to discuss and to evaluate and to draw some strategy how we can recycle. It is the easiest things to recycle. It doesn't require any brainy or any data scientist or something like that. But somehow we are not able to do because we didn't feel the need. And we are busy in making all people are busy in their making profits. So some sort of a commitment has to come in recyclability of glass. Particularly, I'm talking of glass now. It should come in the other sectors also. Like we are into the plastic business also, you know, Mr. Ashutosh. Yeah. So we carry a same sort of a commitment in the recyclability of plastics also. But somehow it's not there. Not to that extent, I mean to say. It's there, but not to that extent. So we need something more. We need something more.
Very wonderful opening remarks by Mr. Khosla. And yes, because I myself associated with glass industry, and we are a DPIIT recognized startups glass power group. And although we don't produce anything, but we are trying to connect all the people, starting from sourcing of raw material to the complete glass plant project management, supplies, and other services. And then waste segregation, and then taking back the broken glass or the used bottles back to the manufacturers or to the users. So I'll move to Ms. Shalini Goyal Bhalla, who is Managing Director of International Council for Circular Economy. So you being, the most learned person here in the circular economy field, I would say. My question is, circular economy is being discussed and talked since last at least 8-10 years, means actively, I would say. Otherwise, it was not a very coined term in the recycling word or for the general people. So what do you think during last 7-8 years, what exactly circular economy means to the people or to the businesses, to the society? Is it really like people understanding it or behaving according to the requirements?
Thank you, Ashutosh, for asking me that question, because this is something you're actually asking, what is happening at the ground level and what is reality of circularity. Wonderful question, but I must say that I'm not an expert. There are many people who are experts here, and including you, who have been working in this sector and have been a part of circularity in India in one of its way. So like we all say, also Dr. Anjan Ray very clearly defined that every atom has to come back to reuse is what circularity is all about. And Rajesh was telling how they have been doing it for glass and for plastic. It has been really a good experience for me to know also that 100% of glass in India is being recycled. If not today, there is a lapse, he is saying. That comes as a good news. I mean, I am aware that glass was largely recycled, but 100%, the exact figure was not with me. Anyway, so going from there, Ashutosh, when you talk about circularity, I think India always had this practice. But understanding the concept of circularity is slightly different from the way our country is, I think, moving, or most of the economies are working towards recycling. And what we need to understand is recycling is
one of the opportunities, but it is not the best value proposition that circular economy can bring in. There are multiple ways of value proposition with which are more value propositions than recycling. I would say reusing, repairing, and remanufacturing are some examples of it. And this starts with system designing and thinking, wherein the production processes have to be changed right from the beginning, and bringing in the characteristics that makes the entire value chain more circular. So recycling, as it is also an energy intensive mechanism, is definitely helping to bring back the resources. But if there is an option of reusing and repairing the products before we get into recycling, perhaps that is a better way. And while India talks about circularity, I think the industry needs to understand that what I see, I mean, I'll just kind of conclude with one line. What I see is when I speak to industry believes that these practices will have some kind of financial implication, whereas I must tell you that the companies which have already started working towards circular models are at a competitive advantage rather than any kind of financial disadvantage. So that is one thing that I think the industry needs to understand about circularity before we get into a real adoption of circular economy.
Great. So very good insights from Ms. Shalini. Okay, moving back to Dr. Anjan, because Dr. Anjan is doing wonderful work regarding, collecting each and every atom which is going to waste. And I have personally seen his work in Indian Institute of Petroleum, and he has put he has taken many initiatives. So Dr. Ray, I would like to understand at least two of your initiatives, which I know, but would like to listen from the horse's mouth itself. One is, converting the PET or other plastics to biodiesel, and then few other initiatives you have taken. So I consider all these things as circularity, because otherwise that was going to waste, and you are, collecting all the carbons or all the molecules. Over to you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Joshi, for your kind words. What we tried to do was actually understand why so much lands in our garbage dumps and in our sewage drains. So when we started looking at this, the issue was very simple. We were not giving the end users, essentially people like you and me, people living in houses or colonies or societies, we were not giving them a mechanism for returning it back to industry. So we have partnered with NGOs. We've had a particularly good partnership in Dehradun with something called the Sustainable Development Communities Foundation, SDC Foundation, run by a former India country head of H&M. So,
great.
Just as Rakesh ji has run a steel company in Indonesia, and he knows that every country has its own unique behavioral features. One of the peculiar problems in India is that everybody thinks it is somebody else's job, so nobody does it. And we just decided that we were going to make it our job. So we have one little tempo, which on some days carries a logo called Plastic Express, and on the other days it has a logo called UCO, or Used Cooking Oil Express. And it runs around Dehradun. It picks up waste plastic from 18 plastic banks that we have established at schools, colleges, All India Institute, and other places, colonies as well. Now, for the moment people see a plastic bank and all they have to do is put the plastic there, they are willing to do that rather than just throw it in the garbage. We see that acceptance improving, especially when we are able to give them incentives. In some places, for half a kilo plastic, we give them a coupon, which gives them a free meal or a free coffee somewhere using our sponsors. So these have brought in plastic collection. We are able to collect 5% of Dehradun's waste plastic every day. Dehradun produces 20 tons, we're able to collect a ton out of that. After that, the technology is the easy part, because if you have it clean, as Khosla Sahab will also know, if you get a clean source of recycled glass, it is relatively easy. If you get one type of glass, all collected in one way and brought to you, it's much easier to recycle than if you get 7 types of glass. And if you go to the islands of Venice, where glass blowing is again quite an old art, you will see they have a formal segregation system for the different glass categories that they receive. The other part, used cooking oil, is also simple. Everybody throws away their cooking oil. So we encourage companies with large canteens. It could be any company which has a large canteen, a large cafeteria, a large hostel, mess, whatever, to just collect the used cooking oil. And that used cooking oil is being converted back to biodiesel. That can be used in the diesel generators of that place itself. And it's less emissive than petroleum diesel, obviously. And if they don't have good use for it, then we will collect the used cooking oil, bring it to our own campus, and we produce jet fuel for the Indian Air Force every single day. So Air Force planes fly on our fuel made from used cooking oil all the time. So these are just examples. But exactly as Joshi Saab said, whether it is to do with quartz or whether it's to do with fly ash or any other atom that we generate as part of human activity, all you need is a good collection system and a good policy that enables the collector and the converter to make some money in the process. So collection, conversion, and a policy ecosystem coupled with user behavior is all we need. Let me leave it at that for now.
That's very true. And thanks, Dr. Ray, for explaining the entire process so precisely. Moving back to Mr. Rajesh Khosla. Sir, recently you have set up a very big glass recycling facility, or you have done a lot of work related to glass recycling. I know that. Okay, when you have already received the glass in your factory or in your plant, so it's easy to sort it out by washing or by cleaning or by other processes. But how difficult it is to create an ecosystem to get that glass back, and why? Because glass has value. It's not like I know the price of cullet is not. It's not a cakewalk. It's increasing day by day, and still not many people are in this particular trade. So what we can do to encourage people for collection, not only glass but other recyclable commodities, so that we could when we are talking about circular economy, so it should actually be realized.
Thank you, Ashutosh. Before I think I have misspelled in some way, particularly Shalini. What I was trying to say is, in India, around 37% of whatever the glass is produced is recycled. It's not 100% because balance it goes to the landfilling and other things. Now, a gap of this 63% is to be filled up, I think, with people like Ashutosh and Shalini with your advices and your thrust and all. Before I answer Mr. Ashutosh's question, why Swiggy and Zomato startups has come up? Because there was a demand and there is a supply. There is a demand of recycling, say glass. I'm talking about the glass to be precise. There is a demand. I think in my keynote I spoke. Today it's not a subject of academics. It's already on my door. It's standing there with a threat and with a sword. They say, I'll cut your neck if you don't invest the money here today. And people are threatening me. People like AB InBev, which is in a Budweiser beer, or a Kingfisher beer, or a Seagram, or a Black Label. They say nothing doing. If you don't do it, you're out. And fortunately, you know very well, we are the people who are investing a big money in that. Coming back to second part, on a sustainability. Okay, I'm not advertising about my company, but I'm just trying to say that we are generating 20 megawatt of electricity by solar in our plant. 20 megawatt, which is a big amount. So everybody has to do it. Now, coming back to your part, the scrap of glass, whatever we were getting, it was so dirty, full of mud, full of caps, full of something. On the one side, you are trying to use maximum glass. On the other side, when you use this dirty recyclable material, you tend to use more energy in your furnaces. So the total advantage doesn't come in the system. The total advantage will come when you recycle with the minimum cost. That is what Dr. Anjan says. They are producing the petroleum and they have to spend on transporting. So it is, you have to see the net effect of the recyclability. So in that case, we invested almost 16 crore of money. We got a recycled plant from the Europe. So it basically clean all the scrap and sort it on a color-wise this thing, remove all plastic, remove all paper, remove everything, put it in a separate baskets, and then we recycle even the plastic. The plastic we have, we have some 3 factories of the plastic. So we use that recycled plastic in our own factories, and the paper and all, it goes to produce the paper, recycled paper and all. So everything is being used. Otherwise, these things are being burned and unnecessarily catching up the fuel. The same 15 crore will be reinvested now in our further 4 furnaces. So total of 60 crores we are going to invest in the recyclability of the scrap. So we are not doing for the sake of profit, to be very honest. We are doing for the sake of commitment on the sustainability part. So this is one. Regarding the challenges, yes, if we get a clean scrap or a clean recyclable material, probably I think there will be a less load even to these units. To be very honest, even these units also consume some part of electricity, some part of power, and some part of this thing to make it recycle. So better is on the generation side, if you come across the right quality of material, probably that is the best thing which can happen. And people like you, Ashutosh, can certainly play a big role. It's not that wherever it is generated, it is bad. No, in between the supply chain, the whole thing is being messed up. See, if somebody is drinking a bottle of beer in his home, he's not putting it in mud or he's not doing anything wrong with that. He's giving it a very neat and clean. But something when it comes to your factory, in between the whole things are messed up and everything has gone haywire and you lose the economic advantage of these things. Now, we are, we Indians, we are very intelligent, as we claim ourselves, very well. So we make a IT solutions to the world. We create a NASA, but why can't we do all those things in our own country? When I say we, means including me. Ashutosh, please don't take it like that. I'm to the other. I'm saying including me. Yeah. We should do something in that case. Let's make our country neat and clean. Let's make our country recycled. And I tell you one more important thing now. The important thing is after COVID, the whole geopolitical system has changed. So China, I have no problem. I have no plan to go to China right now, so I can speak against them. So in China, they have lost their credibility as a good supplier. So there is a whole lot of advantage to Indian people, to the Indian businessmen in America, in Europe. Can you believe I am getting a whole lot of, this month, I am supplying 3,000 tons of wine bottles to America. I am supplying 2,000 tons of sparkling waters to Canada, which I have not done for last 10 years. From where it has come? Nothing. It has come from China. They were supplying earlier. Now they don't want to buy from them. So this advantage we are getting, but at the end of the day, these people, these European, these Western countries will demand, what is your commitment on sustainability? Otherwise, we will not take your product. They will not approve us in the future. They are doing it because of the economic reason for time being. But after some time, maybe after a year or after 2 years, there is a whole lot of pressure on us. It's a better, I think, we keep our house in order on the day one and make India a ready, to be a good supplier to the European country. So India has a geopolitical advantage as on today, and recyclability has to play a very important role because that is a commitment level the Europe and USA have on the climate change and other things. Some people are saying 2030 is a commitment level. Some people are saying 2050 is a commitment level. So, you know very well, I can name it. There is a company, Seagram, which produce black label and other things. They are our customers. They say their CEO sitting in Paris has given a commitment of 2030. They are on a fire now. They are on a they're burning. They say what you can do in the sustainability, because my CEO has given a commitment to the French president. So you have to do something. So now it's an emergency situation is coming now. It's an emergency situation. So I think let's do it. Everybody comes together. Let's do it. Let's make the model. Let's create startups like Swiggy and Zomato who can take care of the supply chain, maybe in an integrated way or a part way. And let's make a country better, more attractive. It is beautiful, but sometimes the heap of this recyclable material makes it a little bad. So let's make it. So that's my comment.
And great, Mr. Khosla. And you have already always been very vocal as far as the sustainability part or the recyclability of materials and the initiatives are concerned. And I consider you one of the most dynamic CEOs in Indian glass industry, at least. And so taking it forward from here, I would also like to, because our responsibility is, in the same manner equal to like other stakeholders. So presently we are managing around 35 facilities, glass recycling facilities. And we are taking care of around 35 glass recycling facilities in north and eastern part of India. Few facilities for us and few for our customers. Believe me, most of the good companies like Nestle, Pernod Ricard, Unilever, and Dabur, and AB InBev, all these companies all together, Hindustan Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, all these companies are in a lot of pressure, lot of stress to show themselves like they are more and more sustainable companies. And whatever they are doing in terms of buying the packaging material or buying the raw material or anything, it is coming from a sustainable company. It is coming, the source is a sustainable company. So this is something very good, even if it is happening in Europe, but ultimately, it is coming to us also through these channels. And we should take advantage of this opportunity to improve ourselves at least. If we cannot do it because of our own will, at least this compulsion will make this to happen, I believe.
Ashutosh, I got one order of a caps, caps.
Yeah. Cap
they
told
me in a plastic business, they told me the material which you are going to use, you have to use a recycled material from the ocean. Ocean, how come? I cannot go to the ocean and pick up this stuff in the morning and come here. He said, no, you have to take it from the ocean. I can give you a little bit of rebate. You can take it from the rivers.
Okay.
I say, okay, let's say if I use it normal material, how you can come to know? He says, no, we will have our own system of checking everything, but you have to use from either ocean or river, because our commitment is to clean the river and
clean the rivers. Yeah.
I'll give you more price. Those are the same guys. They will not give a single penny to you, even if you beg for anything. And those are the guys, they say, I can give you any amount, provided you use the material from the river or the ocean. So I can see a level of pressure, a level of commitment.
Exactly.
A level of their, they can accommodate for those levels of commitment of recyclability. So let us try to take, I'm not saying advantage will be a negative word, but I think we can use this thing and to
consider this as an opportunity.
Yeah.
So one more thing that government has allowed to use CSR funds for these initiatives as well. Means if we are helping somehow to source the material from sustainable entities or sustainable businesses. So I think using CSR funds in these things is also allowed to some extent now. So that is also an opportunity. So, okay, moving to Ms. Shalini, you have heard, great words from Dr. Anjan Ray and Mr. Rajesh Khosla so far, and considering you as, the subject leader for circular economy. So now how you can, compile all these things and guide our audience and to we people, what kind of system or ecosystem we can create which could really realize our dream of a circular economy and recycling of more and more material in the future.
Thank you, Ashutosh. I think very relevant question once again. I must congratulate Mr. Khosla for his viewpoint on the geopolitical scenario. And I must also tell you that there is a huge pressure on all the big corporates when it comes to their reporting. And that is why the entire supply chain needs a kind of a thorough change in their behavior. And ESG reporting has become not mandatory in India. It is only mandatory for, let's say, the top 100 companies. But at the same time, even the MSME comes to us today because somewhere their investors do ask for a commitment. And that commitment has to be reported in their annual reports and while they show the work. Similarly, like Mr. Khosla was telling that the plastic caps have to be sourced from marine litter. I think that is again a kind of an international commitment that big entities have done, and India must use this as an opportunity. Now, coming to how we can convert these to a circular model is, I think, one very good thing that we can see is getting into production models, yes, but at the same time, if we could work on reusability of the stuff. So that actually happens when we built in with our supply chain some kind of a reverse supply chain model as well. I know it is difficult for the existing businesses, but somewhere down the line, this will be a kind of a system that will have to, like plastics, there is a EPR, there will be an EPR very soon in multiple products, glass may be one of them. And at that time, a lot of entities, glass industry will be forced to collect back the glass that they produce. So while that happens, a shift in the business models is pertinent, where the reverse supply chains would be built in. The glass either will be recycled or reused. One good facility that glass provides as one of the properties is you can sanitize it and reuse it for the purposes. I remember when I was young, our school took us for a field trip, and that was to the PepsiCo plant. I think all of us would have done that. And I remember seeing how PepsiCo used to sanitize and boil the bottles, clean the bottles before they were reused. Today, again, the same Pepsi and Coca-Cola are responsible for the biggest plastic that they are generating, the plastic waste generators. In fact, they've been penalized by CPCB last year, and that was a very hefty penalty. So while we talk about this, a similar kind of a thing, similar kind of a model that Pepsi was using maybe 20 years ago has to be brought now back into circulation. And that kind of model will help the industry to become circular. The other thing is serviced kind of a thing, rather than making the approach product based. If we change our focus to making it as a service-based kind of a thing. I am not exactly sure how can we do it in the glass sector, but if like I remember, if the bottle was returned, you would get some money back, even a penny, maybe whatever it was at that time, was a good indicator or a good, I would say, a kind of a leverage for the customer to bring back the bottle to the shopper, so that it goes back into circulation. So such kind of maybe service models where we are talking about some advantage to the customer that that builds a responsibility of the consumer as well, that they have to give back the clean bottles and deposit them. So any kind of strict deposit return system, which is currently happening in the plastic industry and not so much in the glass industry, has to come in. And I also see glass as a very good alternate to the plastic. If we have to really work on the plastic waste management, it could be a wonderful replacement as well. But the replacement will not happen unless we have the buyback system or deposit return systems in place. So I think, yes, glass industry does have a lot of future and futuristic approach needs in this sector that could convert the entire sector, not only the glass one, but plastic as well, a bit circular.
Great, Ms. Shalini. So I'd like to just add in this conversation, I consider like plastic also as a great molecule or as a great product or great invention, because it gives convenience for so many things. Now it's our problem that we want this convenience even when it is not required. So okay, for a chair, it is meant for years. Okay, when you have produced or manufactured one chair, plastic chair, so it will remain in the system for next 10, 12 or 15 years. So it is not going to give any such harm to the environment or to the ecosystem. But at the same time, when we are talking about a water bottle, we can, now India is developed enough that most of the people are, even if using public transport, carrying a glass bottle is not very difficult these days. We have covers, we have so many things. Glass is inert, and whatever you consume, if it has been kept in a glass bottle, that will definitely not add anything into the contents. So, but none of us, even we glass people, will buy a packaged drinking water bottle and use it for consumption. We ourselves will not carry a glass bottle. So this is the kind of awareness means everyone should have probably in next couple of years. And we need to have a balance between glass and plastic as a usable material, because both the materials have their own advantages and disadvantages. Now it's our responsibility to choose wisely. So okay, means we are just going a little bit off track because our topic is circular economy, and again, like we have some time available. If anyone of you panelists want to, make some cross questions to other panelists, so that is also possible, because we are missing here two panelists because of their, not so good health condition, Ms. Gauri and Mr. Rahul Nene. So we are a little bit, flexible on time. So if
Ashutosh, you rightly said, using of plastic is not bad.
Yes.
Overusing of plastic is bad. So we have overused it.
Yes.
Okay, in day to day and all. I fully agree with Shalini ji that in the case of, it's not about the glass, any material which is recycled properly or which has very, very less, I cannot say zero impact on the environment, it should be promoted. Today, climate change is not a farce. In last 2 years, we have seen the floods, the earthquakes, and your glaciers are melting, you name everything. And now what is happening in some part of the world? Okay, again in China, there is no grains because the whole thing is flooded. So this environmental change is now a reality again, which is at the door. today. So I think so. Let us try to consume less. Okay, let's, as much as possible, let us try to use it. I remember in our when we were small, we used to wear like I've worn my cousin clothes when he grew tall, and he gave it to me, and I used it. I then gave it to my younger brother. What's wrong in that? Now I think we have become rich now. It looks like that. We don't want to do it. You know, in which year? In 2019, I was in Zurich. I saw it was a Sunday. I was moving around. I saw a big crowd was there, and there were shops. I thought, let me check what exactly they are selling. They were selling clothes, used clothes, second-hand clothes. It was amazing. It was shock to me. A country like Switzerland, which is one of the wealthiest countries in the world, they are selling the used clothes, and who is buying? They're all well-to-do guys. So conscious about the environment. They say, okay, I don't require today, let somebody else use it. Is that thing in the world is coming? Yes, it is coming in some part, very small part. But 40% of the population of the world is in India and China. I think they have to change. So 40%.
Yeah, exactly. So Mr. Khosla rightly said, but I would like to add here, and then I'll move to Dr. Anjan. See, still around 70% of the population is residing in villages in India. And if you see the villages or the population living there, they are more sustainable, or whatever they are doing is more sustainable compared to what we are doing in cities. They are still using, the same method, like the used clothes are being reused by the next generation or the younger siblings. So it's still happening in villages and most of the people, but to some extent in cities we feel a little. We have made it a status symbol. Even kids have made it a status symbol that we will not reuse the used clothes. So, okay, I'm moving to Dr. Anjan for the concluding remarks, because we need to close this discussion in next 5-7 minutes.
Yes, thank you again. I think a lot of what my fellow panelists said resonates very much with me. The last point that you made about villages, I'm not so sure anymore. I get to travel a lot to villages, and I think the cities are corrupting villages faster than the villages are transmitting good habits to cities, because I see plastic waste, multi-layer packaging waste accumulating in the villages. This whole point about marine plastics. So I'll give you the numbers, Khosla Saab. We have the ability to correct marine plastics today. We have the ability to convert marine plastics to reusable plastic grains or granules today. But the cost of that collection, right now, I have a ship at my disposal off the coast of Goa, but the operating cost of the ship is about 14 lakhs per day. Now, for running it for 14 lakhs every day, I will be able to collect a ton of plastics in only about a month, right? So 4.2 crores to collect a ton of plastics. I can collect the same 1 ton of plastic for just over 9,000 rupees here in Dehradun. So this is the issue, right? The issue is the economics. And until there is some kind of a tax on waste atoms, just as we're talking about a carbon tax. In Europe, the carbon price today has reached almost $100. So when there is a carbon tax on the waste atoms and the consumer pays that carbon tax for the waste they generate, that is when things will change, which brings me to the policy part. In this discussion today, I don't see any policymakers, but policymakers need to be in the dialogue because they are the ones who know what is practically possible and what is not. We are the ones who, given the boundary conditions of a policy and the operating conditions of our real ecosystems, we have to then do what is possible within those boundary conditions. Let me leave it at that. Thank you.
Great. I think we all are of the same opinion that we can do a lot. We can, make a lot of changes. But again, probably action will speak louder than the words. And hopefully, in the next edition of Recycle World or Recycling for the Greener Tomorrow next year, we will have some concrete already done by that time. And let's take a pledge to contribute as much as possible towards recycling, towards circularity, towards sustainability, as an individual, as an organization, or as a society. I would like to close the discussion of this panel here. And over to Bhavna, please.
Thank you, Mr. Joshi, for that wonderful moderation out there. Thank you to all our eminent panelists for your valued knowledge which you've shared. Definitely, the mantra is going ahead, as Mr. Joshi rightly towards the end said. So we all do take the same pledge, and thank you once again for your time.
Thank you all panelists, please. Thanks.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible day this is turning out to be, and it is now time to move forth to our keynote address. Well, what are some global best practices India can take in recycling? For this, we're joined by our speaker, Mr. Rajendra Singh, Waterman of India, Indian water conservatist and environmentalist. Well, with this, I'd now like to welcome on the stage and screen Mr. Rajendra Singh to join us. Thank you, Mr. Rajendra Singh, for your valued time. With this, the stage and screen is all yours. Thank you for joining us. Namaste.
Thank you very much.
Great to have you, sir.
Thanks to business movement, your organization really thinking about the recycling, and the recycling is not only the plastic. The recycling now needed to our all waste what we produce. So इन दिनों में हमें बहुत कुछ रिसाइकल करने की जरूरत है. रिसाइकल का मतलब है कि हम जो इस नेचर में दूषित चीजें पैदा कर रहे हैं उनको कैसे रिसाइकल करके उनका पुनर्चक्रण करके हम यूज कर सकते हैं. मैं पानी के बारे में जानता हूँ कि उससे जो पानी का है उससे क्लाइमेट चेंज, एडेप्टेशन और मिटिगेशन का काम हुआ. इसलिए मैं कुछ ज्यादा नहीं कहना चाहता, बस इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ कि हमें इस बात की जरूरत है कि हम अपने आवाज आ रही है क्या? हेलो.
Yes, Mr. Singh, we are able to hear you, but we can't see you right now. हमें आपकी आवाज आ रही है, बट आपका चेहरा नहीं दिख रहा स्क्रीन पे.
हाँ, मैं बहुत इंटीरियर में हूँ, गांव में.
No worries, Mr. Singh. आप बोलिए.
मैं बस इतना कहना चाहता हूँ कि हमें इस बात की जरूरत है कि हम अब ऐसी चीजें पैदा ना करें जिनको हम रिसाइकल नहीं कर सकते. प्लास्टिक ऐसी चीज है जिससे हमारी जमीन और जीवन सब कुछ बिगड़ रहा है. और ये जो हमारा लाइफ स्टाइल बहुत सारी चीजों के प्रति ऐसा बनता जा रहा है कि जो प्रकृति में पहले जो प्रकृति पैदा करती थी उसको प्रकृति अपने आप डाइजेस्ट भी कर लेती थी, लेकिन अब हम हमारे जीवन में उन सब चीजों को यूज कर रहे हैं जिनको हमारी नेचर अपने आप डाइजेस्ट नहीं कर सकती. तो हमें रिसाइकल करने की जरूरत है. रिसाइकल करने की बहुत तरह की तकनीक है, लेकिन खासकर रिसाइकल में भी बिगाड़ ना हो नेचर का, वो हमें देखने की जरूरत है। जब जब हम रिसाइकिल की टेक्नोलॉजी लेके आते हैं तो बहुत सारी चीजें हम इसमें भूल जाते हैं कि रिसाइकिल की टेक्नोलॉजी में एक चीज को हम रिसाइकिल कर रहे हैं पर दूसरी चीजें जो नेचर के का नुकसान कर रही हैं वो हम प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं। तो हम यदि यूं देखने की कोशिश करें कि नेचर में कुछ भी ऐसा नहीं है जो उपयोगी ना हो, सब कुछ उपयोग करने के लायक है, बट वो उपयोग हम नेचर का बिगाड़ किए बिना कैसे उपयोग कर सकते हैं, उसी को मैं रिसाइकल मानता हूं। जबकि नेचर में बिगाड़ ना हो, नेचर का बिगाड़ किए बिना हम उपयोग कर सकें या चीजों को उपयोग करने के लायक दोबारा बना सकें, वैसी तकनीक और वैसी समझ हमें इस वक्त विकसित करने की जरूरत है। यदि हम उस तरीके से अपनी तकनीक को इजाद करेंगे, उस तरह की तकनीक हम उपयोग करेंगे, तो फिर हम जो भी रिसाइकल करेंगे वो हमारे काम की होगी। बस मैं आज इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Mr. Singh, for that wonderful address from your side. Well, we agree that you're in the interiors of India, but being the waterman of India, we absolutely value whatever you said. Thank you once again. So, ladies and gentlemen, there's still some time for our panel discussion on the other side to start. So meanwhile, I'd really like to once again thank all our partners. We'd like to thank our partners for today, co-partner Ramki Enviro, our associate partner, the Shakti Plastic Industries, AGI Glasspack, our supporting partners, Climate Collective, National Solid Waste Association of India, Material Recycling Association of India. Well, with this, we'd just like to cue in AV before we move on to our panel discussion.
और एक चीज और हमें देखनी है, वो इस बीच ऐसा क्या हुआ जिस आर्टिस्ट ने इसको पेंट किया।
Well, with this, we'd really like to thank our partners. Also remember that this entire conclave is going live on www.businessworld.in and our social media handles. Please use the hashtag RFGT22 on all your social media posts. Let's get the buzz around and let's have a greener tomorrow. Well, with this, I'd like to cue in a couple more AVs before we start with our next panel discussion.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars and hosting 20+ virtual summits. 33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
So keep tweeting. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to start off with our next panel discussion on nurturing innovation in waste management, the way ahead in the Indian ecosystem. Well, for this, we're having our session chair, Dr. Sunil Pandey, Director, Environment and Waste Management Theory, joining us. We also have our eminent panelists, Mr. Pratap Raju, founding member, Climate Collective, Mr. Rahul Nainani, the co-founder and CEO of Recircle. We've got Mr. Mukul Sareen, Director, Dr. Bio High Tech International. We've got Mr. Shubham Singh, co-creator and CEO, Crosstay, joining us, and Mr. Pratyush Panda, Senior Director and Head Sustainability and CSR LTI, joining us. Well, with this, I'd like to humbly welcome all our eminent panelists on the stage and screen. And I'd now like to pass on the live baton to our session chair, Dr. Sunil Pandey, to take it forth with his panel. Over to you and welcome once again. Mr. Pandey, requesting you to unmute. Yes.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. I hope everyone can hear me all right. Yes. And thank you so much also for inviting us on this very important aspect of waste management, which is innovation in waste management. What I'll do is I'll begin with putting some of my thoughts on the subject. And of course, I mean, I'm raising some challenges, and then I'll give the platform to our very eminent speakers on providing their thoughts, and say we have around 40 minutes in the session. So maybe 7 to 9 minutes, and on the process of innovation, creating innovation and waste management. So just to give you a little opener on why we are looking at this area. Concept of waste management, if you look at the historical evolution of waste management, it has been evolving, and from the very initial beginning, the emphasis was on health concerns. And that is why in many city corporations, you initially find that they were mostly health officers who were dealing with waste management. The focus subsequently shifted also to realization that improper waste management also causes a lot of pollution, in addition to health hazard. So focus also shifted to pollution prevention. And gradually there was a realization, which is why we are expressing our concerns and issues in this panel. There was a realization that resource recovery is also possible from waste material, because what we discard has some intrinsic value, maybe not to us, a first user, but when we discard it, it has some value which can be derived from it. So the focus gradually also shifted on resource recovery. And finally, what we're seeing is in process of resource recovery and recycling, we are also looking at climate co-benefits in terms of GHG emission mitigation from waste management services, and also closing the material loop in terms of resource recovery and recycling, adopting circular economy principles, which are now being globally adopted by countries. And when you look at resource recovery and recycling, it is also estimated by global waste management companies that recycling and resource recovery has immense value in terms of recovery of resources. And it's estimated that it is possible globally to recover around 3 billion euros in terms of resource recovery from waste. So it's a serious major issue in terms of finances which are to be gained from proper resource recovery. And then there are societies, when we talk of circular economy, there are societies which have been consciously moving from linear economy, which is take resource from nature, produce and dispose at the end of life, to circular economy, keeping the material in resource recovery recycling loop as long as possible, and ensuring that minimum goes to the landfill for disposal, and thus aspiring to ensure zero waste to landfill, which is what most of the cities should now aspire. But there are challenges, and there are challenges in recycling. For example, when you recycle and make recycled products, a market for recycled products, many times there are challenges in selling those products. So what kind of environment and facilities on the policy front one should have. Conflict between waste reduction strategies and recycling, because if you recycle, then you essentially are not looking at waste reduction. And conflict between, many times in many countries, there is undue emphasis on waste to energy. So sometimes waste to energy and recycling are in conflict because they also bid for same material for processing. So with this opening remarks, I close my remarks and invite my fellow panelists to provide their views, as I said, in maybe 7 to 8 minutes, and on the issues which we have discussed so far. And what I'll do is I'll keep the same sequence which is given to me. And we'll start with Mr. Pratap Raju, founding member, Climate Collectives. So, Mr. Raju, the floor is yours.
Right, thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for this opportunity to speak to everyone here. This panel is reaching out to. I've been involved in supporting clean tech startups since 2016, although I've been a clean tech entrepreneur for about 12 years now. And I've seen something amazing. In 2016, we ran our first solar hackathon. It was very quiet days back then in terms of innovation from the startup world. Maybe there was 200, 300 startups, maybe in India at the time. Nothing much. 2017, pretty much quiet days as well. Something started happening in 2018. There's been an explosion of startups on the ground. We see some great startups here as well, of course, who will speak after me. And it's across the board. Ourselves in our programs, accelerators, we've had about 640 clean tech startups. And that's pretty scalable, but that's also reflective of what's happened in a very short amount of time. In fact, we're running 9 clean tech programs currently as we speak. And especially compared to 15 years ago, where it was really focused on new energy sources, et cetera, it's been broad-based. From 2017-18, where most of our startups were energy and EVs, 2019 onwards, it's been circular economy. And it's continuing to grow. And there's many reasons for that. One is the complexity of the term circular economy. It can hit practically every industry. There's different kinds of waste. There's impacts. So there's a lot of considerations of circular economy around even design, reuse economy, et cetera. And this is reflective of these startups on the ground as well. When you're trying to solve a problem in circular economy, you're solving a large problem. It may be one waste area, it may be one industry, but industry is large. And this is quite exciting because it gives a lot of opportunities for many entrepreneurs. One thing I have also started to see, we run an angel network called Climate Angels Network, and our own fund is coming out in April, Climate Seeds, is that the interest of investors is increasing in circular economy. Now, we may know, but maybe to share with the wider audience, the investment in clean tech startups over the last 8 years has been an astounding increase from $400 million per year in 2013 to $60 billion this past year. Over 100 times increase in a short amount of time, unexpected by almost anyone. India, of course, we haven't seen as big numbers, but it's growing fast. We did a report in September with IIIC on investing in early stage clean tech startups. It's increased as well on a 70% plus year-on-year basis as well. There is a large focus on areas like on sustainable mobility in particular. But I think when I talk to a lot of investors, the interest is increasingly also on circular economy. Now, the challenges we can touch upon later on with the rest of the audience and panel here is how to make this happen. Where do we find those? How do we aggregate demand? These are the kind of steps that would help startups immensely, as well as industry as well. So I'm going to leave it at that, just to summarize that something amazing is happening on the ground here with the entrepreneurs that we work with and other entrepreneurs on the ground. And we do hope that this is something transformative in the next few years.
Thank you for your initial thoughts, Mr. Raju. It's interesting to know that circular economy is now being mainstreamed as a business sense. And also more and more startups are looking at the issues of circular economy. Government of India also, interestingly, is linking resource efficiency, because there's a realization that manufacturing processes still have a lot of resource efficiency to achieve in terms of utilizing the raw materials better and better, so that less and less waste is produced. So from these few words, I'll move on to our next speaker of the session, Mr. Rahul Nanani, co-founder and CEO of Recircle. So Mr. Rahul, the floor is yours for next 6 to 8 minutes.
Sure. Great. Thank you, Sunilji, for having me on this panel and giving me this opportunity to interact with being a part of this great eminent panel of people that are doing great work. I tried to look up on everybody at what they are doing, and it was really interesting. Some of you all I have been following, but some of you all, the work that everybody's doing is pretty interesting. And we launched our company in 2015. The first couple of years for us was, trying to find the right space in the market. And back when we launched in 2015, it was honestly a big struggle when, firstly, waste was something that nobody wanted to talk about. May it be consumers, may it be businesses, and we were actually struggling to find a market space where we would actually, get people to understand that, managing your waste was important. But over the last 6 years that we've been in the space, we've seen the industry grow as much, because the initial years there were barely any startups. I think I reckon with Mr. Pratap as well, where 2015-16 there were barely any people in the space. There were few small companies that were doing their work, but unfortunately in the first couple of years, but the people that were there, they also died out because probably lack of business or lack of funding or lack of actually finding the space in the sector itself. But since 2018, once the policy for plastic waste management has come up in 2016, as well as the EPR obligation has come up, we've seen that the number of players in the space has grown so exponentially, and also funding coming in the sector, which is most interesting. Where 2016-17 there was actually nobody looking at this space, but now we're seeing large deals that are being cracked by major VCs, and seeing the traction that's coming in this space. Which has been very interesting, and that's the growth space that we've been seeing the entire industry grow at. And what's interesting is that what started from a waste management sector now has moved to a circular economy space, where everybody not considering this as waste, which rightly should. It is a resource at the end of it, and it's not just recycling where it is limited to, but also so much innovation in terms of refillable models, business models that have come up, which were not even thought about earlier, and now are going to become more mainstream. So a lot of innovation in the refill space, a lot of innovation that we have seen in even the recycling technology. So the bigger challenge with the low value recyclables that we see, which is polluting our areas, there's a lot of innovation in terms of figuring out what are the new technologies that can actually manage this waste, and then also replacement, because at the end of it, what we see is substitutes for plastics with bagasse and other ways that we can actually substitute that with other alternatives, which has been exponentially growing over the last 3 years. And for us, what has been interesting is that not everyone, but we've seen a lot of players actually collaborating with each other, because I believe that the space, there's not going to be one person that can actually solve the entire issue. Whereas we see that the refillable, the recyclers, and as well as the waste recovery or resource recovery enterprises working together and collaborating is where we see the bigger goal of managing our waste being solved. So along with, of course, innovation, we also see the collaborative effort that's come together, where from a space where there was absolutely no business demand, now there are actually companies coming to us and asking us for solutions. And at the same time, different organizations, different startups in the space actually coming and working together towards solving this massive waste problem that we have, not just in our country, but globally as well. So that's been our journey over the last 6 years. And I'm pretty hopeful that with the trend that this space is, the sector is going through, there's a lot more. Of course, we're at the early stage of where the innovation has just started. But definitely seeing that there will be a bigger growth trend in terms of more innovation that's going to come along. So yeah, thank you for the space, for the time. I'll stop here and let the other panelists put in their points.
Thank you. Thank you, Rahul. Very interesting remarks. And What was very interesting was that there's suddenly a movement towards looking at alternatives in plastics space when packaging is concerned. Because we had a big concern that so much of our manufacturing facilities being engaged, and especially small, medium, and micro enterprises in producing such flexible packaging materials. Would it be easy, and would markets allow for us to look at alternate packaging, which is actually global call, and whether we want or we don't want, we need to basically move in their direction. So I'm happy that startups are seriously looking at these issues and seriously looking at making business sense out of some of these alternative packaging solutions. So our next speaker is Mr. Mukul Sareen, Director, DR by High Tech International. So I'll ask Mr. Mukul Sareen to present his views on the subject, innovation in waste management.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Mukul Sareen from Dr. Bio, and thank you for adding me on to the panel today. So, very rightly said that we have to look at alternate technologies, value the alternate technologies that are coming up for plastic waste management. So, if you look at the global plastic scenario, there's almost around 380 million tons of waste that is generated, or rather the plastic that is generated. And there's only 1% of bioplastics that are being used right now in the industry or worldwide. So alternative technology has to be valued, and as organizations, and we all are looking at a very high growth trajectory in the retail space, and retail obviously equates to a lot of packaging being used. And this packaging, if it is made compostable, it will definitely lessen the load on our environment. Single-use plastic is definitely a very big menace, and the government is taking very right steps in India to curb the single-use plastic. There have already been gazettes that have been announced, and if you look at the urban waste generation in India, it's almost around 62 million tons of waste annually. And it is going to reach up to around 165 million tons by 2030. So there's a lot of load on our landfills that is going to come up in the very near future. And, believe it or not, there's around 43 million tons of municipal solid waste that is collected annually, and only 31 million is dumped in the landfill. And out of this 31 million, only 12 million is treated. So, with these figures that I am coming up with, where, I'm leading to is a thought for organizations, responsible organizations who've signed up for EPR, who have, responsibility towards the consumer and the environment, to start thinking on the use of bioplastics. So bioplastics is it's a growing industry. It's a new industry worldwide. It's at a very nascent stage. The growth rates are almost around 30% annually. And, with the compostable plastics, our government has also taken, leaps and forward stands with introducing standards like IS 17088, to validate the right product goes to the consumer and the landfill, and it composts within 6 months. And, there are other standards in the world that are coming up with Europe and US for home compostability. So, if there's a lot of plastic waste that is generated that doesn't go to landfill or is left in the environment, if it decomposes and it goes back to the food chain, and decomposes within 6 months compared to 1,000 years of normal plastic waste that takes, generally the life cycle is 1,000 years for the normal plastic to decompose versus 6 months for compostable plastic. That is definitely going to add, value for the generations to come. There are organizations who have, been committed to changing part of their, product offering or portfolio by certain percentage, and there are commitments coming up with various organizations that we work with to change from plastic or polyethylene or PP based plastics to biocompostable plastics. And if this becomes a regular norm or a commitment by brand owners, it can definitely change the future that we want our kids and ourselves to live in next few years' time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mukul, for providing your thoughts on the process, and also letting us know that journey of introducing bioplastics as a packaging material, how your company is taking it up, especially in India. Very interesting developments here. So without further ado, I'll move to my next speaker of the session, Mr. Shubham Singh, co-founder and CEO of Seedcast. So, Mr. Shubham, the floor is yours.
Yeah, hello everyone. First of all, thank you so much for having me today, and it's really good to discuss with such an esteemed panel. And really good to see Pratap, because CRAST has been a part of Climate Collective, and it's an amazing community of people, especially a lot of startups, like working together on waste management sites. Really good to see you, Pratap, finally. So talking about CRAST basically works towards crop waste management. We try to create value-added products out of crop waste for packaging, furniture, and for construction applications. So our journey dates back to 2017. I got a fellowship under Government of India. The name is Social Innovation Immersion Program. And the focus of this fellowship was on waste management and sanitation. So we spent a lot of time traveling to different parts of the country. At least almost for 6 months, we were traveling to Mumbai, Goa, Auroville, and just exploring what kind of waste management situation issues are there, not only in solid waste, but in other sectors as well, such as industrial waste, like slaughter industry, brewery industry, right? So we explored different models. We explored what different people are doing. We in fact met Sahas team, who was also there in one of these past sessions. We also saw that how some of the models, especially government-run companies, are reclaiming the landfills. So that interesting project was happening in Goa on solid waste. So the whole objective of this immersion was to identify the problems, what are the pain points, which through innovation and through technology entrepreneurs can take up. So being a chemical engineer, I decided to take up and start working on crop waste management. In my master's, I had some experience at Imperial. And for me, crop waste was not a waste, because using crop waste, we can create so many value-added chemicals as well, reducing our dependence on crude-based materials. So I was quite astonished that why farmers in India are burning the crop waste when there is so much of potential using this material. And this fellowship helped me to further understand and dig deeper into the pain points. What we got to know was that our competition is with a matchbox, which is fastest and the easiest option for the farmers to get rid of the stubble. And that's where we thought that if you have to work in this particular waste sector, we have to make it profitable. We have to incentivize the farmers, and that's the way to harness this waste and then get into the market. And just to give a number here, how big this problem is, India generates around 500 million tons of crop waste. Now, this is double the global plastic waste, right? So, but we don't see it as a problem. We see it as a very big opportunity. Some of the panelists are already talking about, compostable packaging, alternatives to single-use plastic, alternative packaging materials, and crop waste is an amazing material to start with. So in fact, when we entered into packaging, we entered it quite accidentally. There was a panel, government panel, and we were pitching our engineered boards for furniture to them. And this was back in January 2018, almost 6 months before Maharashtra government had announced the single-use plastic ban. And they said, can you do something out of packaging? And you were like, yeah, why not? We can, we were getting a government grant, so we say that, of course, we'll do with the crop waste as well for packaging application. And it turned out beautifully. Like so far, we have worked around with various companies. One of them is Anheuser-Busch. So with them, we used their own brewery waste as well as the barley waste, which with beer is made. So it's another beautiful concept of circular economy, where we take this barley waste, that company makes beer out of it, we make their packaging out of it, and after usage, it can go back to composting, right? So one of our concept is also that reduce, reuse, and recycle is not longer it's enough. Like we need to get, at some point we need to get rid of the waste in the very first place. So with these 6-pack beer boxes, after the consumer throws the beer pack, they can put it in their kitchen garden, it becomes compost for new plants to grow again, right? So these are some of the interesting projects that we have been working on with crop waste. And Rahul was also mentioning about how different companies are also coming together, collaborating on different farms. One of our early adopters, in fact, have been startups, and one of our faster products from lab to market have been with startups. In fact, I'll give you one more example of a very niche waste, which is sanitary pads. And so there's another company in our neighborhood in Pune, Pad Care. They disinfect the sanitary pads. We get it from them, and we make the certificates which are made of these discarded sanitary pads, disinfected sanitary pads for them. And now again, we are very soon, we are also scaling up this process for making certificates, and we'll be expanding to calendars and other stationery products. So for us, it has been a very beautiful way to collaborate with different stakeholders, be it the large companies like Anheuser-Busch, or startups like Padcare, working very closely with the government to take their feedback and also what government needs, right? We also know that this year government has plans to impose a national ban on single-use plastic on certain articles. So for a startup, it is a fantastic time to grab this opportunity by horns and then do something. The government this is the era, as Rahul was saying. So I think with these thoughts, I'll pass on to the next speaker.
Thank you, Shubham, for providing very exciting. Letting us know that future is certainly exciting in terms of whether it's a ban by government which is showing us the opportunities, or burning of crop residues by farmers, which is leading us to another challenge and also opportunity in terms of how this crop residue waste can be better utilized, which also becomes a source of additional revenue for the farmers. And once you ensure that, there's every reason why farmers should be with you in terms of aggregation, in terms of collection, in terms of processing, transporting and processing this waste to value-added products, and which would eventually solve a big problem which we have, especially in winter times, early winter times in metro cities, in terms of, no one in Delhi will forget the kind of pollution we have when the crops start burning. Thank you so much for putting your thoughts. Our next speaker, also very eminent person, Mr. Pratyush Panda, Senior Director and Head Sustainability and CSR from Larsen Toubro Industries. Mr. Panda, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil. Thank you so much. It's a privilege to be part of this panel headed and presided by you. Thank you so much. Before I go ahead, I'll bring some focus on why we're talking about innovations for our larger audience on waste management. There are typical study report that has gone through. It talks about, like, by 2030 or max by 35, half of the Indian population will be in cities. Imagine what kind of issues we have, and imagine when half of the population will be in cities. Second, nobody wants to stay close by waste management processing units. It has been an issue in India from north to south, from east to west. Wherever there is a dump yard or an incineration center or some waste management process going on, the people will shout, the resident will shout. Third, nobody wants to get their hand dirty on this work. Normally, people wants to avoid doing it directly, human interface and all. And then waste has no dignity in India. any waste, anybody does, bringing dignity to the waste management processes, even in a big business, is very difficult in India as on today. Second, it's as on today, not a big priority for any of the state government, municipal corporation, or government of India, or any of the process. Very difficult to help them. And we have heard about some of our panelists, how difficult it for them to get convinced and do advocacy for waste management things. And within that, I'm just referring to one of the study report of Delhi universities of last year. It talks about 7 innovations that is being compiled together at DU. And some of them we have already discussed. Let me put it from again. There are 7 different way how technology is innovating. One is waste to energy. We talk about how we can bring out waste recovery. So here is a space where Minister of Environment Forest has given some focus during the last 2 years. The new age industry, those are going to put up, say, power plant or steel plant or cement plant. They've been asked to factor in waste heat recovery system into their business. That's a silver lining as on today. I have seen this in very closely during the last 2 years. Second one is software for waste management companies. So to bring out more efficiencies and effectiveness, this is what is also required. We called it in IT language SaaS. And then robot recyclers. So I personally still have seen in Berlin 2.5 years back in a waste recovery site how hospital waste are being processed by robot recyclers. So what community says and no direct impact on their personal health and all, this can be done there. Then comes Internet of Things, IoT. We talk a lot about this. Is a bit costly affair, but an area which need to be done to bring out better efficiency in the entire end-to-end supply chain system. And then waste to raw material, followed with self-driven, lorries, trucks. These are also coming out. There are a lot of places in India where the hospital waste are yet to be treated. Nobody knows. No municipality has answer how to use this hospital waste, because if they want to minimize human interface, and nobody, the moment I have seen personally in cement plants where co-processing is being done, the moment laborers knows that this is coming from XYZ hospital waste, that day for sure it will be a strike. They will not touch. Seriously, sir, they will not touch. And then robotic trash cans are also being utilized today. So among that, I was talking about more on Internet things, on which my own company L&T has also started partnering with a couple of incubation centers, including IIT Madras, and trying to bring out some solutions on those lines. These are the area where the startup, which cannot expect our startup organizations or MSC sector to put up their muscles there. Rather, the bigger and large companies should come out and put it at, because they also have the 2% of CSR obligation. And CSR Act also says you can always put some money on incubation centers. I've seen Dr. Sunil, your campus, such a awesome work, innovations are going on. I believe some big corporates should come out and put their money on Internet of Things, IoT, and also on the SaaS part. These are two things. If they start doing something, lot can be done, lot can be achieved, and then automatically these products can be used by the new startups. Like we have seen a couple of startups coming out and working on this line, can easily work on this line. So this is what I thought I'll update the house about 7 innovation that is going on globally as on today with respect to waste management. Thank you, and over to you, Dr.
Thank you so much, Mr. Panda, for summarizing kind of innovations which are happening around the waste sector. So now, since we have some time, and I'm sure you'll be willing to provide, all the speakers willing to provide some thoughts on some of the key issues which have emerged out of discussions which we had. The first question, which you all will know that in 2016, we had so many rules notified on waste management, 6 of them. And then we have certain others which are related to waste management, say, for example, lead acid battery or other kind of hazardous chemicals and all that. So, and we have seen that merely notifying the rules don't help. So surprisingly, I mean, like many other countries, unlike many other countries, if you see India reports 60% of recycling of recyclables which are generated. The recent report of Blast India last year actually says that it's around 70% which is being recycled, and which is without regulation. There's no regulation on recycling in the country, unlike Japan or some other country. So it's only for the economic value derived from material which is leading so much recycling happening. So my question to all the panelists is, we have also talked about a circular economy. So on the similar lines, would you like a regulatory framework for circular economy to be made in the country, or you would like market forces to guide the circular economy evolution in the country? So in the same sequence, maybe I can start with Mr. Pratap and then move on to others for providing your thoughts on the.
Right. Thank you. In fact, we've been studying this topic in particular as we're putting a circular economy plan for an ecosystem for Goa. We just recently set up a new hub here in Goa. The challenge with policy is I used to be a renewable energy developer from 2009. And we've had these amazing policies on RECs, renewable energy certificates, and RPOs back then that never moved the market as much as the actual market forces. That doesn't mean that it can't. Maybe that's an example of an industry and maybe it can work in circular economy. One of our theory of change, or at least the strategy behind our theory of change, is that if we can connect innovation to industry, our view is that for many industries, they do want to pilot new solutions. Now, maybe policy can support this, maybe even consumer awareness can support this, but in many specific sectors, the availability of options is the key here. And that's a hard challenge for many startups. Now, you'll see in a lot of, Mr. Panna may even have more experience here, know that oftentimes across industry, you have really small teams that are looking at innovation. Sometimes it's a second job, as part of R&D and innovation to look at startups. No one has, very few have a good open innovation separate team yet. It's coming because we see the changes happening as the interest in startups. So if we can build bridges between startups to industry in those areas where industries already looking. I'll give an example outside of waste because it's pretty cool. Is we have this thing called science-based targets. Many leading corporates have expressed interest in this, is what I've understood through some research work, some nonprofits. One of the key challenges for many corporates to sign up is the lack of options. They don't want to fail at it, but they are aligned with it. And I think the same is true in many aspects of circular economy as well, is when corporates actually come to us and ask us for solutions. It's not an easy challenge, partially because of size of teams, partially because sometimes there is a search cost involved. And maybe I'll just give one other example again from circular economy, but in discoms. Discoms, people, there are many energy startups in India who could work with discoms. It's hard to approach. Discoms are not structured as well. We started running a program 2 years ago called Electron Vibe to connect energy startups to discoms, which would seem like a big gap. But very quickly, we got pilots last year, pilots this year that originated from this, and we're seeing demand across discoms for the same. I think these bridges are really important, and maybe not to discount the importance of policy, of course, and what it could do, but I think they can either be independent or at least for those who are in the startup world, this is where we see a lot of potential to support startups.
Thank you so much. Very important initiative. Mr. Rahul, your views on mainstreaming circular economy?
So I think one of the challenges that we face is that, yes, the data points from a lot of sources say that we're recycling 60% and 70% of plastic that we generate. Now, we are working across 35 cities in India, collecting 1,200 kgs of plastic every day, every hour. And I have had the chance to go visit a lot of these cities and visit a lot of these landfills. And honestly, that 60 to 70% number might be realistic for your PET bottles, or maybe your high value plastic does get collected. But when you look at your packaging, your flexible packaging, I honestly don't buy that number that 60% of it is something that we are recovering. And the problem is not with the data, but the issue is that there is no reliable data for waste management to start with. So the sources of data that we collect is completely, I mean, I don't know where is that coming in from. Not to blame anyone in terms of where it's coming from, but the idea is that policymakers are relying on data sets which are actually not accurate at all, without having to go on ground and see what actually is happening, because most of this material is still lying in landfills, and without that value gap funding, I don't think that there is any way that it's going to get collected. The second issue that I see is that there's lots of innovation in technology that's getting developed in the Western world, but in our Indian context, I don't see that we can just simply copy paste what's happening in the West and put them into India and expect that to work. Because when you look at waste is related to people in India. It's not managed through robots. It's not managed through infrastructure. It's actually people that actually scavenge through your waste, right from the sweeper at your door to the municipal collector at your who collects your waste. And that component where waste is associated with people is completely not looked at when you're looking at circular economy or when the policy changes are coming into place. The way that I see that actually big change can happen, I buy that a lot of pilots from a large organization that Mr. Pratap was saying that bigger organizations are actually looking at piloting smaller solutions. But we have passed that point of how do we move from a pilot to actually making it a bigger, large scale, or like a big mainstream solution to it. And for that, we need the large companies. I see that, yes, a lot of the small startups are making small changes in terms of product design, packaging, but only if there is change that will happen is we need the big MNCs of the world, the global MNCs, to actually take up this, circular economy as a part of their agenda. And policy could play a catalyst, but the way that I see it is that it needs to make economic sense. Now, circular economy in terms of making sure that resources stay in the ecosystem, for the smaller players to do it, it's only going to become economically viable if the large corporates are actually adopting it and making sure that the volumes start coming in from there. Because at the end of it, waste is a matter of volumes, and if you're doing 100 kgs, 500 kgs, they're not actually making that large an impact. Yes, it's a good start, it's a good pilot stage to get at, but to make it sensible for large corporates to come up, it needs to be a long-term thought process where they're investing into assets to ensure that they're looking at redesigning to start with from the scratch in terms of what they're doing, and then looking at investing into recovery and recycling and alternatives wherever possible. And that is where I see that if you look at a long-term 10 to 15-year agenda, 20-year agenda, that's when you'll see that it's more economically viable, and that's what push is going to come. Because if you just look at the bottom line, most businesses, yes, want to get sustainable, but at the end of it, they also want to make sure it's not affecting their bottom line. And that's the truth of the system. So if only if they're looking at it as a large long-term solution, I see that circular economy can come up, and it needs to be the big players to make the big change as compared to the smaller guys. Policy, yes, can come just as a catalyst, but it has to make economic sense for the businesses to do so. And they have to start investing into this to see it as not as a 1 year, 2 year policy plug, but actually looking at it as a 20-year, 25-year play. Because consumers, most definitely, we are seeing this on a day-to-day basis where consumers are demanding businesses to get sustainable, and sooner than later, they're going to start picking the choices that are more sustainable as compared to the non-sustainable solutions, or businesses that are actually just taking up that effort in terms of sustainability. So that's my view. I'll pass the mic to the other speaker.
Certainly very interesting. And the corporate sector has a large role to play, and very soon, I'm sure all of you are also following deliberations at COP year-on-year basis, and corporates are gearing up for hopefully looking at zero net carbon emission, and also water positive. And now they're not talking of water neutral, they're talking of water positive, energy positive. And so they're certainly surely trying to go beyond and align their commitments into what would be government in the different countries would be committing to addressing climate change issues. Mr. Mukul?
Yeah, so, good thoughts, Rahul, I must say. I would like to add on, about the ownership by the industry. So we've kind of been talking to a lot of industry leaders and companies who've signed up with EPR to adopt bioplastics into their packaging, be it flexibles or rigids. But yes, there is one common thing that everybody's been saying is that we don't want to add costs. So there are 94% of the people who want to get into a sustainable packaging, for their for their products that they are selling, but they don't want to add costs. So one of the things that came up in my mind was that if the CSRs, so the companies who have CSR budgets, so if the CSR or the body who regulates the CSR in India, they allow the incremental cost of packaging to be burdened by the CSR budget, if the government allows that, that could probably help them, give them some initiative to use bioplastics into their packaging streams. So, there's no such provision right now in CSR as we speak. And, although there are a lot of companies who've signed up with us as an alternate technology, they've not made 100% shift, but maybe like 10, 20, 30% shift with certain organizations we work with. More to speak, they are also trying to learn the product, and learn its application compatibility. And to be frank, for the last few years that we've been working in this, the very good thing that has happened is that we've kind of established that it works in the best possible compatible way with liquors, with cosmetics, with food. And, bioplastics are as good and safe for use compared to the, normal old conventional plastics. And there is surely a very good way to engage, the top organizations who are the bulk of users of packaging, whether it is industrial or retail or, if they sign up and they commit to a pledge to, be a more active part other than the EPR activities they are doing. So one of the things that Government of India has done is they've taken off the bioplastics from the EPR in the Gazette, as you might be aware. And, if they take up this as a percentage of their total consumption, this could help in the compostable plastic industry and establishing it as an alternate way going forward.
Sure. Thank you, Mukul, for putting your views and also hard selling bioplastics as a packaging material. It's certainly a very interesting application, and I'm sure the industry would look at very seriously the options which are offered and advantages which are offered in a packaging which will degrade once it's let out in the environment.
Yeah, just to add on this, as Dr. Bio, as Dr. Bio, we are also making biopolymers, which can be used by various organizations who've been into conventional plastic manufacturing, and they can utilize the polymers in their local industry.
Sure.
In various applications.
So, Shubham, your views on mainstreaming circular economy?
Yeah. So I think first of all, carrying from the point that Mukul was just mentioning about the CSR, and definitely it can play a very tremendous role in bridging that gap of especially the price point when it comes to that, right? Because especially startups, when they are starting, we don't have the volumes, right? With an industry partner, definitely it's a good opportunity. It's a good way to scale up things, test the market, right? But still there is a gap when it comes to the price point. And CSR can certainly play a role over there. Another thing about CSR is that, talking about the policy side, because the companies, the startups, need to be a non-profit in order to take CSR. For profit, it is very difficult, right? So keeping innovation in mind, keeping technology in mind, I think that's an area, which needs to be addressed so that directly the CSR funds can be utilized. And there are different models where it could be mutually beneficial for the startup and the enterprise. Say, for example, I was talking about Anheuser-Busch, right? So if they have been able to utilize their CSR money, right, whatever they are utilizing goes back to them, right, in a way, because they are the ones who are getting the product at the end of the day. So, looking into the synergy of such partnerships, I think that's one way to scale up the circular model concept. As a company, one of our model, in fact, to take it to scale is to set up these decentralized facility and also license and franchise this technology. And I also believe that startups should also be very open on exploring the franchise model or the license model, because that's one of the best way to scale up, not only in the Indian geography, but also outside India. That's another way. The third thing about policy and regulation that I would want to touch upon is, especially from the government's end, since startups are coming up with new materials, innovative materials as an alternative, there could be some tax subsidies that can be put into place. I was in fact in July, I was a part of a furniture cluster, which was in fact chaired by one of the ministers, MSME minister. And when we were going through, for the materials that can be used in the furniture cluster, there was no non-wood. It was wood, metal, plastic, steel. And then we realized that, okay, we have an alternative material, but it is not even a part of the government policy for that cluster, right? So that was another gap that we noticed. And since these materials, like talking about crop waste, we don't need to cut trees. It's not plastic, it is compostable, right? So such innovative materials can have a component of subsidy from the government, right? Maybe 12% GST or lower as compared to 18% GST, which can be beneficial when such products are brought to the market, so that the end consumer will be like, okay, isme GST kam hai, so that there's an advantage to the end customer.
Yeah. Sure. Thank you so much. Key message here is once we come out with viable alternative material with proven life cost impact, lesser impact, agencies like BIS should pick up that material and produce, come out with standards which can promote sale of such materials, and so that they become approved material for government or other vendors to basically prescribe to that. Mr. Panda, your views?
Yeah. I was thinking very deep while listening to Mr. Suba, Mr. Rahul. I'll start it from where Mr. Pratap has left it about science-based target initiative, the net zero. Subham and Rahul, for you, these are the same MNC who does best of the work. Say the co-companies in Europe, they have details of each bottle produced, and then they provide dynamic data to their own government in Europe, but they don't do in India. And India CSR is there, but in Europe there is no mandatory CSR yet there. What does it mean? It very clearly says that there is a space in India with respect to our regulatory system, number one. Number two, today we don't, like SBTi and all, the same companies, MNCs are doing it in a big way in Europe and US, but they are not doing it in a big way in India with their subsidiaries. If they sign net zero there, they'll take short-term targets in India. This is how people are playing. So precisely what I'm suggesting, maybe Dr. Sandeep, maybe one government policy has to be very robust and very clear, in one way, with respect to circular economy, SBTi, even EPR and all those things. And in second hand, the government must also provide some kind of initial taxes and subsidiaries policies, so that company not depend on CSR or any other playway process, so that for initial certain area, certain time, till the market gains up, they are ready with their higher cost of production, which will take care, maybe may come after 2 years or 2.5 years or 3 years. So that part can be taken care of. Number two, I'll suggest maybe all our incubation centers, including yours and all big organizations, must reach out to bigger corporate with respect to new innovation in the sectors.
Yes.
So that every time a startup comes out and do not reinvent the wheel again and again and again, so that they can save this cost and straight away go on to a replication mode. Third one is, can it be a part of our school curriculum in the high school age, so that the student, those are coming out after 10, has a sustained behavior in their life to lead a low carbon lifestyles.
Sure.
I remember 2010-11, Oracle supported CEE I was also part of that. We started this low carbon lifestyle movement with students in Delhi. We reached out to almost 2,000 households. And students have motivated their parents to reduce their usage of everything at home appliances. And it has reflected, the impact came on their electricity bill those days. So this is what three-way I'll suggest.
Sure.
Thank you and back.
Thank you, Mr. Panda. I believe that this was a UNDPC initiative.
Yes, absolutely.
On which they also produced some booklets on
absolutely, sir.
Adopting low carbon lifestyles. Important, very important, because I mean, it's time that we also need to look at not only our school curriculums but also our university and college curriculums, many of which are in need of urgent revising, and also incorporating aspects which make students much smarter and much empowered to take such decisions. The two things, I'm sure, if organizers give us some time, though we are through our quota of time, I believe. But originally we had 10 more minutes to our session. So if organizers give us time, to the two major issues which I'm emerging out of discussion with you all. One is EPR, and when we look at EPR policy framework, to me, it seems more like that we have resigned to the fate, the aspect that waste would be generated and how best it is collected. There should be system design for that. However, when we read about EPR and EPR development in other countries, it says that EPR is not only about waste generation and collection, but also about concepts like design for environment, design for recycling, design changes in packaging, which makes it easier for collection and recycling. And second issue, which was probably Rahul indicated on the uncertainty regarding data. So we also require a very robust waste tracking system on any waste stream, because most of it is actually guesstimates based on some numbers, based on some factors that we arrive at national database. So now I'll open it to any one of you basically to provide your thoughts on these aspects. But again, if Mr. Pratap wants, we can start, Mr. Pratap.
I don't think I can add as much as the rest of this panel here, but I can add only one thing that may be of use, especially for startups. One of the key things, especially about EPR, is its implementation. When we do work with investors, and whenever you talk about a government policy, we don't have a great track record to really give confidence to investors. So anything with EPR that's less ambitious and doable is much better in practice, especially from the investor side. It may not be what we want, but it is something when investors are asking, well, what if, how strong, what is the teeth behind any future policy like this? And it is an open question, and I know that when startups speak to investors about policy, it's a difficult difficult conversation. I used to be a solar developer and pushing these PPAs to investors about how sturdy they are. But I used to cover the risks of PPAs with discoms 20 years ago as an analyst myself. So it is a game, it's a balancing act. We can't have everything perfect, but what has small teeth would really help, at least the investment side or the fundraising side for startups when it comes to EPR. Yeah.
So as I understand, what you're hinting at is EPR or any policy implementation probably is more important than the design of the program. So we should design a program in a manner that it's easy to implement. Rahul, your views?
Yeah, so we've been actually actively working in the space of EPR, tracking the policy since 2016. Since the first draft actually came out and then got implemented in 2018. And we've been seeing the evolution of the policy every 6 months, 9 months. And of course, in the initial few drafts that came out, there was a lot of ambiguity in terms of what exactly is expected out of the people to do. But the way that I see it is definitely moving towards the right direction. I mean, the latest draft that has come out in 2020, November or December, has not just kept the component of recovering the amount of plastic, but also putting application of using recycled component in their packaging, setting up targets from 2024 onwards. So it's certainly moving in the right direction. We are working with large FMCGs like Unilever, Marico, Coca-Cola, Starbucks on their implementation. So yes, there is definitely action that's taking place. Combined with the global commitments that these large organizations have made, the EPR policy actually acted as a catalyst to get things moving in our country as compared to doing it somewhere else, as they also have this compliance that need to be done. It's not still foolproof. There's still a lot of ambiguity. There's a lot of there's less room for innovation. I would say it's still more driven by municipalities, where municipalities are actually not managing that much waste. What about the recyclable component? So I still see there's a long way in terms of the policy to get streamlined. And the way that I'm seeing it is that CSR took about 10 years to get fully, the CSR policy took about 10 years to get fully concretized, where it's now become a way where it's still a lot more clearer as compared to the first draft that came in. EPR policies come in 2016 and 2022. So I see it another 4 years. Probably before it actually starts, becoming more foolproof in terms of, the draft itself, in terms of what is expected, and also more organizations starting to implement this. Yes, the large players have already started their work, but we need more of the smaller and the mid-sized players also to come, and clarity from the government. So definitely, I think circular economy push from the EPR policy is going to happen, but it's just a catalyst. But the big brands should not just think of it as a checklist, as just meeting the compliance and just doing the bare minimum, but actually looking at taking a step forward in terms of thinking what's next. So, yeah, that's my part.
Very important key message which I take from here is basically EPR. Through EPR, one should look at joint implementation model, where companies, brand owners, or producers, manufacturers, through their PROs, work very creatively with the urban local bodies. And you already have told us that urban local bodies are struggling to provide some of these very basic services, largely because of either lack of technical resources or financial resources. So a very important issue. Mr. Mukul?
So I believe there's a lot of work that still needs to be done in EPR. Although we were one of the lead economies in the world to start the EPR back in 2016, and the European Union and America still, at the time, did not have a framework as good as us back in the day. But, it has not fast-tracked so fast. I think, for instance, we have only 450 or 500 odd companies registered in EPR, and that's a minuscule number. So there should be more enrollment in the EPR. There should be more enforcement of it should not be considered as a burden, but it should be an opportunity for the organizations to show their responsibility. It should be a responsible statement rather than a burden statement,
yes.
And it should be pitched and marketed in a way by the government. So it should not become a burden statement, but a responsible statement. And the organization should also sign up more and more. The 500 number is not a really good number for a country like us that is disposing so much of plastic waste, and it is going to go triple by 2030. Moreover, there are a lot of different areas which are not covered in EPR. For instance, laminated papers. So laminated papers, there's a problem with recycling of laminated papers. European Union has already introduced, certain laws where recycling of laminated papers is a challenge, and anything with a code number 7, which is multi-materials lamination, like BOPP with polyethylene and PET with polyethylene, etc. It raises a red alarm. So, there are frameworks that need to be, revisited more and more. Basically, we probably may have to refer back to what the other countries are doing. And also, not only involve associations of the industry or brand owners, but also alternate industries as well, and which I'm sure government is doing, but probably it needs to be relooked upon it.
Sure. Very important. Thank you so much. Mr. Shubham, very quickly.
Yeah, so I'm not much aware about like what EPR regulations are there, especially for the compostable materials, which just goes back to the earth, and there's no liability for the manufacturers to get it back. But I do wonder about what happens, especially with other kinds of waste, especially what Pratap was mentioning about implementation. I think that's a very big challenge. Because from the consumer's endpoint also, if they're not segregating the waste, if that is not happening in between. Right, and I don't know how it will work. It's just going to be a nightmare for the manufacturers to take that responsibility. So there has to be some kind of mechanism to for this to work. I also read about one of these startup. I think it was Recycle, who is giving it as a service. So that could be also a very good opportunity for the startups to intervene in the implementation part and then like earn something out of that.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Shubham. Mr. Panda. Mr. Panda.
Yes, maybe 3-4 things I can talk about here. On EPR, one of the major challenges is 90% of our waste is managed by informal sector.
Yes.
Even 10%, but the biggest challenge. Second biggest challenge, if you look at entire life cycle approach, the infrastructure is not at all adequate. You take the best examples of Delhi, Bombay, forget about rest. These are two major things. Third is, there is no lack of, there is 100% lack of enforcement by the state authorities.
Sure.
And these are the three things, probably, are the major challenges for which EPR is not showing its result in it.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you so much. And that is why probably a joint responsibility model, which will be also very unique to India, and also kind of example for other countries to look at, where the local governance is a little weak in terms of implementation, would be very important aspect. So with this, I'll thank you all, very eminent panelists, to provide your thought process. I thoroughly enjoyed the discussions and deliberations. I don't see any question or remarks in chat box or question box, so probably I'd like to hand it over back to organizers from Business World. So Bhavna, back to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pandey, for moderating it so wonderfully, and thank you to all our eminent panelists for joining us and giving us your time today.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Thank you very much, bye-bye.
Thank you, bye-bye.
So ladies and gentlemen, what an excellent discussion this has turned out to be. Whilst we get ready with our upcoming session, we just request you to keep hashtagging, while on the other side we'll be joined shortly by our speaker. So till then, could we have a couple of AVs while we get ready for our upcoming session?
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars, and hosting 20+ virtual summits. 33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020.
So ladies and gentlemen, with this it is time now to call upon our next speaker. Well, it's a special address on material recycling in India, the road to Atmanirbhar Bharat. And for this, we're joined by Mr. Amar Singh, Secretary General, MRAI, to join us. Thank you so much, Mr. Singh, for your valuable time with this. I now request you to join us on the stage and screen. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very well. Thank you so much. Hope the webinar is going very well. And good evening, everyone. Namaskar. MRAI, I have a presentation to show, so I'll just run that presentation as well. Give me a second.
Sure, Mr. Singh.
Yeah.
I'll just be around till the time you can present, so I can confirm if you can see it on the screen.
Yeah, just a second. Is it visible now?
Yes, we're able to. Over to you.
Yes. So before starting the presentation, I will just give a brief background of MRAI, what MRAI is. Many of the listeners who have joined us in this webinar and participants are very well aware about MRAI. MRAI is the National Association for Recyclers, representing ferrous metals, non-ferrous metals, plastic, paper, tire, e-waste. We have more than 1,200 members worldwide. And if I say worldwide, yes, we have members from US, UK, Canada, Japan, China, and many other parts of the world. In India, we are represented by more than 20,000 small, medium, and large enterprises. And all those enterprises are directly and indirectly employing more than 25 lakh people. The biggest and the best part of MRAI is what we do a lots of licensing with Government of India. So the topic of today's presentation, the Atmanirbhar Bharat, is what MRAI is doing with the government from last 8-10 years. Is just, I can say, MRAI works along with Ministry of Steel, Ministry of Mines, Ministry of Environment, Forest, Ministry of Commerce, DGFT, and like many more ministries and departments we are dealing with on day-to-day basis, like customs and all, to make policies which are like in favor of recycling industry. Whatever problems our recycling member face in day-to-day business or in policy related issues, we take it up with the government. MRAI also works very closely with various international associations like ISRI, BMR, CMRA, these are international associations. Apart from this, MRI also work with FICCI, CII, SOCAM in India, and many other regional associations which are into recycling, like Bombay Metal Exchange, Bombay Non-Ferrous Metal Exchange, Ahmedabad Non-Ferrous Metal Exchange, many plastic e-waste associations as well. Going ahead, as you all are aware that what recycling do and how we human beings are utilizing the resources in so much of amount that it is causing a lot of harm to our nature earth. Many people are trying to protect it, and but somehow negative effects are there on the earth, Mother Earth. What is happening is MREI is working with this government from last 10 years, yes. And in this 10 years, I can say the government is very receptive towards the policy. Whatever policy we take to the government, whether it is related to plastics, paper, ferrous, non-ferrous waste, the government is trying to promote circularity, trying to promote recycling, trying to do justice for what they want in India. Just for your information, I'll just make you all aware that in India, the availability of resources, if I talk about resources, is scrap. Here I'm talking about scrap. The availability of scrap in India is very less, because as you all are aware, in our households as well, if anything is discarded, we try and keep it in our stores. This tendency of ours has made things little unavailable. Also, the quality of scrap which we get in India is not of the best qualities. That is why, if I say our dependency on imports is too much for non-ferrous metals, as well as a very little for ferrous metals, and yes, for paper, plastic, we are too much dependent. So how government is working to make how government is helping to make all this material available? For this, government has taken various beautiful steps in framing policies. Niti Aayog, if I talk about, Niti Aayog is working with MREI, with various ministries from last 4 to 5 years. They have been trying to implement resource efficiency policies. They have been trying to implement national material recycling policy. Now they are working on circular economy policy. Apart from that, there are various ministries like Ministry of Road Transport and Highway. The biggest imports in our country is, if I say as on date, in scrap, is of plastic scrap as well as of metal scrap. With end-of-life vehicle policy, the main objective of the government is to reduce those imports. And even at MREI, we support this thing. We try, we are working very closely with government. We are providing maximum suggestions, maximum support to the government, so that the imports in India reduces, and availability of good quality of scrap is there in the country, so that people can do more and more recycling, do more and more circular economy thing. Apart from this, government has come up with various EPR policies. Like government has come up with EPR in plastic waste, e-waste. Now, very recently, some document has come on EPR on tire waste as well, but I think that document is in public for their comments. What all this is, all this is that how more and more waste can come back to the main channel, and it can get converted into a good product. This is what government has really looked upon. Also, our Honorable Prime Minister in the Glasgow Convention has considered to reduce the carbon emissions to zero, only and only way is through circular economy. This can only be achieved through circular economy. BIS is working very closely with government and with recycling fraternity that minimum recycling content should be promoted, so that more and more products which are being made out have maximum recyclable content, so that it can again and again recycle. This all is being done by our government. Apart from this, government is also promoting circular economy, using redistribution, remanufacturing strategies as a preferred approach in the circular economy. Government is playing a very important role in pursuing sustainability and also making new products. It is also good that we reuse all our products and promote and more recycling. As you all are aware that the recycling provides various environmental benefits. It saves or conserves your natural resources, saves energy, builds strong economy. The biggest contributor to to the employment as on date, I'll say, is the recycling industry, because we provide job to all those kabadiwalas. We provide jobs to all those people who are blue collar job holders, the weaker section. The maximum number of people whom we provide job is through recycling. Government is working very closely, as I think I have covered all these things, that government has come up with end of life vehicle policy. The Ministry of Mines has come up with National Material Recycling Framework. Ministry of Steel has come up with steel scrap policy. See, the biggest thing is people will ask why so many policies and nothing has been implemented. It takes some time to get policies implemented. Policies are not meant for like 2 years or 5 years. Here, whatever the policies have been made by the government is a vision of 20 years. Let us wait for another 4 or 5 years and see what all these policies are going to provide India and how India will become Atmanirbhar. I think I have covered all these things. Thank you so much. And with this, government with recycling, I feel that government is doing a lot, but there are many challenges in the recycling industry, which I will just touch upon. The recycling industry, like ferrous industry, is being ferrous and non-ferrous, like metals recycling industry, is being triggered by customs duty. Always there is a custom duty. Nowhere in the world the custom duty is there on import of ferrous and non-ferrous metals. GST is on the higher side on these scraps. Government, MRI has represented a lot with the Government of India, Ministry of Finance, to reduce this GST. Apart from this, the availability of raw material is too low. We are working with government on various policy fronts. Let us see, maybe within 1 year or within 2 to 5 years, the availability will increase. Just for information, the availability of ferrous scrap is around 90%, which is very nice. And this has happened in last 5 to 6 years. But the availability of non-ferrous scrap is around 30-35%, which needs to improve a lot. And for that, our per capita consumption of non-ferrous metals needs to improve. Slowly and steadily, we are moving towards Atmanirbhar Bharat, and let's see how government supports and comes up with different policies for supporting us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singh, for that wonderful address. We really value your time. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next panel discussion, I'd like to cue in an AAV of our partner Ramkey. Could we have that now?
मॉडरेट करना भाई, इसको कर रहा हूँ मैं दोनों कॉन्फ्रेंस भेज रहा हूँ।
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, firstly, I'd like to thank all our partners, and it is now time, sharp on the clock, to move on to our next panel discussion, which is on government, regulatory, and policies to promote recycling waste management across the industry. Well, for this, we have our session chair, Mr. Sudhir Mishra, founder and managing partner, Trust Legal. We are joined by our panelists, Ms. Nikita N. Jain, founder, Vardhaman Auto Recycling, Mr. Naresh Kumar Jain, founder and chairperson, Vardhaman Namo Recycling Group, Ms. Gayatri Chauhan, founder, GAIA, the Earth Foundation, and Dr. Praveen Agarwal, CEO at the Action Alliance for Recycling Beverage Cartons. Well, with this, I'd like to humbly invite on the stage and screen all our eminent panelists. Thank you for your time. And with this, the stage and screen is all yours. Thank you, Mr. Mishra, for joining us, being the session chair. How are you doing today?
Very good. Thank you. I'm just very happy to be part of this and working for 20 years in the field of environmental issues. For me, it's a pleasure to be back here. And I welcome everybody who is working for reducing the carbon footprints. All this work is actually going to help India in becoming a very responsible country so far as sustainable development footprints are concerned. So many thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you, and over to you.
Okay, great. So I have a great panel, and I can see that we have some of the industry leaders who understand that what recycling is and who have a proven track record with regard to taking the responsibility, how we can get rid of this huge menace of waste management. I'll start before saying that. Let me tell you that in last 5 years, my firm Trust Legal, which is perhaps the only environmental law firm, has been getting all the awards and recognitions. Even the law firms approach us for tricky environmental law advisory. I have never seen a momentum on two things in India. First is the kind of work which we have done on the non-fossil energy with regard to wind and solar and hydro. We have met all the targets ahead of what we committed in Paris. And we met them not in 2030, we met them in 2021. That's a story to be told. But the bigger story which is emerging, and my panel will be a testimony to that, is that how we are handling our waste and how recycling is something becoming a revolution. 2019, we had a terrific opportunity to get into the next generation waste management and also the packaging part of it. So just before the pandemic hit, I was in a plastic conference in Bologna in Italy in February 2020, just before actually the pandemic came. And I was representing there on behalf of many packaging companies who had thought that I should be speaking about what are the hurdles India is facing and how the legislations are being used or sometimes misused. And there was a conscious attempt on our part to tell that plastic, especially, we were almost at the verge of banning single-use plastic nationally by 2019, October, November. Unfortunately, failed that momentum. With the pandemic coming, the use of plastic became, I think, manifold. It increased and we had no choice. It became part of our life and circus. But when I see that once the pandemic will be over, there is no denying the fact that we'll be back in being responsible packagers, being responsible recyclers. There'll be industry revolution which will happen, and companies like the kind of panel which we have, Vardhaman, will really decide that how the role of the Pollution Control Board and Central Pollution Control Board will not remain on policing. It will become more of facilitator. So with this background, I will first like to bring Naresh ji, who is one of the industry veterans, who is the chairman of Vardhaman Namo Recycling Group. And I want your initial thoughts that where is India today so far as the promotion of recycling is concerned and our waste management is concerned? Where are we in 2022? You are mute, sir. हाँ, आप mute हैं. हाँ, ठीक है.
First, I will thank you to make me a part of this great occasion. Industry, actually, nowadays I'm looking the environmental policing or the environmental pollution department. People are not really helping the people to protect the environment. They just try to create the hurdle in the industry. Instead of supporting, instead of guiding them, how you can reduce the waste, how you can manage your waste from the industry. And more, this is the reason actually government is also not getting the correct data. Definitely industry, a lot of pollution, lot of garbage is coming out from the industry. And we have the home waste management, but we don't have any waste management for the industry. Whatever the waste come out from the industry, there is no planning. People are doing hanky-panky because you don't have the permission to incinerate that. Because if the government permit to incinerate, at least we can reduce from pollution 100 to 5%. We can save 95% pollution of the industry. But in absence of that, you are forced to give that waste to someone else who is burning in the open by the other means, by using the other means and facilitating so many peoples. Until unless we can organize this sector, we cannot do anything. Single-use plastic is a big threat. Industry waste is a big threat. And we need to understand we are breathing in the same air. There is no different air for the industry, for the common man, or for the environment people. The government make the policy, but how the people implement that is totally different.
Yeah, I would like to add to that. When we say the government is not getting proper data, that is inclusive that whatever is generated domestically, industrial data is still there. I mean, we still reach around 90% of the industrial data, but domestically, what is procured and how it is procured is very important. So I think in the developed country, the difference between developed and underdeveloped countries is their waste collection mechanisms are in place. So for us, everything has to be in place. Like, for example, pollution control boards expect us to be exactly on point and to follow global recycling standard that we are ready to do. As industry representatives, that we can say that we are ready to do everything, but there has to be suggestive measures. If you tell me that I have to create a mechanism for the whole country, as a single industry, it's not possible for me. Yes. So you create collection mechanisms for me, and I'm ready to recycle on the global standards. It saves me cost and it is beneficial for the industry as well.
Yeah, Nikita, very well said. I'll come back to you for a more deeper comment on this. Sure. But you supplemented it very well. See, what is happening is when we appear in National Green Tribunal or different high courts, whenever waste-related matters used to come, I will tell you that I was appearing for Amritsar Waste Management Company, which is one of the companies of a Bombay-based SL Group, Z basically. And whenever we were representing, we always realized that, you know, the support which we need from the municipal corporations and the municipalities is the critical factor. And the backward integration of the Resident Welfare Association, then the municipal corporations. And unfortunately, what you have achieved on the forest, we have a very good news on forest cover increase in this country. But when it comes to waste and waste disposal, whether it's our particular hygiene, individual houses, RWAs, or the municipalities, that is the place where a discipline has to come. The moment that discipline will come, some digital landscape has to be created, which you rightly pointed out. That digital landscape will allow us to create more eventful recycling and more purposeful recycling, more purposeful waste creation. Like even all our power plants, which were dependent on waste, they have largely been unsuccessful because there are a lot of other aspects which go into that, and the machines are not ready to take that. So there are problems there, but digitization would be one key factor. One of the ideas is to create an advocacy and campaign around it. I'm happy to be part of it. We can take it up to the petitions or something. We'll share those ideas and we'll take it up so that we create an ecosystem where more backward integration happens. That is what we need. I will come to Gayatri, to you. What are your thoughts on behalf of Earth Foundation? How do you see that? I want to ask, you understand the global reality. When it comes to air pollution, which I personally champion nowadays, the Delhi air pollution matter is in my name, Sudhir Mishra, Union of India. But when it comes to waste, we are really in a very precarious situation. We have not been successful because our hygiene and स्वास्थ्य के प्रति और जनरल उदासीन है हम लोग म्युनिसिपल चीजों के लिए. We are anti. We go to Singapore and we behave differently. That's a very common thing. Everybody knows that. But where are we actually? Are we better than Pakistan? Are we better than Bhutan? Are we better than Europe? Where are we so far as packaging is concerned, so far as waste management is concerned?
Thank you, Sudhirji, and greetings to all the people in the audiences and the panel here. Thank you, Business World, for this opportunity to share my thoughts in this panel. So I believe that India is positioned to do much more than what India is currently doing. And when it comes to what all has happened in the policy framework, I would say in the last 1 decade, the initiatives and the amount of awareness has largely increased. And there have been several campaigns, several initiatives, several civil society organizations very keenly championing the cause of sustainability and climate change. And now with the latest IPCC report, which has laid the code red, and after that COP26, the amount of the seriousness and the urgency with which we have to act has really heightened than ever before. So that is one good thing that I would say, and India is well positioned to lead this vision forward. And why I say that, because one of the latest things, which is the most heartening thing for somebody like me who is able to see the things from a little bird's eye level view, and not exactly, because I think people who are in the recycling sector as an industry itself, they would know the realities on the ground. But from the policy perspective, I would say that NREP, that is the National Resource Efficiency Policy that has been initiated by Ministry of Environment and Forest, that's a very good step forward. Because earlier we had the EPR, that was Extended Producer Responsibility, which was having its own limitations. But when it comes to having a resource efficiency policy, and that too, it's quite holistic. If you would have seen the draft of that policy, it is actually aiming to cover 7 sectors. And that is actually going beyond plastics. So usually when we talk about recycling, for a common person or a lay person, the first thing that comes to mind is plastics, single-use plastic banning, and everything around plastics and paper. But recycling is much more required in industries like auto industry or building and construction industry, where I think the amount of recycling that's happening is just not efficient and enough. In fact, in building and construction industry, we are recycling only 1% of what we are capable of, which is a very sad news. So I'm saying that we have the potential, we have the know-how, we have the technology. The R&D has to be, there has to be bridge between the current innovations and the kind of applications of those innovations in the industry. As Nikita was saying, the sectoral challenges are different in nature, because they will be happy to implement something once the mechanism is in place, once there is enough know-how and the channel is created by the larger ecosystem, which can be provided by the government and the policymakers. So I believe that the 7 sectors that have been identified by the NREP, those are going to be the game changers, because mostly the recycling is a sectoral issue, and every sector has to deal with recycling in its own way. It cannot be one size fits all approach, because everybody has to have a different approach to dealing with it. So I'll be happy to share more thoughts. But
I'll come back to you.
Sure.
So we'll go to when you are saying that the recycling is something which is not sector specific. We have to be. It's a very solution which has to be case to case basis. The best person to speak is Dr. Agrawal. He will talk about how he sees recycling beverages cartons. What is your view, sir? Tell us about whether it's a success, whether it's an example, whether we can copy the same thing for other industry. We'd like to hear from you, sir.
Thank you, Sudhirji. It was very interesting discussion. Heard several perspectives from you, Jain Nikita, and Gayatri also. So I'll try to give a slightly different perspective, and then I'll answer some of the questions that you said, sir. I would rate India as one of the best countries, best population, best communities for recycling.
Wow.
We look back into our own house. My mom, my wife don't let anything get wasted. Our paper is collected, given to the recycler. Amul milk ka poly bag is collected, washed, stitched into some another bags, etc. Our old clothes are given to the younger child. Younger child once grows up, these clothes are given to our maids, etc., etc. So virtually, we are probably one of the best recycling system. You've seen newspaper being used to pack your jalebis or samosas by the hawkers on the roads, etc. So that was on a lighter note. Having said that,
I never realized what you just said. It's a brilliantly you have put it. Wonderful, sir. Bahut badhiya,
thank you,
bataiye.
sir. So what we don't have is either the systems or processes or the technology or the scale or aggregation and the right collection and segregation protocols. And the worst is there is hardly any incentive for the entire value chain to start working on this. And as one of the earlier speakers mentioned, 90% of waste management is still in the hands of the unorganized sector. And those who are trying to do recycling in the organized sector or collection in the organized sector, what are the incentives? So with this, I'll come back to some of the questions, sir, that you asked, Sudhirji. We are one of the unique experiments where 16 of the largest beverage manufacturing companies across dairy, pharmaceuticals, juices, and even alcoholic beverages, we came together to ensure sustainable waste management practices, particularly with respect to the beverage cartons, which are multi-layered packaging material, different from multi-layer plastic in the sense that about 75% is paperboard, which is absolutely recyclable. 25% is polyal, so which is 20% plastic and 5% aluminum. Again, there's a demonstration for last 15 years that we have successfully recycled the entire waste to the extent of 50-55% across the country. We started this well before EPR came into the being, and we tried to develop the ecosystem across the country. We have several recyclers, including paper mills. There are recyclers who are specializing on beverage cartons. They make roofing sheets, they make chipboards, etc., which are replacement for asbestos sheet, tin sheets, and plastic, etc. Eventually, reducing the use of plastic in ancillary industries, etc. The challenges that we feel we face as an industry is multiple authorities and plethora of rules and regulations, and each state defining their own way of doing EPR. There's a state, hilly state in north, which for instance says that we'll give 75 rupees a kg for non-recyclable plastics. And their definition on recyclable, non-recyclable plastic, if you see, you'll find a whole lot of recyclable plastic is included in this. Now, when your virgin plastic or the cost of new material may be 75 rupees or 80 rupees or 100 rupees, making a policy around buyback policy of waste at 75 rupees a kg, that looks like a very motivated agenda and misplaced thought process, which also shows that sometimes policymakers are disconnected with the ground. Then there is another state deep down, we said irrespective of whatever waste that you generate, there will be 10 rupees cess and you just pay 10 rupees cess and we'll believe that you're EPR compliant. Now, whether it is a paper waste, which actually can generate money, or it is a PET bottles where there is a sustainable value chain, or and multi-layer plastic, which actually needs subsidization across the value chain, or cartons like ours, which needs some kind of subsidy for the collection or transportation cost because of the value gap between what the recycler is willing to pay and the cost to the rag pickers and the waste management agencies, etc. So for industry to successfully overcome and to contribute to EPR and make it efficient, I think the biggest bottleneck is these kind of authorities. Right now, we have to deal with, at one level, the Central Ministry and Central Pollution Control Board. Now we are running from 29 states and 8 districts to deal with different environment departments in the state's pollution control board. And now, because of the previous SOP of the pollution control board, urban local bodies have become one more center where the corporates are supposed to indulge. And before I pause, sir, I just want to reflect, there are more than 5,000 urban local bodies across the country. And we talk about any national brand, which is present across, how in our imagination we expect this national brand to start licensing, getting their EPR plans validated by a UDD or ULBs, etc. And many a times we do know that either the ULBs or municipal corporations, they do not know how to work with the corporate sector. They are happy to be a regulator and a penalizing agency at most. They're far away from a facilitator, and we still have a dream of working as a partner with the government institutions. So in a nutshell, sir, to summarize, till the time our governments at the local level, state level, central level shift the gear from being only a regulator to a facilitator and eventually a partner to the industry to resolve the waste management issues, we won't succeed.
Yes. Very well said, sir. Dr. Agarwal, आपने बहुत practical चीजें बताई, but I'll tell you what my own experience, maybe it will be of some assistance to you. So what we have done actually is, I am handling a very high staked matter for a oil company, and it went right up to the Supreme Court, and there is a report by Terry and others, and I realized that my experience with recycling, my experience with packaging, working with Tetra Pak, Amazon, all of them, in 2018-19, when all these regulations were coming from state to state, we realized that there are a lot of contradictions. Like people were just they were asked to pay fine, or they were apprehended, they were taken by the local police stations. Every state was passing an order. You know how you will beat this system because working for 20 years in this space, I tell you, there are two sectors in India which are examples how you define the policy, you define the law. There are only two sectors. I'm sorry to say, the beverages company, if you see them, and the pharma companies. If you see the beverages company and see the pharma company, how well their advocacy, and the same thing is now going on e-commerce today. Even if they had to come to me for the whatever they needed to know about packaging, the largest e-commerce companies, but when it comes to negotiating with the government, understanding the policy, setting the tone for policy, then basically you can't be in a hands-up approach thinking this government will do. I'll give you one example. India's biggest ski village was being made in Himachal Pradesh, the state which you mentioned actually.
I did not mention, sir.
I'm saying that. As a lawyer, I can say that. So you haven't mentioned. So Himachal, we were bringing a ski village, and the investors were Shapoorji Pallonji, Cyrus Mistry, and then the third investor was Alfred Ford Motors. It was the largest FDI in tourism sector. One fine morning when we prepared our EIA, we went for EC, we just realized that the government is telling us that we don't have a format to assess a ropeway also and a tourism project. So we created a framework, and that framework was followed. It's a different issue that the ski village never came out. My suggestion to you is create your mirror advocacy group. Create your own, if you have an association, if you have a thing, create your white papers, submit it to the MOE of submit it to others through proper way. And then what will happen? They will start using those documents and put them into the part of their policy document, because we are also assisting in their committees, and I know how much they are dependent on you. So I would say if we have 2-3 major areas where we can cooperate, advocacy will start with your own mirror ombudsman kind of approach. Create your own organizational thing. Create a advisory body, have a high court judge, retired high court judge or somebody also there. Get a informal stamping on your policy framework. And that policy framework, government will look into it. I'm just giving you a clue.
No, wonderful suggestion, sir. We are partly doing some of these things, but not in the emphatic manner that you suggested.
थोड़ा सा pharma company is the best case study. How to do it? आप देखो Pfizer कैसे चिल्लाने लगते हैं कि आप अगला लगाओ जल्दी लगाओ. पूरे वर्ल्ड अभी डांस कर रहा है उनके हिसाब से. So what I'm saying, you need to understand, you need to take control over the policy and advocacy also, rather than just looking at the government that they will, because they all are understaffed. It's low priority for the time being for the government. Right. Nikita, I'll come back to you because you have to speak in detail. If I ask you, which are the states which you will say 1, 2, 3, which are good examples of recycling? Or you can pick up municipal corporations which are good examples of recycling and waste management, and just say something about that.
Indore is the first one.
Most, yeah, I agree. Indore, and then there is. I'm sorry, we're going to go cross because we share very similar thoughts, and we are from the same industry.
I understand.
So yeah, Indore is the first. Then Pune is doing good. Even Ahmedabad is amazing. So yeah, apart from north part of the country, I think West is doing better than other parts of the country. Even Bengal I saw, but then there is much of plastics that is spread across. But Indore is doing amazing collection at the point, and the citizens are also very aware.
You know, you'll be surprised, Naresh sir, I'll just like to tell you something. India's #1 private university, OP Jindal University, it is in Sonipat. They got Institute of Eminence Award. They are the best private university. They have 280 foreign faculty. Now they called Trust Legal, my firm, to do a sustainability report on them. How they recycle waste, how they do waste management, how they use water, what is the carbon footprint, what is the social imprint. And we were laughing why a university wants it. They have the EIA, EC, they have made the university, and we did that report. You won't believe we are going states after state before the third wave, and we are releasing that report, and now more universities want to do it. I'll just suggest another thing to you. If possible, Indore या Ahmedabad ने ऐसा क्या किया है? First, we need to know that. If we can have a 6-pager or a 10-pager, that this is what this is, because Indore is an old story. We are knowing it for almost 15 years now, that how they changed it, Surat, Indore. Absolutely. So what is so great about it, if it can come out, I can popularize it in my circle, you can popularize it in your circle, we can give it to the government or Niti Ayogs that why don't you tell this bare minimum in the collectors conference or the commissioners conference or the pollution control board chairman's conference.
Mr. Mishra, to be very honest, we are also doing EPR for a few of the big companies of India in terms of e-waste. And for the collection centers, initially when we were running around, the policies were not finalized. We were running around through the societies and through Delhi, through Gurgaon and nearby areas. I think Gurgaon picked up really well because we could find like-minded people who were genuinely aware. Before telling them what is e-waste, they could tell us that we have e-waste at our place. And now they tell me stories like they have kids club who go and embarrass people if somebody is throwing e-waste into their trash. Wow. So what they say is, this is intervention, auntie, you can't do this, and you have to say sorry to us, and you can't repeat this. They educate maids. And this is what they have made in different condominiums they are doing. And there are across, I think, 500, 600 condominiums that are doing these. So if we are able to generate this kind of environment, so it starts from basic, it starts from educating our next generation. Even Hamleys has toys, which is teaching recycling and segregation. So why not promote all these kind of things at the basic education and basic school level, if we are able to tell, because at every home you see electronic waste, at home you see a lot of kind of waste. Why not segregate plastics and everything at home level? Like Dr. Agrawal just here said that all our dadis and nanis, they have been putting up old clothes and making pochas out of them. Even Modi ji has mentioned in launching the ELV's policy that we've been doing it for ages. It's just a matter of organizing this.
Thank
If we
you.
get a policy.
Thank you. So I will come to one by one for last 1 minute comment. Gayatri, what is your suggestion? It looks very optimistic what Dr. Agrawal and what Jan Saab has said, what Nikita is saying. It's very optimistic. I am somebody who always used to feel it's a very exciting thing to do. When people talk about my country, about forest cover, I said we are the few country in the world which has increased it by 30% in the last 40 years. So forget our population, other stuff. But I'm very happy to hear these positive stories, especially the recycling story which Dr. Agrawal said. What are your mantra? What do you want to say to us?
I would say that we have to get back to our basics and the roots. Like the tradition is the biggest cue for us to, rediscover recycling and the reduction in consumption itself. Because I think the first step that comes even before recycling is to reduce the consumption in first place. If you can avoid taking a car, do that. If you can avoid buying a new dress, do that. If you can avoid buying a new house, do that. So instead of just trying to then put that onus on the sector that, oh, building and construction sector has not reduced this consumption, that is why my personal footprint is higher. So that is why I was not able to recycle. So there is a collective responsibility, plus there is some individual responsibility as well, that we have to reduce our consumption in first place. And then if at all we have to use something, we have to see the best possible measures of reusing that and recycling that. And when I say that, it is across the value chain. It is not just limited to an individual. It applies to a community. It applies to a business. It applies to a bigger conglomerate and a nation as a whole. So we have to create these phases of the conscious consumption, because recycling is nothing but a form of conscious consumption, and being very conscious of the fact that there is a lot of energy and effort that has gone into the production of this thing. So I should not let it go to the landfill in first place, right?
Yeah. Naresh Jain, sir?
Sir, actually, we need to check the formula of 3R: reuse, recycle, reduce,
reuse and recycle.
You need to reduce the waste, then you need to reuse the items, and then you think about the recycling. Because we can, if we try to start the reduce, instead of using so many things, we can use one things, or we can use single things so many times. In spite of that, if the things is not usable and totally waste, then we can think about the recycle. It means you have reduced already 2/3. Only 1/3 you need to recycle.
Very good. Nikita?
Yeah, since we're talking about government policy, till the time we are able to streamline the collection process, I would really request the government policies to go a little easier. It's called a one-window clearance, but we hardly get a one-window clearance, and everybody who's implementing these rules, and there are certain industries that the rules are even not present. There are draft rules only. So I would really like an easy way for the people who are trying to help clearing the environment.
Very well. Dr. Agrawal, give us your positive mantras.
Thank you, sir. So if you're talking about the positive mantras, you asked a question, what are the learnings of ARC which could be carried forward in other sectors and everybody can...
And how do we amplify this?
Yeah. Sir, so at ARC, we have actively looked at all the stakeholders. At one end, we are enhancing the capacities of existing recyclers, but also we are creating the new recyclers across the country. That is something I think all industries and all people, everybody here need to do. Secondly, we are trying to provide better training and equipping waste management agencies to have better processes, better governance and more transparency. So the chances of leakage and corruption are reduced and eventually brought to zero. So that has been one of the pain points of the government, regulator, as well as the industry. Third is, how do we engage the reg pickers in the organized and the unorganized sectors? How do we give them better implements, better training to handle the waste and do the right segregation category wise? We have been doing a lot of mass awareness campaign, and we found radio and internet to be very effective mediums. So internet for more educated youth and communities, and radio for almost anyone, and basically messaging, as Nikita and even Gayatri said earlier, how do we have a more robust collection and segregation, and we start from the households. We are also helping our members, the industries, for better implementation. We are creating those linkages, industry to the waste management agencies, industry to the recycler. We understand the value system gap. And if required, we are providing that collection support, which we can call it subsidization, but to ensure that gradually the industry becomes sustainable. And finally, knowledge sharing in platforms like this, where we are sharing with 16 of our members, and also with forums like WeCare, which is a forum for MLPs, multi-layer plastics, and also PACE, which is a forum for PET bottle manufacture. So how do we extend this knowledge and share the best practices? And eventually, sir, to conclude, government has to become a partner, get out of the shoes of only the regulator or only policy maker. And I'm going to use a contentious word. My predecessor spoke about a single window. Actually, that is not a single window, that becomes a single big black hole. So you enter in this seeking a collaboration, and you're never able to get out of this.
Thank you. I'll just say something very important here, that it's so enriching to hear all these thoughts. And two of the ideas which we have is that podcast actually in a local community has become a tool for any kind of one-to-one broadcast, very intimate broadcast. And my own success with podcast, we do a Sudhir Mishra show for legal fraternity, where all the top managing partners and the member of parliaments come on my show. But my podcast became more popular, even the children listen to it. What I'll say, that if we can identify, Nikita, the kind of people who is your community, we can just do a 9-minute, 3-minute, 2-minute podcast, which is what is now enveloping the most of the other developed nations, where any information goes in a podcast, it's like aap mere kaan mein budbуда rahe ho. So wo bhi ek tarika hai, apart from radio and others, that also keep in mind. But it's very, very encouraging to meet all of you and hear your thoughts. I'm very happy to know all of you. Thank you. Thanks a lot for coming.
I'm very honored. Very honored. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasure, Sudhirji.
Once again. Thank you.
We can raise our voice somewhere.
Yes.
And I very much appreciate, Sudhirji, how you conducted the meeting today.
Thank you.
And great to know all of you. And we must thank Business World for providing this platform to all of us.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you to all our panelists. Well, with interest of time, we'll have to move on to our next session. So thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is time now to move on to our next session. It's going to be a keynote address on recycling for Greener Tomorrow, wherein we're going to be joined by Mr. Masood Malik, Joint Managing Director, Ramki Enviro Engineers Limited. Well, shortly after his address, for the fireside chat, Dr. Anurag Batra is going to be joining, the Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media. So with this, first up, I'd like to invite on the stage and screen Mr. Masood Malik to join us. Thank you so much for your valuable time. How are you doing today?
Yes. Am I audible, Bhavna?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are, Mr. Malik. Over to you.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Real privilege to be part of this gathering. I had an opportunity to hear my predecessors, the discussion that was going on. I didn't want the discussion to stop. I will use a few slides to articulate a couple of points around recycling. I think a lot has already been said. I think we all know about the challenge. I'm sure that the sessions earlier in the day covered the scale of the challenge quite comprehensively. And the fact that whatever the scale may be today, it is only going to grow because material use and economic development and consumption is only going to grow. And therefore, the environmental context around this challenge, I don't think I need to spend much time on. The fact is that the waste that we generate is changing. And in terms of its composition, not just in terms of its scale, but also in terms of its basic properties. And we have now a converging set of blurring boundaries between different types of waste. What is biomedical waste and what is hazardous waste, and how much of that is being generated in our homes is also becoming a matter of debate. And therefore, it is not just a quantity issue. It is not just a carbon footprint issue. It is also a land issue. You look at the city in India, and you will see that the big mountains that exist, and a lot is being done to address that, but a lot still needs to be done. There is a strategic context around recycling as well. The fact that India still imports a lot of its resources, mineral resources, energy resources, and a lot of that is actually being discarded after one use and is finding its way into the landfills. Strategically, from an economic standpoint, from an import bill standpoint, from a dependence, from a geopolitical standpoint, this pattern of consumption in which you take, you make, and then you throw is not sustainable, and we all know that. There is the economic context in itself, which means that there is embedded value in all these materials that we are currently discarding. That embedded value is actually going and creating big environmental problems for us. And that is a $500 billion opportunity. Through various mechanisms, through various modes, whether it is substituting materials, whether it is by monetizing the wasted capacity, whether it is by recovering embedded resource value, or even by lengthening the life cycle of a product, and therefore basically creating more durable, more enduring products. There is $500 billion worth of value hidden inside this circular economy opportunity. And we all talked about the fact that there is now an enabling framework around this. So it is not just an issue of the problem is big and there's a lot of opportunity. The government recognizes it. And if you see the number of new regulations that are coming up and around the potential for recycling and resource recovery, I think this whole push towards circular economy is being enabled by these regulations. Some of them are in draft form, but whether it is municipal waste, whether it is ferrous and non-ferrous metal waste, whether it is electronic waste, whether it is end-of-life vehicles, whether it is, we just had a new plastic waste rules, draft rules coming up, etc., etc. And if you look at it, all of this context has led to a set of experiences that I wanted to quickly share with some of you today. This is an experiment that started about 3 years ago. It started with the investment in India's largest waste management company with a very simple premise that we will take India's largest waste management company and we will make one of the leading global resource management companies around it. And the levers that we identified for this investment were, we will do it through carbon negative technologies. We'll do it through deep technology and IT integration, using innovation and social inclusion. So using these levers of transformation, how do you take waste and you make it a recycling resource recovery business? This is the experiment that I'm here to share some learnings about. And 3 years later, very happy to report, very proud actually, that this company has the largest waste to energy portfolio in India. It is India's largest plastics recycler. It has a number of firsts, whether it is the first artificially enabled material recovery facility in the world, the first marine waste recycling facility in the Middle East region, the largest C&D recycling capacity in India, the largest producer of RDF and compost in India, EPR services, recycled products, the first fully integrated precious metals refinery, so on and so forth, and a nationwide network of ELV recycling facilities in just 3 years. I think the key message in this slide is the scale of the opportunity. In waste to energy, through localization of technology and standardization, and really understanding Indian waste, and understanding that you cannot just import technology and make it work with Indian waste, but having plants today that have both from an economic and an environmental standpoint, world-class performance. Having resource recovery happening at scale, The picture that we have on the upper right-hand corner is a leachate recovery and recycling system that evaporates leachate at 58 degrees, not at 100 degrees where water evaporates, but at 58 degrees. Rapid biomining to recover resources from these huge dump sites. Even the ash that is coming out of the waste energy plants is being recycled. The picture on the bottom right side is India's first bottom ash recycling facility, where we are making construction material and aggregates from waste energy ash. This is a picture of a landfill gas to auto fuel facility. This is a 500 meter cube per hour facility, which is converting landfill gas into clean automotive fuel, CBG. This facility has already been commissioned. India's largest plastics facility, multiple facilities which are making both granules and products. A network of construction and demolition waste material recycling facilities, where you're taking what is traditionally known as malba or demolition waste, and you're actually making alternates for sand, for aggregates, for tiles, for paver blocks, etc. So substitute recycled construction material. An integrated refinery for precious metals recovery from e-waste. One of the newest launches. This is a facility that has just been commissioned in the Middle East, and very proud to say that the beautiful ship that you see here, is the first marine waste recycling ship that is operating in all of Asia. It's been made in India. It's made here in Goa, in one of the shipyards in India, and it's the first such Marpol facility that is operating in all of Asia. And some key enablers here. One key enabler is technology integration. For recycling to work and for it to be efficient and effective, it is extremely important to look at the role of Industry 4.0, and not just the complex high-tech stuff like blockchain or big data or IoT or sensors, but also low-tech, and look at localization of innovation. And I'll share some examples with you, where we took our learnings from our operations in Singapore around the various types of technology innovations and experiments that we were doing in other countries, bringing them back, adapting them to India, using robotics, using both high-tech and low-tech to make recycling work, to ensure that it is not just in the recycling end, but also in the collection end. If you do not collect well, then managing waste later on becomes very, very difficult. And therefore, making sure that our collection systems are technologically advanced and robust. Making sure that how we segregate waste. This is that example that I was talking about. This is a 1,600 ton per day facility of managing municipal solid waste in Dubai. Only 6 people work here. And this is completely run by artificial intelligence. So the fact is, the more waste goes through it, the better it is able to segregate. And the segregation is down to the very last, not just materials, but also colors and many other forms of segregation. Again, not just using sensors or AI, but also using social and making applications, software apps that can allow us to extend the recycling network and take it to different cities, to different stakeholders, to different communities. And in every aspect of what we are doing, whether it is in terms of building our facilities or ensuring chain of custody, which is extremely important for EPR, where we have a blockchain-based chain of custody program, whether it is in health and safety of our employees, or whether it is in making sure that our fleet is operating smartly and in a very green way. The other key enabler was social inclusion. And I think this is really where there has been a massive learning for us over the last 3 years. I think we all know that the problem of making recycling work is often at the point of generation. If segregation doesn't work at the point of generation, at source, it becomes extremely difficult to ensure that recycling will be effective and cost efficient. And therefore, number of experiments, inclusion of the so-called informal sector. We are very proud. We have thousands of colleagues today who in their earlier life were being referred to as rag pickers. These are my proud colleagues today, and I'm extremely proud and privileged to have them as part of the team. There are 15,000 of them who are part of our team now. This is an example in the screen you will see of an all-women zone. We thought that we should have this experiment where we took right from the head, the CEO of a particular zone, all the way to the frontline staff, including all the drivers, 400 colleagues in one part of Chennai, and it's probably the best part of, at least in our 23 cities where we operate, this is the best operating zone, this all-women zone. Other forms of social inclusion and ensuring that we are connected with the community. In all, some quick learnings when I talk about recycling. The first one, feedstock quality. If we do not have a focus on ensuring source segregation and somehow making the so-called informal sector an important and an enabling part of it, feedstock quality will suffer, recycling will not work. The second, it is not a cottage industry. Today, we are able to make it work, and we are able to make it work at scale because we are managing over 7 million tons of waste per annum. And it is not just us, it is an ecosystem that is required to ensure that it works. So social inclusion as well as reverse logistics at scale is what will make this transformation effective and scalable. Technology, localization I talked about, innovation I talked about, and Industry 4.0, extremely important, especially because we have to bring down the cost to consumer of a recycled product. And you cannot do that without leveraging technology. And finally, I think we heard about enabling standards, enabling policies, but enforcement of that is also extremely important. And also the standards and policies don't just have to be about, you have to use recycled. There has to be enabling policies around access to capital. We were lucky that we were able to get $1 billion investment into this sector 3 years ago. But if this has to really scale up to make a visible difference in all the cities of India and across all emerging economies globally, access to capital remains an extremely important priority. Very, very happy to be a part of this discussion and look forward to the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Malik. Well, with this, I'd now like to request Dr. Anurag Batra to kindly join us for the fireside chat. Well, am I audible? Yeah. Could we request Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media, to kindly join us on the stage now? I believe there could be a network issue on that end. Let me just get that resolved. Meanwhile, fabulous talk, Mr. Malik. We're just going to get Dr. Batra to join you shortly because we're really waiting for the fireside chat to begin. I'm sure there are a lot of great questions coming your way, and we'd love to have a lovely interaction with you.
Looking forward.
Absolutely. Could the team confirm if Dr. Batra can join us now?
He's just trying to log in, Bhavna.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
No worries.
I'm very much here, and I was listening to Mr. Malik's
okay, perfect. Over to you, Dr. Batra.
Kind of coming out of what he was presenting and with the conviction with he was presenting. And Mr. Malik, first of all, my congratulations for in some way being a pioneer in this domain and trying to build a scale and impact. Because again, in recycling, we have a long way to go. As a country and as an ecosystem, we have a long way to go. And I'm glad we at BW Business World have embraced this domain and we've made a start in this domain. So my kudos to you. Mr. Malik, my query to you would be that if you had to really think from a structural standpoint and not just think of Ramkey, but think of the domain, and as the domain grows, you as a player will grow. What do you think the government and policymakers can do to really make sure that this domain gets a clear pathway, it gets encouragement, the policy enablement is of the positive kind. What do you think the policymakers, the budget is 15 days from now. So what is your advice to policymakers for this sector?
Yeah, I would actually, great question. And I think I great sort of connect to my last comment that I was making around enabling policies. I would say that there is already a beginning that has been made. I think our think tank, our policymakers are right on top of the scale of this opportunity. Of the 5 trillion economy that our Honorable Prime Minister has talked about, I articulated in my in my previous comments the $500 billion, $500 billion opportunity that is circular economy and recycling alone. And I think unlocking that would mean that you take EPR beyond plastics, where it is somewhat well defined, getting better defined, and e-waste again to a smaller degree, and take it to all commodities, where every manufacturer and every consumer knows that a polluter has to pay. And larger the pollution, larger is the tax. EPR is just an indirect tax. It's an environmental tax. And therefore, every manufacturer has a responsibility to ensure that its materials, end of life, after use, will be managed responsibly. So ensuring that EPR regulations scale to all other aspects of our waste composition, not just on plastics. Today, if you look at EPR, it is basically plastics, and within plastics also largely an FMCG thing. And the fact is EPR should and can cover all aspects of material flow in our economy. The second is obviously implementing these rules. So I think the rules have come, and more new rules are coming every day. We have saw the ELV rules come, draft rules come, the new plastic rules come, many other regulations are coming, which is great. How quickly they get enforced and implemented, I think it will be an important enabler, because it's not that we have forever. I mean, whichever city you might be, I'll give you examples of the Ghazipurs or the Deonars or these mountains of waste that are there in the city. So the problem is huge and we need to act today. And finally, I think the access to capital aspect. I think beyond just putting the responsibility on the industry and the consumer, I think structurally, as we have seen in many other parts of the world, if the government comes with policies that provide viability gap funding as well as access to lower cost capital to this particular sector, I think we will see significant movement and uptake.
Thank you so much. And by the way, Mr. Masood Malik, we would I'm doing research on you, and the first thing I ask anybody I meet is when their birthday. I also realize you're born on the Independence Day. It was easy in your case to go to your LinkedIn profile and get it from there, so one didn't have to struggle too much. But we at BW Business World, along with Sustain Labs Paris and Dr. Minya Chatterjee, started to rank India's largest companies on sustainability last year. This year is the second year. We'd like you to be involved with that. We're also coming up with an issue on the connect between the budget and the 5 trillion economy. How can the budget set us on that road, especially after 22 months of COVID? So we'd like to engage with you on that. My next question is, while there is an institutional response required from the government of India, and there is an institutional response from the participants in the economic growth, which are industries. And as I was preparing for my speech in the morning, I learned that there are 15 kinds of recycling that is possible. To put it simplistically, tell me, what are the behaviors that individuals can do, which can then lead to, because small changes from 1.2 billion people, or even a small fraction of this 1.2 billion, can actually also, for example, as you know, last Saturday, when the first lockdown in this year was done, the PM2 in Delhi was 70, 80. In Noida, it was 30. And this is from Delhi. 20 days back, the PM2 was 300 at an average. So clearly, just not having vehicles on the road can do that to you, right? Just not having vehicular pollution. And so what do you think are the things that we as individuals can do, that we don't consciously realize that by those small acts, we can lead to a huge revolution in how we recycle our waste.
Yeah. So I think, again, a very great question. And in very simple words, you have articulated the two biggest enablers for this whole sector. And what I'm going to talk about is segregation at source. I think the segregation at source is absolutely the key. So you talked about 14 types of recycling. Today, our own recycling facilities today cover almost 45 commodities. So it is much more than that. But we are not asking for people to segregate waste into 45 commodities, not important. But the least that each one of us can do, me included, and we all have a long way to go in that respect, is gila and sukha, dry and wet. This one little magic step will completely, magically unlock the potential. And I think the key is what we did for, for Diwali crackers, through the schools and through the children, that has to be what has to be done.
So mindset change right at the...
Absolutely. And those societies, those cities, those institutions, those communities where this is being done, you will see, I mean, there was a great example one of the previous speakers gave of some condominiums in Gurgaon where there is there's a naming and shaming system for people who are not segregating. So this is one huge enabler. If we listen to our children who are far more environmentally aware and sensitive than we are, hand on heart, it is true. If you ask them, if you talk to them, you will hear it and you will understand it. If you just listen to them and let them take the lead, I think we have a great future. It took Europe 15 years to starting to make segregation at source work. We don't have that kind of time. We don't have 15 years to make this change. We only have a matter of order of magnitude lower time to transform ourselves. So I think in engaging with our schools and educational institutions to make this a mainstream movement is one enabler. The second is, I think, accountability. I think every city, every citizen should know, once I'm segregating it, once I'm making the effort to making it into dry and wet, what is happening to it? If you're going to combine it again and put it in the same dump site, then what was the point of educating me to segregate? So in two ways. One is in terms of awareness at home and segregating at home, and then ensuring accountability from our public representatives, municipal corporations, and service providers like me. Holding us accountable is, I think, the key enabler.
Thank you so much. So clearly, I mean, I'm just thinking structurally, and I keep saying we would normally do these conferences face-to-face, physically in a hotel, but given the situation on the ground, we've done it virtually and hope we can do. But I always say we need to have an action manifesto. So for example, sensitizing our households, the maid servants, the people in the kitchen, we all have house helps, of segregating it, people who collect it at that level. So doing a campaign for them and sensitizing them on how it impacts the environment is very important. You rightly said, through the grassroots mechanism at the entry level, in schools. And my daughter, who's a young adult, runs by the way, recycling startup. And when she took it up 3 years back, I said, I didn't know it was such a big area. It can make such a huge impact. So I think you're right, the children are more sensitive about the environment, about recycling, about the consciousness towards environment. My last question is, I asked you is, the budget is around the corner. Do you expect some breaks from the government to be able to incentivize large manufacturing units and companies in this sector to be able to do what they do in a better way than what they do currently? Sometimes people like you are in this domain, not just because it's a business, but it's a calling, it's a mission, it's your purpose, right? So it's not about financial incentive. But having financial incentives can accelerate the process. So do you expect something from the budget?
Yeah, I think this budget is extremely important because I think this will be the first budget post Swachh Bharat 2 and post what I'm referring to as EPR 2.0, which is the next phase of EPR. And I think the translation of the intent of Swachh Bharat 2.0, EPR 2.0 into fiscal policy is through this budget. And therefore, there are a couple of key expectations that we have. The first one is that a lot of the current incentives have been withdrawn. Market development assistance for compost has just been withdrawn. Subsidy on energy from waste has been withdrawn. Some of the subsidy around a number of the technologies that were being employed for recycling materials, they have just been withdrawn by the finance ministry in the last few months. We are hoping that that has been done in the context of a bigger, much more sort of holistic policy coming up. There needs to be a national policy on resource recovery and resource management. That national policy has to be holistic, cannot just deal with one or two commodities. It has to cover, a big part of the import bill of India, the resource footprint of India. And I think that is one key expectation that we have. And finally, I think it's very important that through the budget, a mandate is given to public sector banks to support these the recyclers. The fact is, I consider it a collective failing of all of us, and me and Ramki included, that there is only one unicorn in this space. Such a big problem, such a big opportunity, and there's only one company that can claim to have unicorn status. Why? We need 100 Ramkis, and we need 500 other companies who will make this ecosystem and make this change. That will only happen if access to capital is encouraged, and there the budget has a big role to play.
Thank you so much, Mr. Malik. I hope some of the specific issues that you raised are addressed, and they act as a policy catalyst for enablement of this domain. And we know post-corona that what happens to the earth, what happens to the environment, what happens in another part of the world does impact everyone. So clearly we have to be more sensitive, and it has to become a part of our being as institutions, as business, to be able to bring in environment-friendly, recycling-friendly practices in our daily life and in our policy making. If we are sensitized, I think we'll make better choices, and we'll have a better environment and better earth, so to say, to live on. And sometimes we say we'll take care of the earth. I think that's a very egoistic statement. I think Mother Earth takes care of us. We just enjoy Mother Earth. So on this note, I'll thank you on behalf of BW Business World. This is the first year of this initiative. We've learned as a company and as a platform, we've learned a lot. And as we engage more and more with stakeholders in this ecosystem and have a dedicated team dedicated to this community from an editorial perspective, we'll be able to make a more connect between the business community and the recycling community, which has some overlaps, and the policymakers. So grateful to you for your time and for your inputs. And I'll give it back to Bhavna to take us through the first set of the awards, inaugural awards in this domain that we have instituted. Back to you, Bhavna.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Mr. Malik, for your valuable time. Thank you once again. So ladies and gentlemen, with this, as Dr. Batra rightly said, it is time for the awards. But before that, I'd like to call upon for a special address on a UN perspective on India's role in environmental protection. We have with us joining Mr. Atul Bagai, Head United Nations Environment Program, Country Office, India, joining us. Well, with this, I'd like to humbly welcome on the stage and screen Mr. Bagai. Thank you for your time, and how are you doing today? Great to have you.
Thank you, Bhavna. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, Mr. Bagai, we are able to hear you.
Okay, great. And thanks a lot to your organization for inviting UNEP for this very important topic which you are discussing today. And I was going through this agenda, and I was very pleased to see the kind of perspectives that have been brought in a one single day on such an important issue, which our country is, and not only country, the whole world is facing. And I listened to some of the presentations with a lot of interest. So thanks a lot for inviting me and inviting my organization for this event. I was also hearing the fire chat and a couple of points that were raised, and I thought I'll try to speak around some of the issues that the last presenter and Dr. Anurag talked about, and try to talk about these issues from a perspective of the United Nations. Two things. One, certainly segregation and recycling at the household level is such an important aspect, but often neglected because our whole culture globally has been towards landfills. And we've been moving towards creating new landfills everywhere, which are becoming major disasters. And household segregation is something that is a big solution. And certainly teaching students in the schools is a very important element, but we need to also take action now on the ground. And I'll just give an example of what we did in our sector where I live in Noida. I moved into India after almost 21 years, 3 years back. I was working with UN Environment Program in Bangkok and in Paris, and moved back to India 3 years back. And we settled down in Noida in a pretty good sector where we saw that waste management was certainly not a big priority, even though people were investing a lot of money on the houses they were building there. So we, in fact, the ladies in our sector, they got together and formed a Green Crusaders team and trained and built capacity of each and every household and the help they had at their houses to do segregation at the household level. And I'm very proud to say that with those efforts over a period of few months, we were able to reduce our waste that was going to the landfill from 100% to almost about 15%. So 85% of that waste we were managing within our sector and converting into compost. And it didn't need a lot of investments. And it needed a lot of human effort, but it didn't need too much of investment, and it needed a mechanism to be put in place. If we can do it in all sectors or all housing colonies or everywhere, I think your end expenditure at managing the waste when it reaches landfill, what Malik Saab was also talking about, and he represents a very important organization which manages these, those kind of expenditures will be minimized. And then I was also taken up by what during the fireside chat, Dr. Anurag mentioned about action plan. We really need to build an action plan now. And we are really racing against time. I'm not going to go into statistics to frighten you of environmental damages that we have all done in the last 50 years. But certainly I'll highlight that we are now facing a triple planetary crisis of climate change, crisis of nature, and crisis of pollution. And these three-pronged crises which we are facing are making our world certainly not a better place to live in. Our Secretary General, in a recent talk to the students at Columbia University, mentioned this triple planetary crisis and also said that we are waging a war against nature. And this war needs to stop. We need to make peace with nature. And that is a very important mindset each and every individual on this earth will need to not only integrate into their psyche, but also take action to do environmental mitigation. And that's where the need for the environmental action plan, which was being talked in the fireside chat, becomes very important. What has India done in this regard? And you all have been hearing about the strides that are being taken to address climate change, the fact that India is one of the very few countries globally that is meeting its NDC targets, and that in the Glasgow, the Prime Minister mentioned, and also the targets that will be increased by 2030 and the net zero by 2070. The solar energy targets that have been announced by the Prime Minister are very well known by 2030. So there are certainly a lot of action that is happening. I also heard a lot about the EPR guidelines that have just come out, about the rules that are there on e-waste, on plastic waste, on solid waste, on construction. So there is a whole plethora of environmental governance around, but the need also is how does one implement those effectively? And that's where the role of industry is going to be very, very important. No EPR rule in the world can become successful unless industry adopts it wholeheartedly and implements it. And that is what is needed in India also. What more has India done? And I also heard discussions around circular economy and linear economy. And I'm very happy to say that the Niti Aayog has set up 11 committees along with the concerned line ministries focusing on 11 end-of-life products or recyclable materials or wastes that continue to pose considerable challenge. And that, I think, is a very important step that has been taken to address recycling issues, to address end-of-life issues in a variety of sectors, whether they are manufacturing sectors, whether they are supply chains, whether they are vehicles, steel industry, and what have you. So I think that's a very important step that has been taken. And initiatives like National Hydrogen Mission on Vehicles Scrappage Policy or draft policy on blue economy, the National Cooling Action Plan, which has been made. India, of course, is one of the rare countries that has a National Clean Air Action Plan and a National Cooling Action Plan as a strategic move these two major problems. What is UNEP doing in this regard is that UNEP is a new office that has been set up in India about 4 years back. And we are working very closely with the government, central government and the state governments. And we are also working closely with some of the industry. We certainly need to scale up our efforts and also scale up our outreach. And I'm happy that I'm representing UNEP in this very important forum, and I really look forward that we work with BW on taking this UNEP work to the industry and to various other stakeholders. So coming to the action plan that we were talking about, I would like to conclude with a few steps or a few suggestions on what could be India's path ahead on environmental mitigation. What are those few areas which will need a focus in the coming 10 years in the what is called the decade of action, 2020 to 2030. And I'd like to conclude by highlighting a few of those suggestions and steps which could form the action plan that Dr. Anurag was talking about. First, certainly government should use this pandemic recovery to shift gears to circularity in 2022. That is a very important step, that the investment that is coming to for pandemic recovery should look at circularity, should look at green economy as the basic approach to economic development. Also, this needs to scale up and outreach to different states, union territories, and cities for implementation of policy programs, plans, and projects on environmental mitigation. That's a very important point for any action plan that India needs to look at to not only meet their NDCs, but to meet other targets also. I think India should also ensure smooth and faster influx of renewable energy options in power and industrial sectors. And that is a very important step if the target of 450 gigawatt by 2030 is to be met. Another thing is the Indian government and all stakeholders in India should think beyond 2024 for the National Clean Air Program. National Clean Air Program has objectives and targets till 2024. We need to start looking at beyond 24 because the air pollution problem that India has, and North India particularly, is going to be a long-term problem. It will not be sorted out in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years. It's going to be at least a decade-long focused intervention with billions of dollars to be invested by the governments, by the industry, by stakeholders before this problem can be addressed adequately. One more important thing, which was also mentioned in the fireside chat, and I think that is going to form a very important part of this action plan, is the influencing and increasing people's participation in triggering a 3R approach in circularity. That is going to be key and cornerstone for any effort that is needed. Improving the ability of small and medium enterprises is also going to be a very important part. So finally, I would like to conclude that other than the role of governments, the private sector and financial institutions, scientific and educational bodies, media, households, labor organizations, and civil society groups will have to all be well positioned to support this transformation of circularity. It cannot be done just by the government alone. It has to be a stakeholder-wide kind of an initiative. And that's the message I wanted to also convey. I would again like to thank BW team for inviting me and inviting my organization for this important event, and thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Bagai, for joining us and giving that excellent address. Thank you once again. So, ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to kickstart the most awaited.
And Mr. Bagai, we'd like to congratulate you on your leadership. And if my video can be enabled for a sec. I know the minister.
Would Dr. Batra's video be enabled, please?
I just want to say that, when UN gets involved, the kind of learnings and the gravitas it brings also adds to the initiative. And we at BW Business World for the last 2 years, along with Sustainlab Paris, have been ranking India's top 500 companies on sustainability practices. So, that we believe will make a real difference to the consciousness of business owners and entrepreneurs. I also want to acknowledge the presence of our chief guest for the evening, Shri Ashwini Kumar Chaube ji, who's the Honorable Minister for Environment. Shri Chaube, आपका स्वागत है और आपको हमारा आभार कि आप ज्वाइन कर पाए. मुझे पता है कि आप पिछले हफ्ते आप भी in spite of your not being in office for personal health reasons, now that you're fully back into action and you're fully healthy, we welcome you. And what we've done today is a start in the recycling domain. एक शुरुआत है और आप पहले भी बिजनेस वर्ल्ड के हेल्थ केयर के फंक्शन अपने हेल्थ मिनिस्टर की रिस्पांसिबिलिटी से आए हैं. तो हमारा आभार है कि आप आज हमारे फर्स्ट एडिशन ऑफ BW बिजनेस वर्ल्ड रिसाइकलिंग अवार्ड्स में आ पाए. तो मैं जितने भी लोग यहाँ पे एकत्रित है उनके बिहाफ पे श्री अश्विनी कुमार चौबे जी का स्वागत करना चाहूंगा. And I would like to congratulate him for being here, and I would like to thank him and express our gratitude. I would also like to say that Mr. Ashutosh Joshi, who is the CEO of Glass Power Recycling, has been the inspiration and the knowledge partner on this. And it is because of his initiative, we got in partnership with him in a knowledge-oriented way. We got into this domain because 2.5 years back, he met me and he said, you do so many initiatives, you don't do anything in recycling. And he tried to sensitize me on the kind of work that happens in the recycling domain and the impact it can have, and it has. So really grateful to Mr. Joshi. Also, Mr. Sudhir Mishra and many other jury members have joined us. Mr. Sudhir Mishra is a top-notch lawyer, and he is one of the leading professionals who have championed for various aspects of sustainability and recycling. So I'd like to welcome him also. And Mera Shri Ashwini Kumar Chaube ji ko aabhar. I would give it back to Bhavna to invite Shri Ashwini Kumar Chaube ji formally And Mr. Bagai, again, grateful to you for your presence and your address, and we'll engage with you more often editorially and involve you in our sustainability initiatives. भावना, अब आप आपको मंत्री महोदय जी को formally आप please introduce him and please invite him.
Absolutely. So, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to Shri Ashwini Kumar Chaubey ji, Honorable Minister of State for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, to join us. Thank you so much, Ashwini Kumar Chaubey ji, for joining us and giving us your valuable time. इसलिए हम आपको अभी stage पर आमंत्रित करते हैं. Thank you. Over to you.
And Chaubey ji, before आप बोले, वैसे आप किसी introduction के मोहताज नहीं है, but just to contextualize, he's a member of the Lok Sabha and he is now Minister of State for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Environment. He's a former and he's also looks at the forest and climate change initiatives from the government of India. He's a member of the 17th Lok Sabha. Of course, he was educated in Patna. And he's been a member of the Lok Sabha since 2014. And before that, he was a member of the Legislative Assembly in Bihar. And I can go on. In the past, he's had the responsibilities of health. And really, he's brings passion to whatever he does. He's a member of the Lok Sabha from Buxar. And he's also a former health minister. और इनको पता है recycling और environment और health में क्या एक समन्वय है. There is a connection between the two. Our jury members have also joined us. So I just want to say that before he joined the Union Cabinet, he's had a large, rich political career and experience. He's been, as I said, he's been a MLA and he's been a minister in both in the state level, and earlier he was the health minister, Minister of State for Health in the UPA, in the NDA one dispensation. He continues to be a minister in the NDA 2 and makes a contribution through his various responsibilities. So I would like to, with this formal introduction, I would like to give the stage to Shri Ashwini Kumar Chaubey ji, and उनसे मेरा आभार, और मैं आपसे आग्रह करूंगा कि आप यहाँ हमारे जूरी मेंबर्स और जितने अवार्डीज हैं आज जो एकत्रित हुए हैं वर्चुअली, उनको संबोधित करें. श्री अश्विनी कुमार चौबे जी.
नमस्कार. मुझे खुशी है और आज आप लोगों से बात करने के पहले मैं आपसे बात करने के पूर्व आज बड़ा ही शुभ दिन है. आप सब जानते हैं कि 14 जनवरी के बाद जो खगोलीय परिवर्तन होता है पूरी दुनिया में और सूर्य उत्तरायण की ओर प्रवेश करता है, इस परिवर्तन को हम भारतवासी विभिन्न उत्सवों के रूप में मनाते रहे हैं, जिसमें भारत की जीवंत सांस्कृतिक विविधता भी झलकती है. अनेकता में एकता भारत की विशेषता. तो आज यह महान पर्व जिसको हम लोग मकर संक्रांति का उत्सव मनाते हैं, जगह जगह दही चूड़ा तिलकुट गंगा स्नान करके ये लगातार चलता है. और साथ साथ बहुत जगह पोंगल होते हैं, दक्षिण भारत में लोहड़ी का पर्व होता है पंजाब के अंदर, और फिर माघ बिहू असम के अंदर लोग मनाते हैं, दक्षिण उत्तर नॉर्थ ईस्ट में. तो मुझे खुशी हो रही है कि आज मैं सबसे पहले सभी जो लोग आज ऑनलाइन इकट्ठा हुए हैं, मैं आप सबको बधाई दे रहा हूं और मकर संक्रांति की बहुत सारी ढेर सारी हार्दिक बधाई. और आप सबको भगवान सूर्य इस उमंग और उल्लास का जो ये महापर्व है, आप सबके जीवन में सुख समृद्धि और उत्तम स्वास्थ्य लेकर के आए, ऐसी हमारी कामना है. जहां तक आज के इस विषय के बारे में मुझे चर्चा करना है, तो मुझे खुशी हो रही है कि बड़ा ही समीचीन विषय पर आज सार्थक चर्चा हुई होगी. यो मैं अभी तुरंत जुड़ा हूं, लेकिन मुझे पता चला कि सुबह 10 बजे से ही आप सब लोग यहाँ जुड़े हुए हैं और लगभग 15 सत्रों में और 25 से भी ज्यादा प्रमुख वक्ता इसमें आज शिरकत कर चुके हैं। ये हमारे लिए सौभाग्य की बात है कि आपने पूरे इस आज के कार्यक्रम जो रिसाइकलिंग फॉर ग्रीनर टुमारो, इस विषय को बहुत ही सार्थक चर्चा करके एक परिणाम सामने लाने का प्रयास आपने किया है। आज के इस कार्यक्रम के जो अध्यक्ष हैं और बिजनेस वर्ल्ड प्रमुख है डॉक्टर अनुराग बत्रा जी सामने दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं। मैं बहुत बहुत साधुवाद देता हूं और धन्यवाद दे रहा हूं कि आपने बड़ा ही सार्थक चर्चा किया है। अजय जी ने मुझे कहा जुड़ने को, तो मैंने आज समय निकाल करके आप लोगों से मिलने का अवसर हुआ। मैं जानता हूं कि आज बहुत बड़े बड़े ऐसे हमारे जो रिसाइकलिंग और पर्यावरण के जो विशेषज्ञ हैं, काफी प्रबुद्ध वर्ग और उद्योग जगत के काफी मनीषी और साथी आज सम्मिलित हुए हैं, जिसमें मुझे जो जानकारी मिली है कि पद्मश्री राजगोपालन वासुदेवन जी भी शायद सम्मिलित रहे हैं, श्री राजेंद्र सिंह जी जो मैन ऑफ मतलब जिनको कहते हैं कि वाटर मैन ऑफ इंडिया, प्लास्टिक मैन ऑफ इंडिया के रूप में पद्मश्री राजगोपालाचार्य जी हैं, और साथ साथ हमारे अन्य कई इस प्रकार के वक्ता मौजूद हैं। मैं आज विशेष रूप से आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि मनुष्य का जो जीवन है वो सचमुच में प्रकृति प्रेमी है, और भारत सदियों से प्रकृति के प्रति हमारी बहुत बड़ी अभिरुचि रही है, और हम प्रकृति को, जो प्रकृति प्रदत्त चीज है उसको हम अपनाते रहे हैं। आज जहाँ तक पूरी मानव जाति के लिए हम ये कह सकते हैं कि जहाँ दुनिया का छठा हिस्सा भारत में निवास करता है, यानी लगभग 18% लोग भारत में निवास करते हैं, और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सभी सेक्टर में भारत सरकार ने अपने लक्ष्य निर्धारित किए, और विगत 2 वर्षों में विश्व में मानव जाति अभूतपूर्व वैश्विक महामारी के दौर से गुजर रहा। हम आप उसके कह सकते हैं कि इस कालखंड में हम लोग कई अपनों को भी छोड़ चुके हैं, और मुझे अभी 2 दिन पहले ही मैं लगभग कोविड के से मुक्त हुआ हूँ। तो सचमुच में इस वैश्विक महामारी में अनेक प्रकार की असुविधाएं भी लोगों को झेलनी पड़ी है। मानव जाति द्वारा संसाधनों के अंधाधुंध जो दोहन का उसके कारण है, और जो ग्रीन हाउस गैस के तेजी से बढ़ते उत्सर्जन, ये हमारी धरती को विपदाजनक और संभावित रूप से जो अपरिवर्तनीय जलवायु परिवर्तन को झेलने के लिए भी बाध्य कर रहा है। यह मानव जाति को स्मरण दिलाता है कि भविष्य के लिए सतत विकास, जो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट का जो मार्ग है, वो अपनाना ही हमारे लिए एकमात्र विकल्प है। अब कार्रवाई करने का समय भी आ गया है, और आज का जो दिन भर का सार्थक चर्चा हुई है, ये निश्चित रूप से एक मील का पत्थर सिद्ध होगा। इस तात्कालिक आवश्यकता को महसूस करते हुए लोगों के लिए और इस धरती को शांति और समृद्धि हेतु हम साझा दृष्टिकोण को पूरा करने की दिशा में भारत की अटल प्रतिबद्धता, ऐसे समावेशी दृष्टिकोण अपनाने में हम प्रतिबिंबित होते हैं, जो राष्ट्रीय विकास एजेंडा के साथ सामंजस्य स्थापित करती है। हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी ने कहा है, संपूर्ण मानव जाति के छठे भाग का सतत विकास पूरी दुनिया के लिए और हमारे इस सुंदर धरती के लिए बड़े परिणाम लायक। 18% हम पूरी दुनिया के आबादी के हैं और इस लक्ष्य को हासिल करने हेतु भारत सरकार द्वारा एक सुदृढ़ मॉडल तैयार किया गया है, जिसके तहत राष्ट्रीय और राज्य सरकारों के सहयोग से हम विभिन्न कार्यक्रमों की तैयारी, कार्यान्वयन और निगरानी का भी कार्य कर रहे हैं। जहां तक मालूम है कि अपने राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर जो निर्धारित योगदानों के अनुसार जो कार्य करते हुए भारत ने अपने 100% गांव, 100% गांव जो है उसका विद्युतीकरण हमने कर लिया है। ऊर्जा की बचत करने वाले उपकरणों के माध्यम से प्रतिवर्ष 38 मिलियन टन कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड के उत्सर्जन में कमी लाने का काम किया है। 80 मिलियन गरीब परिवारों को स्वच्छ रसोई गैस उपलब्ध कराई गई है और इसमें वर्ष 2030 तक हमने 450 गीगावाट जो रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी उसके संयंत्र स्थापित करने तथा 26 मिलियन हेक्टेयर जो अवकृत भूमि है, डिजर्टेड का लैंड जो है, उसकी बहाली करने का हमने एक प्रक्रिया शुरू कर दिया है। तो ये भारत के लिए जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अभी आप कह सकते हैं कि अभी हाल में ही जो सम्मेलन हुआ ग्लासगो में, उस सम्मेलन में उन्होंने बहुत सारी बातों का जिक्र भी किया है और जहां क्लाइमेट चेंज की दिशा में और पर्यावरण एक बहुत बड़ा संकट है, प्लास्टिक का, जिस पर हम रिसाइकलिंग के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, आज उस विषय को बहुत गंभीरता से हमें लेने की आवश्यकता है। आज से एक शताब्दी पूर्व 1909 में महात्मा गांधी जी ने पश्चिमी समाज के आनंद तथा समृद्धि की अंतहीन दौड़ को समूची धरती तथा उसके संसाधनों के लिए गंभीर खतरा माना था। उन्होंने लिखा था, महात्मा गांधी जी ने, पृथ्वी सभी व्यक्तियों की आवश्यकताओं की पूर्ति के लिए पर्याप्त है, किंतु उनके लालच की पूर्ति के लिए नहीं। आज मनुष्य को लालच बहुत हो गया है। ऐसी स्थिति में प्रकृति के संसाधन और विकास दोनों का सामंजस्य स्थापित करने का विकल्प एक ही रिसाइकलिंग है। आपने इस विषय पर जिस वार्ता का आयोजन किया है वो भारत के विकास के लिए और भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है, मानवता के लिए भी कल्याणकारी है, प्रकृति के संरक्षण के अनुकूल है। आपको इस विषय पर इतनी महत्वपूर्ण जो कॉन्क्लेव आपने आयोजित किया है, उस आयोजन के लिए मैं बधाई देता हूं। बत्रा साहब, साधुवाद देता हूं। आपने एक ईश्वरीय कार्य करने का काम किया है। प्रकृति ईश्वर का दिया हुआ सबसे अनमोल वरदान है। प्रकृति की हमारे जीवन का मुख्य आधार है और यह हमें प्राणवायु, जल, खाद्य एवं हमारे जीवन की सभी आवश्यकताओं को पूरा करती रही। प्रकृति के बिना हमारे जीवन की कल्पना ही कठिन है। अथर्ववेद में भूमि सूक्त में पृथ्वी माता के रूप में पूजनीय है। माता भूमि पुत्रो अहं पृथिव्या। प्राकृतिक साधनों का दिन प्रतिदिन कम होते जाना हमारे लिए बहुत ही चिंता का विषय है और इसलिए हम सभी को प्रकृति के महत्व को भी समझना चाहिए और इसे बचाने के लिए हमें प्रयास करना चाहिए। प्रकृति रक्षिति रक्षिता, यानी नेचर प्रोटेक्ट्स इफ शी इज प्रोटेक्टेड। हमें प्रकृति का संरक्षण और संवर्धन, हम पर्यावरण प्रेमी होने के नाते हमें करने की आवश्यकता है और इसलिए हमें जो मनुष्य की पंच तत्व से बना हुआ शरीर है, क्षिति जल पावक गगन समीरा, पंच तत्व निर्मित यह अधम शरीरा, ये पंच तत्व जो हमारे लिए है महत्वपूर्ण है। आकाश, पृथ्वी, अग्नि, वायु, जल, तो इन पंच तत्वों की रक्षा करना मानव धर्म हो जाता है। एक अध्ययन के अनुसार 1970 से प्राकृतिक संसाधनों का दोहन 3 गुना अधिक हो गया है। 3 टाइम्स हमने ज्यादा किया और 2050 तक 70% और अधिक बढ़ जाएगा। ये बहुत बड़ी चुनौती हमारे लिए है और एक बहुत विभत्स दृश्य सामने आ सकता है। अगर हम नहीं चेते तो भविष्य में इसका सामना भी हमें करना पड़ सकता है। प्राकृतिक संसाधनों का एकल अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में उपयोग और उत्पादन की प्रतिकूल प्रभाव पर्यावरण पर पड़ रहा है। 2015 के इस पेरिस समझौते के सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट जो सतत विकास का लक्ष्य का क्रमांक 12, जो उसका सीरियल नंबर 12 था, उसमें उत्तरदायित्व पूर्ण उपयोग और उत्पादन है। इसका अर्थ है जीवन के स्तर को सुधारते हुए प्रकृति के संसाधनों का न्यूनतम मिनिमम उसका प्रयोग करना। और भारत सरकार की नीति 3R सिद्धांत की है, अर्थात रिड्यूस, रीयूज और रिसाइकिल। ये 3R जो हमारे सिद्धांत हैं और हम सब को इसको व्यवहार में लाना ही होगा। रिसाइकलिंग जो चक्रीय अर्थव्यवस्था, सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी जो है, उसकी एक धुरी है। जैसे साइकिल की धुरी है, साइकिल बिना उससे चल नहीं सकता। तो हमारी जो चक्रीय अर्थव्यवस्था, जो सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी का रिसाइकलिंग एक धुरी है। और भारत सरकार इस नीति के आधार पर अपने विकास कार्यक्रमों का, अपने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का विकास भी कर रहा है। उदाहरण के तौर पर रबड़ के टुकड़ों, पुराने टायरों को हम रिसाइकिल करके सड़क निर्माण में डामर के रूप में प्रयोग कर रहे हैं। भारतीय रोड कांग्रेस ने 2010 में संशोधित डामर के उपयोग की गाइडलाइन भी जारी की है, आपको मालूम होगा। और यही नहीं, 2016 में हमने 2016 में इस दिशा में कई हमने विधायी कार्य भी कदम उठाए हैं, कई रूल्स रेगुलेशन हमने बनाए हैं। पहला सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट नियमावली 2016, ई वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट नियमावली 2016, बायोमेडिकल वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट नियमावली 2016, प्लास्टिक वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट नियमावली 2016, निर्माण एवं विध्वंस, कंस्ट्रक्शन एंड डिमोलिशन, उसका वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट नियमावली 2016, ये सभी हमने बनाया है। और फ्लाई एश का नोटिफिकेशन भी हमने जारी किया है। हमारा मंत्रालय संसाधनों का बेहतर उपयोग और चक्रीय अर्थव्यवस्था, सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी पर हम नीति तैयार कर रही है। हमारे मंत्रालय के ही केंद्रीय प्रदूषण नियंत्रण बोर्ड ने, सेंट्रल पॉल्यूशन बोर्ड ने अपनी 2019 और 20 इसकी रिपोर्ट में यह बताया है कि हम 708.81 टन, यानी कि 708.81 सॉलिड कचरे को रिसाइकिल हमने किया है। यानी कि देश के 22 राज्यों में 468 468 जो हमारे ऑथराइज्ड ई वेस्ट की साइकिल यूनिट्स है और 49 प्रकार के खतरनाक श्रेणी के जो डेंजरस है उसके वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट का या कचरा के प्रबंधन के लिए 71 एसओपी हमने बनाए। और इसके लिए देश भर में 1857 ऑथराइज सेंटर भी हमने बनाए हैं। भारत सरकार चक्रीय अर्थव्यवस्था को प्रोत्साहन कर रही है और इसके प्रयोग से जहां पर्यावरण संरक्षण को बढ़ावा मिल रहा है, ग्रीन हाउस गैसों का उत्सर्जन में कमी आएगी, वनों में बायोडायवर्सिटी को संरक्षित करने में सहायता मिलेगी और आयात पर हमारी निर्भरता भी कम होगी। यजुर्वेद में प्रार्थना है कि मैं पृथ्वी संपदा को हानि नहीं पहुंचाऊं। इसके लिए हम प्रार्थना करते हैं रोज, पृथ्वी मातर्मा हिंसी मां अहं त्वाम। हम कम से कम माता को, पृथ्वी माता को हमने जब माना है तो उनको कम से कम उस संपदा का हानि पहुंचे, इसका हम प्रयास करते हैं। पर्यावरणीय संरक्षण एवं सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अपने स्वतंत्रता दिवस के भाषण में इसका उल्लेख किया था। उन्होंने कहा था कि हमारी वाहन स्क्रैप पॉलिसी 2021 इसका एक उदाहरण भी है। नीति आयोग ने, भारत सरकार के नीति आयोग ने लिथियम बैटरी, टायर, वाहन, ई वेस्ट, सोलर पैनल वेस्ट सहित 11 क्षेत्रों के कचरा प्रबंधन के लिए एक कमेटी का गठन भी किया है और यह इस बात पर विचार करेगी कि इनका सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी में अधिकतम प्रयोग कैसे किया जा सकता। हमारा मंत्रालय वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट पर ड्राफ्ट नियमावली को अंतिम रूप दे रहा है। ई वाहनों के अधिकतम प्रयोग से लिथियम बैटरी आज का प्रयोग बढ़ेगा, इसमें कहीं दो मत नहीं। इस पर हम एक व्यापक नीति लाने वाले हैं, लेकिन यह कार्य केवल सरकारी स्तर पर करने से संभव नहीं है। हमारे उद्योग जगत, आप सारे लोग जो उद्योग जगत के आप हस्ती हैं, इसमें अनुसंधान और संस्थानों सहित सभी हितधारकों को, जितने भी स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, उनको अपनी भूमिका भी निभानी होगी। माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का कथन है, सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास। जैसा कि हम कहते रहे हैं, संग गच्छध्वम संग बदत्वम, सब साथ चले, सब मिलके चले। और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दुनिया भर के लोगों को अभी ग्लासगो के कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी भारत के इस सांस्कृतिक मंत्र से मंत्रमुग्ध किया, पंचामृत भी भेंट किया। और वो पंचामृत मैंने बताया कि किस प्रकार से भारत उसके लिए प्रयास कर रहा है कि हम पर्यावरण को कैसे संतुलित बना सकते हैं, और हर क्षेत्र में जो हमारे इस प्रकार के काम है उस दिशा में हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। और जहां तक सतत विकास के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करें, हम जिस किसी भी वस्तु का प्रयोग कर रहे हैं उसका सिंगल उपयोग न होकर उन्हें रिसाइकलिंग करके पृथ्वी के संसाधनों का न्यूनतम उपयोग करें, तभी ये संभव हो पाएगा। मुझे लगता है कि आज आप सब लोगों ने बड़ा ही गंभीर चर्चा, और अब समापन इस कार्यक्रम का होने वाला है, तो मैं समापन के पूर्व दो पंक्ति में अपनी एक कविता भी आपको सुनाना पसंद करूंगा। सबसे पहले तो कि जो प्रकृति की रक्षा के लिए हम जब संकल्पित है, प्रकृति और पर्यावरण प्रेमी होने के नाते हम वृक्ष को ना काटें, पेड़ लगाएं, पेड़ बचाएं। और एक पेड़ की दर्दनाक कविता इसमें हम आपके सामने 2 लाइन में प्रस्तुत करते हैं। क्या तुमने सुनी है, क्या तुमने सुनी है सपनों में चमकती कुल्हड़ियां के भय से, पेड़ों की चित्कार कुल्हड़ियों के बार सहते, पेड़ की हिलती टहनियों में दिखाई पड़े हैं तुम्हें, पेड़ की हिलती टहनियों में दिखाई पड़े हैं तुम्हें, बचाव के लिए पुकारते हजारों हजार हाथ, हजारों हजार हाथ। अगर नहीं तो क्षमा करना मुझे, अगर नहीं तो क्षमा करना मुझे, तुम्हारे आदमी होने पर संदेह है, तुम्हारे आदमी होने पर संदेह है। आप सब ने रिसाइकिल पर इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन करके देश की प्रगति में प्रकृति के संसाधनों के न्यूनतम प्रयोग में जो अपनी महती भूमिका निभाई है, इसके लिए मैं पुनः आप सबको धन्यवाद, साधुवाद देता हूं। और इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम करते हुए आप सबके इस सम्मेलन की सफलता की भी शुभकामना करता हूं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत, वंदे मातरम, नमस्कार।
शुक्रिया और आभार श्री अश्विनी कुमार चौबे जी कि आपने शेयर किया कि आपकी मिनिस्ट्री का, आपकी सरकार का क्या एक गेम प्लान है, क्या नीतियां हैं और क्या काम हुआ है। और राइट फ्रॉम इट्स द कंट्री एंड द प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स participation in COP26 to the policies on the ground, and thank you for आपने इसमें हमारी ancient culture Vedas से भी recitation किया, and आपने अंत में एक कविता को पढ़ा. So thank you so much. I would also like to request Shri Sudhir Mishra ji, who is one of the jury members and who is an environmental activist. I know he runs a law firm, but his book about the air quality in Delhi is coming out, which BW Books is publishing, and he is personally known to you, Shri Ashwini Kumar Chaube ji. So मैं चाहूँगा कि मिश्रा जी आपसे एक प्रश्न पूछें और ये टिप्पणी भी एक करना चाहते हैं.
प्रणाम माननीय मंत्री महोदय सुधीर मिश्रा, आप जम्मू से मेरी रिपोर्ट को रिलीज किए थे, सस्टेनेबिलिटी रिपोर्ट के लिए. आपके साथ आपका प्रवास बक्सर से होता है और मेरे पिताजी वहां पर काम करते थे, और मैं आपकी पूरी यात्रा को देखता हूं और उससे इंस्पायर होता हूं. लेकिन आज एक बहुत बड़ी बात कहना चाहता हूं मैं, कि जिस तरह का
कमिटमेंट आपसे बात करके बहुत
पिछले 7 सालों में जितना एनवायरमेंट पे काम कुछ सेक्टर्स में हुआ है, वो एक स्टोरी है जिसको बिजनेस वर्ल्ड ने भी बहुत सारे आर्टिकल्स में लिखा है. लेकिन एक स्टोरी है जिस पर हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं कि 7 सालों में नॉन कन्वेंशनल एनर्जी पे जिस तरह से पेरिस में हमें टारगेट दिया गया था, उस टारगेट को हमने 7 साल पहले ही अचीव कर लिया, और आज करीब 40% का जो हमने टारगेट था उसको भी अचीव कर लिया. आपने पेड़ों की बात की, फॉरेस्ट सर्वे की रिपोर्ट आई है जिसमें बहुत सारे स्टेट ने बड़ा उत्तम कार्य किया है, और मैं 20 सालों से जंगलों में काम किया, फॉरेस्ट और वाइल्ड लाइफ के लिए काम किया, सारे लीडिंग एनजीओ के लिए काम किया, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में माइकस था. मैंने इतना एक्टिव टाइम जहां पर शोर कम है और काम ज्यादा है, ये शायद पहली बार केंद्र के इस लेवल पर देखा जा रहा है. और इसके लिए आप लोग जो भी प्रयत्न कर रहे हैं, भूपेंद्र यादव जी जब अधिवक्ता भी थे तो उन्होंने एक बुक लिखी थी फॉरेस्ट कंजर्वेशन पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट की. तो हमें पता है कि लीडरशिप आपकी और उनकी, और आपका बिहार का जो बैकग्राउंड था, वहां आपने इतने सालों तक मंत्री रहे और इतनी बड़े बड़े कार्य किए. हम लोग को बड़ी अपेक्षा है कि वेस्ट रिसाइकलिंग पे भी शायद हम उसी तरह का उत्तम काम करेंगे जो हमने फॉरेस्ट पे किया है और नॉन कन्वेंशनल एनर्जी सोर्सेज पे किया है. तो आपका जो हम लोग को एड्रेस था आज, वो बहुत इंस्पायरिंग है. और जो हमारी और भी थॉट प्रोसेसेस हैं जो कंट्री को सशक्त करती हैं, वहां भी 3P का बड़ा स्थान है कि हम पेड़, पानी और प्लास्टिक को कैसे मैनेज करते हैं, उस पर भी मैं काम कर रहा हूँ. तो अनुराग, आपको बहुत बहुत साधुवाद कि आपने मुझे जूरी में लिया और आप हमेशा मुझे इनकरेज करते हैं कि मैं बिजनेस वर्ल्ड के लिए सस्टेनेबिलिटी पर लिखूं. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
और इनकी जी, वी वुड वांट यू टू अनवील हिज बुक व्हेन इट इज आउट. एक हम फिजिकल फंक्शन करेंगे. इट इज कॉल्ड ब्रेथलेस दिल्ली. कैसे दिल्ली इज ब्रेथलेस, वो सांस ही नहीं ले पा रही है. और इन्होंने बहुत, ही इज अ डोमेन एक्सपर्ट, ये एक विशेषज्ञ हैं, and he's written it with his domain expertise, अपनी विशेष टिप्पणी और एक पैशन से. इन्होंने एक जुनून से वो किताब लिखी है. तो मैं चाहूंगा कि जब वो किताब छप जाए मार्च में, we would like you to be.
मैं चाहूंगा, देखना आवश्यक है. सुधीर जी, आप मुझे भिजवाएंगे उसको? जी जी जी, जरूर जरूर.
तो श्री अश्विनी कुमार चौबे जी, यहाँ पे हमारे आज हम इनॉग्रल अवार्ड्स है रिसाइकलिंग के, तो हम अवार्ड शुरू करते हैं ताकि आप कुछ अवार्ड दे करके फिर जा पाए. So I will give the munch back to Shri Bhavna Bhatia ji. Bhavna, you may take it forward.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, and thank you to our Minister and Mr. Mishra for joining us. And it is now time to start off with the awards. It's a day to celebrate. Well, ladies and gentlemen, these awards, which are going to be starting, they are the main focus is to bring together and recognize the best in waste management, sustainability, environment, and recycling domain. The purpose is also to acknowledge and award the great work done in sustainability, environment, waste management, recycling, and upcycling. Well, with this, without any further ado, and in the presence of our dignitaries, it is time to start off with the first category of the day, which is Best Extended Producer Responsibility Strategy. Let's find out who gets the gold in this category.
Bhavna, I would request before we do that, if there is a jury AV, or if we can share the names of the jury members so that the minister and the jury members present, once they are acknowledged in presence of the minister, and second, all the participants should know the transparent, robust, and absolutely, process of the jury, because I think what is very important that these awards are done through a knowledge editorial led process, entry led process, and a jury led process. And some of the jury members are here. So we're grateful. Shri Rajinder Singh ji, who's the waterman of India, and जिन्होंने पानी के क्षेत्र में बहुत काम किया, और पानी ऐसा हमारा एक रिसोर्स है जिसको हम we think it is endless, but it is not. So he's also present. So I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Shri Rajendra Kumar ji. So if we can run the jury and show who are in the jury, I think that will give a peek to the minister in terms of how this process happened.
Absolutely, Dr. Batra. That's rightly said. Actually, we were just trying to skip, keeping in view of his time, but you are bang on point that it is very important to first start with a jury AV. So with your kind permission, I'll just cue in the jury AV right now. Could we have the jury AV, please? So ladies and gentlemen, there are a lot of excitement coming on the other side where we're going to be joined by our winner shortly. But as Dr. Batra rightly said, it is time to scrutinize the process and let everyone see how this entire concept was curated. And let's see what the jury has to say. After all, our jury members are themselves present during the awards function. Could we have the AV, please?
Thanks to BW Business World for this entire exercise for selecting of winners for the recycling initiatives. The entire process was very detailed, and the categories and the entries were really promising. Some of the very good companies as well as some young companies having lesser experience but innovative ideas were included, and all the jury members took enough time to see how these people are putting so much efforts to get their goals done. So I'm very much satisfied with the entire process as a jury member, as well as all the colleagues who were. We hope for even better event next year. Thank you.
Absolute pleasure to be part of the jury for one of the most important sustainability aspects of environment, which is waste management and recycling. Several categories which we judged, during the course of these 7 to 8 hours, very, very grueling, but extremely enlightening. And I must say that what business world has been able to do is cull the best, among the best, I would say, recyclers who are now beginning to spawn an absolute, entrepreneurial, trailblazer in India. What at one point of time was probably being done absolutely informally is now being done in a very professional manner, using the best of technologies, leveraging the best of supply chains, and we can just see an upward movement from here. I think 5 years down the line, the landscape is going to look very, very different, and business world has really taken this fantastic initiative to award those who are already doing fantastic work in this area. I can simply say that Swachh Bharat, which started almost 6 to 7 years ago, with the idea that waste can be a resource, is really beginning to see the light of day. And a range of Range of entries was amazing. The work which people are doing is amazing, and we see really many more coming up in times to come. So I really look forward to really a new India where waste is really not going to be waste anymore, and we can see opportunities for those at the lowest level, the informal sector, to people who are really going to strike it rich. Thank you.
Wonderful experience and a pleasure to be part of the jury of the Business World Awards for recognizing the outstanding work in waste management. The jury team members have been amazing, and extensive jury meeting of 7 to 8 hours. This is also, it speaks volumes of the good entries that have come in, and each was reviewed with great detail, and the participants are the semi-finalists, finalists, who all have done excellent work.
Being on the jury of Business World Awards is always very enriching, because the jury, the other jury members are always very interesting people. The participants as well, they bring in a rich, very rich trajectory of experiences and knowledge. So it's always a pleasure interacting with the jury members, and an open and free discussion, thanks to Business World, which is always at the background and let us deliberate openly, as well as learning from the participants. And the quality of participants was excellent. I would say that it was very diverse. So what I loved about the candidates in this specific award was that on one hand you had the waste departments of some very large companies that, of course, Sustain Labs knows and works with. But on the other hand, you also had some very niche companies and startups in the space. And then after that, you also had these educational institutes, government institutes who are doing, upcycling and doing some very cool stuff. So I love the diversity, and I wish all the participants the very best. Thank you.
Well, that was excellent. We've just got the jury AV being played, and I hope that will suffice. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is time now to move on to our great awards. And it is time right now for our first category, which is the Best Extended Producer Responsibility Strategy. And let's find out who gets the gold in this category. Could we now have the winner AV, please? And yes, ladies and gentlemen, for the gold, it goes to Ricard Innovations. Congratulations with this. Could I now request Anurag Tiwari, Director, Ricard Innovations, to kindly join us and accept the award.
Thank you so much. Thank you for recognizing our efforts. Thank you for giving us this award. Thank you, jury and Business World. ये अवार्ड हमारी मेहनत, हमारे सारे एफर्ट्स को आज फलीभूत करता है। ये इंडस्ट्री की तरफ से सिर्फ हमें मौका ही नहीं दिया गया, हमारा साथ भी दिया गया हमें यहाँ तक आने के लिए। सोचिए अगर स्वच्छ भारत मिशन हुआ ही नहीं होता, या देश के इतने बड़े देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने खुद अपने हाथ में झाड़ू उठाई ही ना होती, तो शायद हमें वो मौका ही ना मिला होता, और साथ में हमें साथ ही ना मिला होता, एक मूवमेंट ही क्रिएट ना हुआ होता, लोग इस मिशन के रूप में इसको डेवलप ही नहीं किया होता, तो हम शायद ना पहुंच पाते यहाँ तक। हमने जो किया आप लोगों ने सराहा और हमें इस लायक समझा कि हम इस अवार्ड को ले सके। पूरी रीका टीम के तरफ से आप सबका आभार, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सभी का।
अनुराग जी, मैं चाहूंगा कि थोड़ा सा आप चौबे साहब को बहुत संक्षिप्त में बता पाए आप क्या करते हैं, बहुत संक्षिप्त में।
थैंक यू सर। सर नमस्ते, मैं अनुराग तिवारी, रीकाट इनोवेशन से। सर हम जब म्युनिसिपैलिटी सेग्रीगेट करती हैं वेस्ट, और उनके सेग्रीगेशन के वक्त उनके पास वैल्यूएबल मटेरियल होता है जो रिसाइकिल हो सकता है, एक कंपोस्ट लाइक मटेरियल होता है जो खाना या फिर घर से निकलने वाला गीला कचरा जिससे कंपोस्टिंग के रूप में डेवलप होता है, और तीसरा प्रकार का वेस्ट होता है जो कि नॉन रिसाइक्लेबल प्लास्टिक वेस्ट या फिर ऐसा मटेरियल जो कि को प्रोसेस हो सकता है सीमेंट फैक्ट्रीज में। हम लोगों ने एक ऐसा मॉडल डेवलप किया पूरे देश में जिसमें हम म्युनिसिपैलिटीज के साथ मिलके और कॉर्पोरेट जैसे आईटीसी, कॉर्पोरेट जैसे डाबर, कॉर्पोरेट जैसे पार्ले एग्रो, कॉर्पोरेट जैसे पार्ले प्रोडक्ट्स, कॉर्पोरेट जैसे नेस्ले, इन सारे ब्रांड्स के साथ मिलके उन सबसे हम फंड लेते हैं और एक्सटेंडेड प्रोड्यूसर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के अंतर्गत उन म्युनिसिपैलिटीज की हेल्प करते हैं। उनके यहाँ से निकलने वाला जो प्लास्टिक वेस्ट है वो रिसाइकलिंग और को प्रोसेसिंग के लिए भिजवाते हैं, रिसाइकलिंग और को प्रोसेसिंग के लिए सर। और इस पूरे प्रोसेस को हम लोगों ने इस प्रकार से डेवलप किया कि हम पूरे देश में इसको इम्प्लीमेंट कर पाए। भारत में आज की डेट में रिकार्ड के साथ काम करने के लिए 140 से ज्यादा शहर काम करते हैं। बड़े शहरों में बैंगलोर जैसे शहर भी हैं और छोटे शहरों में उत्तरकाशी जैसा शहर भी है। हम पूरे देश में 31 स्टेट्स और यूटीज में काम करते हैं, लगभग पूरा देश कवर करते हैं सर। 31 स्टेट्स और यूटीज मतलब लगभग 97% 96% कंट्री कवर कर रहे हैं आज के डेट में हम प्लास्टिक वेस्ट के लिए। रिकार्ड के पास पूरे देश में 1.5 लाख टन, 1,50,000 टन से ज्यादा।
We lost your voice, Anurag. We lost your voice, but श्री चौबे जी, आपने देखा कि इनका जो इम्पैक्ट है वो व्यापक है और इनकी प्रेरणा हमारे प्रधानमंत्री हैं और ये स्टेट्स में पूरे भारतवर्ष में काम कर रहे हैं। और मेरे को भी सौभाग्य मिला कि मैं जूरी में बैठा और मैंने ऐसी नई कंपनीज को डिस्कवर किया हमारी एडिटोरियल टीम ने, और हमने देखा किस तरह का काम हो रहा है जो हमको भी नहीं मालूम। इट्स अ न्यू डोमेन फॉर अस, वी डोंट डू अ डीप डाइव इन दिस डोमेन। सो जस्ट क्योंकि आप यहाँ पे हैं तो मैं चाहता था कि अनुराग जी अपने कार्य के बारे में थोड़ा बता पाए। सो कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस टू यू मिस्टर तिवारी, एंड वी वुड रिक्वेस्ट श्री अश्विनी कुमार चौबे जी, अगर आप प्रोत्साहन के 2 शब्द तिवारी जी के लिए कह पाएं तो बहुत आभार होगा आपका। इफ यू कैन अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ मिस्टर चौबे, श्री चौबे, और अगर आप 2 शब्द तिवारी जी के लिए कह पाए। आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट श्री अश्विनी कुमार चौबे जी, the honorable minister, to be able to say a few words. I think he's engaged in another conversation.
Yes,
but,
Dr.
we'll move on, and congratulations to you, Mr. Tiwari.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, just keeping in interest of time, we'd request all our winners to keep the acceptance speech to a couple of lines. We move on to our next one, understanding who gets the silver. So, could we now have the silver AV, please? So yes, the silver goes to Ramki Enviro. Congratulations. And with this, if I may request Mr. Amrendra Kumar, Business Head Recycling, Ramki Enviro, to kindly join us on the stage.
Thank you, Bhavna, and it's an absolute honor to receive this award in presence of the Honorable Minister. Just a moment. Yeah, thank you. I would like to thank Business World and.
मैं जाना चाहूँगा, क्षमा करेंगे
चौबे साहब, बस इनकी स्पीच के बाद आप जा सकते हैं, बस ये। अच्छा, और आप इनका प्रोत्साहन।
कार्यक्रम था।
Sure. Please go ahead.
Amrendra ji, you can go ahead.
Thank you. So I would like to thank the Business World and the reverend jury members for recognizing our efforts to our sustainable future and honoring our company with this very, very prestigious award. I would like to thank my dedicated team members and staff who have worked day in, day out to make our services one of the best and most trusted e-car service brand in India. I would especially like to thank all our stakeholders across the ecosystem who believed in us and have supported us in a big way. A big thank you to our customers who motivated and inspired us to work harder and offer them with best-in-class services year after year. This award further reaffirms our commitment to do better tomorrow than what we are doing today. Finally, to my wonderful team who have tuned into this program, you guys are absolutely fantastic. But ye dil mange more. Thank you and wish you all a very pleasant day.
Thank you.
चौबे जी, आभार, शुक्रिया. Thank you so much.
बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत धन्यवाद.
Thank you so much.
बहुत
Thank
धन्यवाद.
you so
नमस्कार.
much. Thank you. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this we mark the exit of our minister, but so much value brought by him. So, with this and everyone's presence on the stage, all our jury members, it is time to move on to the next winner. It is time now to find out the special mention in this category of Best Extended Producer Responsibility Strategy. Let's find out who gets. So join me in applauding the special mention, which is Circle, and for this we're requesting Rahul Nenani, co-founder and CEO, and Gaurashish Sani, co-founder and CEO of Circle, to kindly join us.
Yes, hi, good evening everyone.
Rahul and Ashish,
Just a moment, Rahul. Yeah, could we
Congratulations.
have everyone on mute, please, otherwise, so we can hear Rahul properly? Could we have, yes, please. Rahul, over to you.
Rahul and Ashish, congratulations to both of you. And there are only very few jury mentions. We stuck to gold and silver, but the jury members decided in this particular category, you've done good and pioneering work, and you needed to be encouraged. So hence the special jury mention for you. So congratulations to you both.
Thank you, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My partner was actually traveling on ground, so he's not been able to attend the event. But I'm so firstly happy to see that Business World has taken up this initiative to recognize the people in the waste management, sustainability, and recycling sector, apart from the many other award functions that you all hold. Because I personally believe that people working in this sector definitely need the recognition for the work that they are doing. So kudos to Dr. Batra as well as to the entire Business World team to holding this successful event that you'll have. And thank you for the jury members and Dr. Batra for the special mention in the PR category. So we look forward to making sure that we create a much larger impact going forward. So thank you, everyone.
Congrats again. All the best.
Thank you and congratulations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is now time to move on to the next category in the presence of our humble jury members. It is time now to find out the best initiative in recycling biodegradable waste. Let's find out who gets the gold in this. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, the gold goes to Indian Pollution Control Association. And with this, if I may request Ashish Jain, Founder Director, Indian Pollution Control Association, to kindly join us on the stage.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Business World, for this opportunity. And it's an immense pleasure to receive this award. I would like to thank a jury member who believe us and trusted us our work of recycling biodegradable waste. I would also like to thank my team members who work very hard at the ground, and the project for which we got this recognition is a very unique project, and the people are very happy to do composting in their community. So through this project, we would be able to provide them on-site solution to their organic waste, and they are getting compost, using this compost in to develop vegetable garden within the society. So with this recognition, we are again motivated to do more, and we keep on doing good work for the society and environment. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations, Mr. Jain. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is time now to find out the next winner in this category. Could we have the AV, please? So for the special mention in Best Initiative Recycling Biodegradable Waste, it goes to Koshish Sustainable Solutions. And may I request Dr. Ratnesh Tiwari, CEO, Koshish Sustainable Solutions, to kindly join us. Dr. Ratnesh, over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Business World, for this recognition. I also want to thank Dr. Batra and jury members for this recognition and believing in our efforts. I want to dedicate this award to my team members, the young and dynamic team who is working on the ground. Also, our solutions are going to make a big impact for our clients, especially the poultry farmer, the dairy farmers. Also, wherever the biodegradable waste is coming out, we are giving them a solution which is beneficial in both ways. One way we are producing energy in the form of power or bio-CNG or heating in a heat energy. And other way we are producing a value-added manure, which is very useful for the agriculture part. Thank you for this recognition.
Thank you, Dr. Tiwari. Well, with this, I'd request words of encouragement from Mr. Sudhir Mishra, our jury member, for our winner, please. You're on mute. We'll request you to unmute, please. Yes.
I think the entire jury was very clear that whatever work is happening in the recycling space, we are at a very infancy stage. So everybody who is working is doing actually a favor for now. And after 4 or 5 years, there'll be an ecosystem which will be created. So we are very proud of this kind of work which Dr. Ratnesh and others are doing.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
And I would like to say to Dr. Tiwari that, as in the spirit of what Mr. Mishra said, these are early days. While you've done significant amount of work, I think in this domain, the amount of work that needs to be done is humongous. That's my understanding of now seeing what has happened in the last few weeks in this domain. And I would request our other jury members who joined also whenever, because some of you have won because a certain jury member steered the jury towards your candidature. So Bhavna, I would encourage you to engage with and invite the jury members for a comment and congratulating the winner. So,
Absolutely. So we definitely urge all our jury members, whoever are present, to please unmute yourself and put the camera on so that you can join us on the main stage. And we'd love a comment of encouragement from you as well in terms of how it went. And definitely with this, we're going to be moving on to the next winner, and I'll be inviting one by one all our jury members as well. But thank you so much, Mr. Mishra, for contributing, and please feel free to do so in our coming winners. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, let's find out the next winner in this category. Could we have the winner, AV, please? So yes, ladies and gentlemen, bagging a gold in Best Initiative in Recycling Biodegradable Waste is the High-Tech International. And if I may request Mukul Sareen, Director Business Development, and Siddharth Sareen, Director Technical High-Tech International, to kindly join us. Congratulations, Mukul and Siddharth. Over to you.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you, Honorable Minister Chaubeji, jury and business world, and especially Dr. Batra, for recognizing Dr. Bayo's work on biopolymers and sustainability. So as Dr. Bayo, we are manufacturing biopolymer granules under Atmanirbhar and Make in India initiatives of our Honorable Prime Minister, with a production capacity of around 7,000 metric tons per annum for now, and it is going to increase to around 20,000 metric tons in this year. So what Dr. Bayo does is we help the environment by saving the plastics and converting it into bioplastics. So bioplastic granules are being produced in our company that can be used to make cutlery, carry bags, disposables, forks, knives, cups, etc. And the impact that it is making is that we can save around 5 crores of carry bags going into the environment, up to 10 crores of spoons, knives, more than 10 crores of cups going to the environment. And with Dr. Bio, the product decomposes within 6 months compared to normal plastic that takes thousands of years. So we brothers Siddharth, who's a chemical and polymer engineer, and myself, Mukul, and I'm an international business graduate who have studied, from institutes like RMIT and Harvard, and worked with companies like Shell, Australian Reserve Bank, Coca-Cola. We are here back in the country at a time when the country is evolving in an era of major industrial disruption. We hope to bring a change we all together want to see with this alternate technology of compostable plastics. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, and congratulations on that. Dr. Batra, your words of encouragement. Of course, we'll invite...
It is heartening to see professionals with the kind of background that both the Serene brothers bring to the table, and the scale at which they're trying to make a change. And that augurs well for the country and for this sector. And I can only say again, we've got into it accidentally because Mr. Ashutosh Joshi came and made a case for it to me and to my team. And I would say especially to Priyanshi and Sanya, who over the last few weeks made sure that this became a reality. And we learned that the number of startups in this domain are at least 200 startups working in this domain. And, again, they're really creating the future for us. I mean, in the true sense of that, what they're doing is, it may seem like very simple stuff, but that simple stuff really adds to a planet that is more sustainable in a deep way. So thank you so much to Dr. Bio and to your company, High Tech, and to you, Mr. Mukul Serene, and your brother, Mr. Serene. I'm not able to remember his first name, for doing this work. And I'm sure your company will have even more impact and work at a scale to be able to impact all the sectors that you possibly can with what you build. Okay, so all the best. We're glad that we've discovered you editorially, because as we said, we don't cover this sector in too much detail. So we're glad that we've got engaged. Dr. Sameer Joshi, who's also one of our most active jury members, and I would say a domain expert, was also involved. Dr. Joshi, we'd welcome a comment from you.
मुकुल, अभी तो मापी है मुट्ठी भर जमीन, आगे पूरा आसमान बाकी है.
क्या बात है. Congratulations.
Very well said, sir. Thank you.
Congratulations. And at some stage, we like doing physical events, but we wanted to make it happen within January as was committed. It was delayed already. So we've done it virtually, but at some stage, we'll get you together in the same room so that there can be an exchange of ideas, handshakes, some hugs, and hopefully some business enablement. So we'll and get the policymakers in the room. We'll also ensure that in some time as the environment permits.
Absolutely. And congratulations once again, Mr. Serene. And with this, we'd formally welcome Dr. Joshi, who's our jury member. Thank you so much. And with this...
And Ms. Gauri Serene, who's also a jury member, we saw her in the AV.
Yes.
Gauri ji, we'll also request you to say a few words. Ms. Serene? Gauri? Can we get Gauri on the screen?
Sure, we'll just request that. If Gauri, if you're in the back end, please request you to join us.
I think Gauri is not well. She has a bad throat, so she did not join the panel as well.
I must tell you all the winners. There is a certain winner, and the jury awarded them. And then Gauri reached out to me 2 days later saying, but I read this, which was in the past about them. If you don't clarify that, we shouldn't give an award. I said, okay. Really, we are enablers. We're custodians of the process. We have no say in what, who wins, who doesn't win, except running the process in the right way. And we checked with the particular company. We got a satisfactory answer, ran it past Gauri. She raised the concern. Till she was satisfied, we didn't even inform the company that they're a winner. We did inform all others. That's the kind of seriousness with which we've taken the process. And in all our awards, we're absolutely focused on making sure the process is transparent and it is respected by all stakeholders. So just want to tell you that if you won, it is because you did some work. And as the awards grow bigger and bigger and older, it attracts more companies and it becomes tougher and tougher to win in the awards. So, I can say it with other domains where we did start some initiatives, and that 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, we can see the quality and quantity of participants just getting better every year. And because we have an editorial platform to be able to showcase the work, and it's not just an event management company doing an event, and so we have we believe that we were the first media product in India of the scale that we are, and to have a sustainability editor 7 years back, we are doing India's most sustainable companies ranking with Sustain Labs Paris. Dr. Minya Chatterjee was also on the jury. So clearly, this is a domain that we'll do much more editorially and engage with all of you. So just want to say that. Thank you once again, Mr. Salim.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Dr. Batra, I would like to add a few words here for Mr. Sareen.
Yes, Mr. Joshi, this is Mr. Joshi. As
Yeah,
I
remember
primarily because of him. He came to me 3 years back.
So kind of you for your kind words. Specifically, doing something for environment is one thing, just as a as an initiative or something. But specifically for Mr. Sareen, I found him with such a great subject knowledge of what he's doing. And means I had few questions regarding the initiative he has taken. So he was very much clear about each and every aspect, technical aspect of crystal clear, I should say. Means I asked about plastic granules. I asked about the time of degradation and what kind of starch he is using. So he has got answer for everything. So special applause for him from my side.
Thank you.
So much. And
Thank you.
there are other winners, so I'll make my interlude shorter in every way. And you should bring in Mr. Sameer Joshi, Mr. Ashutosh Joshi, and other jury members, and we should continue with the awards.
No, absolutely. So what we're going to do is during the course of the awards, we'll be slowly bringing one by one all our jury members as well. But for now, we're just going to be going ahead with the next category with your due permission. But meanwhile, congratulations, Mr. Sareen, on that wonderful win. So ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is time now to move on to the next category, which is Best Recycled or Upcycled Product of the Year. Could we now find out who gets the gold in this? So well, with this, congratulations, Devans, and I request now Sahib Sahani, Head of Social Media and Content of the company, to kindly join us. Congratulations, Sahib. With this, the stage and screen is all yours.
Thank you so much, first of all. I'm here on behalf of the founding members of Neiman's and the entire team at Neiman's. First up, I'd like to congratulate the entire BW team on a fantastic event. And I'd like to thank the jury, for the honor and recognition. We are a young startup. We are a young brand on a journey to create large-scale awareness around the need for sustainable products and for consumers to adopt to sustainability at a large scale. And we are really thankful for the kind of honor that has been bestowed on us. And it gives us a nice boost and an inspiration to probably create more sustainable products going forward from here, products that are good for the consumers at large and for the planet too. So thank you so much for the recognition.
Thank you and congratulations. Well, with this, we do have our jury members on the screen. We've got Mr. Joshi, we've got Ms. Chatterjee as well, who's just joined us right now. And of course, Dr. Joshi. So Ms. Chatterjee, since you just, or any of our jury members, whoever would like to contribute with their words of encouragement, please feel free at this moment. Ms. Chatterjee?
Sorry, I was on mute. Congratulations, Sahib, on that win. I've actually long followed your company as well. You're doing fantastic work. What I really like, and I would maybe you could some point on your blogs or whatever, even talk about that, how you've maintained that price point. You've changed around your business model and your being sustainable and how you're making your shoes, but at the same time, I think the price point hasn't changed that much, so it is just as affordable. I think that's really commendable, and I really like that. So congratulations on that win, and keep up the good work. Spread the story, spread the know-how about how you're doing, so others can do the same as well.
So, ma'am, point taken. We'll probably put out a lot of blogs around that subject going forward. We'll do that.
And maybe Dr. Chatterjee, for our India's most sustainable companies, which is the Business World and Sustainlab Paris Joint Initiative, which you champion and you lead, we support you. I think we should involve Mr. Sani on how to tell our story, on what we are doing. While we are master storytellers, we can also benefit from Mr. Sani's expertise, right?
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra.
No, that's true. I'll send you an email and maybe we can have a separate conversation on that. Thanks, Anurag. We'll definitely should do that.
Thank you. Congratulations on that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we have our jury members on the screen, it is now time to move on to the next winner in this category. Let's find out who gets the special mention. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the special mention, it is the Government Industrial Training Institute, Berhampur. And could I now request Dr. Rajat Kumar, Principal, Government Industrial Training Institute, Berhampur, to kindly join us. Thank you so much, Dr. Kumar. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you very much, the team, for nominating Industrial Training Institute, Berhampur. We are the training institute, one of the largest institute in the country. We know India is the youngest country in the world, and in coming days, India will be the skill capital in human resource. Our young manpower are being trained in this institution on the part of reuse, or I can say the mission of Honorable Prime Minister, upcycling of the scraps. This system is not only training our students. By this award, almost all 14,000 ITIs in the country will be inspired to this innovative work. This is going as per the norm of skill development training of the Prime Minister Skill India, along with the waste management. We know there is a huge market of $679.18 billion in the world, the interior decorative industry. The sculptures present by my side, they also represent made out of the automobile scraps. We are making from the tire scraps. We make from the electronic circuit boards, collecting from the municipalities or the ULBs. So basic thing is that we are giving in the mindsets of the students that this is possible. They are the future workforce in the industries. This mindset will go with them and they will do this Swachh Bharat Abhijan in their working career also. With this mission, I congratulate and I give my heartily thankfulness to the team of award winners. Award is that this institute will be a benchmark in the country and it will guide almost all the institutes in the country and all the students, around 15 lakh students coming out every year. This mindset will go to their mind. Thank you very much. Thank you again.
Thank you and congratulations. Well, just in the interest of time, we'll of course go to one of our jury members and ask their word of encouragement. So Mr. Joshi, would you like to contribute on this?
Yeah, surely. It was there was a discussion during the jury meet that these kind of initiatives must be, encouraged. And the kind of energy Dr. Rajat Kumar have, I'm really impressed with that. Seriously, means in these institutes, people hardly take any initiative. And he's taking so much pain for this thing, for upcycling and creating so beautiful, artifacts with the waste. And I think we all were zeroed down that yes, he should have a special mention in this category. So many congratulations to Dr. Rajat, and keep up this good work, please.
Absolutely. Thank you so much and congratulations. Well, with this, just in interest of time, we know we would love our jury members to contribute to every winner, but because of interest of time and we've got our winners waiting, we're not going to be taking any words of encouragement from the jury members, but we would request you to please be on the screen to applaud for them as we call upon the winners.
Yes.
So thank you for that. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, it is time now to move on to the next category, which is Best Recycling or Material Recovery Facility of the Year. Let's find out who gets the gold. So for the gold, it is Vedanta Aluminium. Congratulations. May I now request Mr. Deepak Prasad, Deputy CEO, Vedanta Aluminium, to join us, and Mr. Jagannath Prasad, CEO, Runaya, to kindly join us on the stage.
Right. So thank you. I'm not able to switch on my video. I think it's disabled from the side.
Just allow us a moment. We'll just get the team to allow that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you very much. And we are really privileged and honored to receive this award. And it's for Greener Tomorrow. We at Vedanta and Runaya, we are partnered with that. And we are committed to our chairman, Mr. Anil Agrawal vision on ESG, waste management, recycling, and Atmanirbhar Bharat. This is a project which Runaya has taken up in collaboration with Vedanta, where we are processing dross, and you've done remarkable improvement in percentage from old methodical percentage of 10%, it has increased to 35 to 40%. And it is really supported on our ESG vision and our recycling process and the waste management category. So I would like to, Jagannath would like to talk a little more detail about this.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much, respected Dr. Batra and jury members. It is indeed a great honor for us to receive such a great recognition. We at Vedanta and Runaya are fully committed and delivering highest standards of environment, sustainability, and circular economy in all our businesses. To receive such a recognition for our efforts in aluminum dross recycling, where we are fully recovering all our dross which would have else landed in the secured landfills. So that is truly one significant step which Vedanta and Runaya has taken, and to receive such an award on this is highly motivating for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and congratulations to both our winners on this. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is time now to move on to the next category, which is Best Solid Waste Management Program in Public-Private Partnership Model. Let's find out who gets the gold. And yes, the gold goes to L&T Technology Services. May I request KN Prabhakaran, Head CSR, L&T Technology Services, to kindly join us.
Thank you, Bhavna.
Pleasure.
And good evening, everybody. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the members of the jury and the business world for recognizing us. In L&T Technology Services, it is our constant endeavor to undertake various CSR initiatives for greener tomorrow. Therefore, this award and recognition from the business world will motivate us to travel in this journey further. I once again would like to thank Dr. Batra, business world team, and all the members of the jury. Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations on that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to find out who gets the special mention in this category. Let's find it out. Well, for this special mention, it is Procam International, and may I request Claudius Saldana, Head Sustainability and Procurement, Procam International, to kindly join us. Mr. Saldana?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, can you all see me, please? Yeah.
Yes, we can. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Around 11 years ago, Procam International's green journey began. And over the years, while organizing marathons and road races, we have been conscientious about the environment and raised awareness using the power of participative sport. And today, it's a great honor to be recognized with this award that not only appreciates our efforts, but gives us further impetus to do more for the environment. Thank you, eminent jury members, and Dr. Anurag Batra for organizing this program, and to all those who have been part of our journey. Thank you.
Thank you, and keep the great work up. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is time to move on to the next category, Best Waste Management Initiative by a Private Organization. Let's find out who gets the gold. And the gold goes to Recycle. Well, with this, if I may request Ekta Narayan, co-founder and vice president Recycle, to kindly join us on the stage.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Business World, Dr. Anurag Batra, and respected jury members. It's a huge honor for me to receive this award on behalf of my company, Recycle. It definitely marks the recognition of the work of each and every team member, and also our founder, Abhay Deshpande's vision to create a disruption, a digital revolution in waste sector in India for resource and material management. I would like to thank all the clients, the brands who are associated with us for their EPR. There's so many, but cannot name everyone, but like HUL, ITC, Dabur, Parle, Bisleri, and so many more. And a special thanks to all the waste pickers and the small aggregators, kabadiwalas, who are associated with us and are using the digital technology. They are helping us to bring the traceability in the system and connecting with the recyclers. So all the partners, thanks a lot to each and everyone who has been part of our journey and helping us to grow each and every day. Thank you once again for the honor.
Thank you, and congratulations, Mr. Ryan. Well, with this, it is time now to find out who gets the silver in this category. Could we have the AV, please? And the silver goes to Dabur India, and may I now request Bayas Anand, the Head Corporate Communications, Dabur India Limited, to kindly join us. Congratulations, Mr. Anand. Over to you.
Thank you, Bhavna. Humbled and honored to receive this award on behalf of the entire Dabur family of 7,000 employees and millions of Dabur household. And a big thanks to the esteemed jury, Dr. Batra, and to Business World for this honor. We'd taken our first steps towards this plastic waste recycling in the year 2017-18, and it's really heartening to see this initiative reach a stage where we win such a prestigious award in just 4 years. And in April of 2021, we'd set ourselves a target of becoming a plastic waste neutral organization by March 2022. And it gives me great pleasure to inform this August gathering that we've already achieved that target 3 months ahead of schedule by end December 2021, and are today probably the country's only plastic waste neutral organization, having collected, processed, and recycled 22,000 metric tons of post-consumer plastic waste. And as I speak now, we've already extended that target and intend to reach 27,000 metric tons by March end this year. So I'm confident that our team of highly dedicated individuals will surpass this milestone too. Thank you very much. Thanks for the honor, sir.
Cheers to much more milestones ahead for Dabur India. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is time now to find out who gets the special mention in this category. And the special mention goes to Apollo Multi-Speciality Hospitals, Kolkata. May I now request Mr. Rana Dasgupta, CEO, Eastern Region Apollo Group of Hospitals, and Krishnendu Bose, GM Maintenance, Apollo Multi-Speciality Hospitals, Kolkata, to join us. Well, I can see the entire team out there. Congratulations from our side. Over to you.
Good evening. On behalf of Mr. Rana Dasgupta and the team Apollo, I'm the director here. We are honored to receive this award for the bio-waste recycling for a greener tomorrow. At the outset, we would like to thank the jury members for their efforts in selecting us for this special mention in this task. And at the same time, particularly thank to Mr. Krishnendu, who has worked very hard and tirelessly, and the team Apollo Multi-Speciality to bring up this credit to the hospital. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you and congratulations to Team Apollo. Thank you. So with this, it is now time to find out who gets the next winner in this category. Let's find it out. Yes, for the special mention in this category, it is eSwatch Integrated Solutions. May I request Gaurav Vahi, CEO, eSwatch Integrated Solutions, to kindly join us. Mr. Vahi.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and a very big thanks to BW Business World to take this initiative, because as well mentioned by Mr. Joshi, we have miles to achieve in this sector. This is at a nascent stage at this point of time. And we as eSwatch are working towards two aspects of this waste management. One is to have a integrated solution approach for end-to-end 100% audit trail, right from collection till processing for any area where we work in. And secondly, we've addressed the problem of wet waste by trying to build a good supply chain with our compost. And in fact, yesterday itself, we got to know that one of the farmers who has been appreciated by Horticulture Board as well for the produce that they got. So we are hopeful that with the circular economy vision, we'll be able to contribute. And I would like to take 2 minutes to thank my entire team, especially Mr. CP Singh, who's also the CTO and who has developed this app, where we are able to have the behavior change implemented for getting segregated waste collection at source. That's where we start, and all of us put together, and all the people who are working some excellent work, which I've heard today as well. So I'm sure that this in the times to come will grow up as much better as a sector. And what Dr. Batra mentioned about a few initiatives that he intend to take after the next year as well would, I'm sure, contribute to the sector. Thank you very much, everybody.
Right. Thank you and congratulations, Mr. Vahi.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time, in interest of everyone who's waiting, all our winners, it is time to move on and find out who's the next winner in this category. Could we have the winner, Evie, please? Backing the gold is Loham Clean Tech. Well, with this, I would request Rajat Verma, founder and CEO Loham Clean Tech, to kindly join us. Congratulations, Mr. Verma.
Thanks, Bhavna, and I really appreciate the platform provided by Business World. Really appreciate the honor being given here. For us, at least, the honor is not limited to this particular award. We do believe that India has a great chance to take leadership in the space of materials through recycling, and we will do everything that is required to ensure that we in India take leadership in recycling for critical materials, whether it is in the space of lithium, nickel, cobalt, or in any other space. So thank you so much again, and thank you for the platform shared with us.
Mr. Verma, if you would just like to switch on your camera, we'd just like to see your lovely face as well. While accepting apologies, we couldn't really see you on the screen. Would it be possible? If not, please do accept our congratulations from our side, Mr. Verma. Thank you so much.
I did try to start video. I wasn't quite sure whether this was turning on. But thank you so much, everyone, and thank you for the honor given to us. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, and congratulations, Mr. Verma. Thank you for switching on the camera. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is time now to move on to the next winner in this category. Could we have the winner, AB, please? So backing the silver is GMS Plastic Machinery. Could I now invite Hareen Sangvi, Managing Director, GMS Plastic Machinery, to kindly join us. Mr. Sangvi, congratulations. Over to you.
Thank you, Business World and the jury for granting us this award. My special thanks would go to our partners, Gamma Mechanica, who have been initiating this complete recycling process with us, and that has been the basic criteria for us to move into the recycling field and provide sustainability and innovations for sustainability. I would also like to thank our GMS team, who has taken a lot of effort to bring environment and sustainability efforts for the plastic industry, especially for the plastic industry. Thank you, Business World.
Thank you and congratulations. Well, with this, it is now time to find out who gets a special mention in this category. Could we have the winner, AV, please? Well, with the applause coming your way, it is Postgraduate Government College for Girls, Sector 11, Chandigarh, who gets the special mention. And we've got Dr. Vishal Sharma, Assistant Professor, HOD Botany, joining us from the Institute and the college. Congratulations, Dr. Sharma. Over to you.
Thank you. Good evening to all. Actually, I'm not on screen, please.
Yes, you're visible.
Okay. Good evening to all. I just want to thank Dr. Batra, Business World team, and jury member for recognizing my work on solid waste. We in Chandigarh are basically converting the organic waste, which consists of all food waste, and green waste, into the organic compost with standardized parameters like temperature, pH, moisture content, electrical conductivity, and CN ratio, and making this compost feasible to the floriculture and landscaping operations.
we are successful in raising the flowers, and we are the winner of Rose Festival here for last 2 years for best maintained campus by generating compost from the waste. And we are also claimed by United Nations in the COVID-19 work and for doing this conversion. And we are pioneer in standardizing the 2-stage windrow composting. And we have a carbon footprint benefits of 88%. And we till now generated 346 carbon credits. But we have done a small bit, but a lot of things to be done. So I'm thankful that we are getting platform, we are encouraged. And next time we will come, we will reduce the time period and also get the better carbon credits. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, and congratulations. Well, with this, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to find out who gets the next win. Could we have the next winner, Amy, please? So bagging a gold in Innovative Campaign of the Year, it is Soul Threads, and may I request Sumant Kakaria, co-founder and CEO of Soul Threads, to kindly join us. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Just want to say, we are a young footwear brand. We are a very young startup, just 1.5, 2 years old. And we've taken the harder route of, first investing behind all this technology to recycle footwear. We're the first company who's actually doing that. And then we've also put a lot of time, energy, and investment behind campaigning about it, where we want to educate and make our consumers aware that, look, this is possible. You can, reuse your flip-flops, you can reuse your slippers, and you can give them back to us, and we can, ensure that it doesn't go into landfills, etc. So it's a harder route that we've taken, obviously. It's a very long journey, we're just getting started. But something like this, when such an award comes our way, it definitely is great validation for us. It sort of gives us, encouragement. It gives the entire team encouragement. And like Mr. Batra said, and even Mr. Mishra said, that we're just getting started, and everyone has a lot more to contribute. It's our responsibility to contribute a lot more. So we continue to, we hope to do that more. And I also hope that, a lot of other startups start doing this, because it's not just, a responsibility of bigger companies who have, let's say, a lot more resources, but even startups, because when we say we are new age companies, new age businesses, then, to be new age in the true sense, we also have to be a little more responsible to the environment also.
Thank you. Congratulations, Sumant. And you said what was in my mind. It seems like your mind. Anyway, the Prime Minister today gave us Startup Awards and declared Jan 16th as the Startup Day in India.
Wow.
And I must tell you, one of the companies that we covered 3 years back, Moonwalk, and we did a story on the business of space. They've been awarded. And I must say, with your background in e-commerce, in D2C, you're building a D2C brand. And if all the D2C players, which are startups, start thinking about sustainability, I think it augurs well for the sustainable domain. So I'm glad, a D2C brand, because I remember you were at Philips, then you were at Marico, you were the head of e-commerce, and clearly it's a new D2C brand you're building, and that D2C domain is huge, the number of players. So I just want to say that it augurs well. You're right, if all the startups start thinking of sustainability in a deep way and make it part of their strategy and their way of doing business, I think it augurs very well. And these startups of today are the large behemoths of tomorrow. It doesn't take them too much time from startup to unicorn, to use a jargon, but congratulations.
Congratulations on that.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Well said. Well, with this, let's find out who's the next winner. Could we have the winner, Avi, please? So bagging us silver is Shakti Plastic Industries. May I request Sahil Ghai, Marketing Manager, Shakti Plastics Industries, to please join us.
Hello.
Yes, Sahil. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity so that we can participate. And thank you, Business World and the jury members. So thank you so much. That's all I can say.
All right. Thank you. And congratulations on that.
All the best, Sahil.
All the best, Sahil. Well, with this, let's find out who's the winner. Could we have the next winner, Evie, please? So, well, congratulations, Rahul. With this humblest applause right from us, congratulations. Over to you. We'd love to hear from you.
Thank you, Bhavna, and thank you to the entire Business World team. So Recircle is collecting more than 1,200 kgs of waste every hour, every single day, and which is collected from 35 cities across the country. And this is happening only with the possibility of the partners that we work with. These partners are essentially waste pickers, aggregators that are collecting waste from different parts of the country. And there are 2,000 plus such partners that we work with that help us collect this waste. And we personally believe that these informal waste collectors, which we like to call them as the invisible environmental warriors, are actually the real impact makers in the ecosystem. And without them, there would be absolutely no recycling that would happen. Leave aside the work that we do. So I would like to dedicate this to all the informal waste collectors that actually help us keep India clean apart from all the other work they do.
Thank you, and congratulations, Rahul, to you and your entire team at Recircle. Well, with this, it is time now to find out who's the next winner. Could we have the winner, Evie, please? So bagging our next silver, Lady of Light, well, we request Fatima Saba Naqvi, the founder of Amrosai Program of Lady of Light Charitable Trust. Congratulations. Over to you.
Thank you and good evening, all. I would like to thank the jury members, the entire team of Business World who have recognized this small attempt of ours. We are a very small recycling initiative in the town of Amroha, and getting an award from such a prestigious institution means a lot. It not only motivates the women who are already working with us in this cause, but eventually it will affect their identity itself. It will be a great motivator for them to establish themselves in their own families, in the circle, in the surroundings, and in the society that they are in. So thank you so much for recognizing the initiative of a small town, Amroha. Thanks.
Yeah, so Fatima, I would like to congratulate you on this occasion, and it's taking a step towards some good initiative is more important. It may be a small step or a big step, but again, we were more impressed about your focus, about your vision regarding empowerment of women and connecting with so many unprivileged people. So that is what the entire jury was appreciating, and with that, I think means everyone can make out that we are taking care of not just the very big companies, but also the small entrepreneurs who are taking small steps towards the environment.
Oh, Thank you so
Congratulations
much.
again.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And I would just like to add one thing, that we had started this.
Yes, please.
We had started this initiative for a few BD workers. These were BD making women whom we wanted to pull out of this, unhealthy alternative, and we wanted to give them an alternative mode of earning. And thankfully, it has come this long. It's a great achievement, and thank you all so much for this.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. Well, with this, ladies and gentlemen, just in interest of time, we're going to be going to our next winner. Please stick around because we've got just a few more winners on the other side who are waiting very ardently to be declared. So let's appreciate and respect their time as well. So could we next have our winner, Evie, please? So Shakti, Plastic Industry Silver, could I request Sahil Ghai, Marketing Manager, to kindly join us? I believe, we'd already invited Sahil. Could we just get the team to please play the other AV? Apologies on the technical know-how on that. Could we have the right AV being played, please? So for this special mention, we've got Dr. Medha, founder, trustee Keshav Sita Memorial Trust, and Mr. Shirish, who's a trustee at Keshav Sita Memorial Trust. Congratulations on getting that wonderful award and that special mention. Could we now have you on the screen, please?
Hello. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the jury and business world, for recognizing our work. And early on, I think we realized that only the innovation is not going to solve any plastic waste management problem. So we actually have got citizens involved into awareness and collection. And it's a transparency between the collection and what happens to their plastic waste, where we convert it into usable fuel as well as we use it in the roads. So I think when people see something like that happening, they want to join in themselves. So again, thank you very much for this award, and I think it gives us a lot of inspiration to do something more. Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations. Well, with this, let's go on to the next winner. Could we have the next winner, Evie, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, for the Team of the Year Gold, it goes to Rekhat Innovations. Congratulations. May I request Anurag Tiwari, Director, Rekhat Innovations, to kindly join us. Mr. Tiwari?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, my video is not able.
Yes, we'll just request the team to do that. Yes. Thank you and congratulations once again.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for recognizing our efforts. Thank you for recognizing my team's effort. ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है. हम एक शहर से 140 शहरों तक गए. ये पूरी टीम के एफर्ट्स थे और आप लोगों ने सराहा और रिकॉग्नाइज किया. मैं पूरी रीका टीम की तरफ से, बिजनेस वर्ल्ड का, मेंबर्स का, अनुराग जी आपका, आप सबका बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ. शुक्रिया.
Thank you, congratulations. Well, with this, let's find out who's the next winner. Winner AV, please. So backing the gold is Dalmia Polypro. Well, may I request Prateek Dalmia, Executive Director, to kindly join us on the screen. Congratulations, Prateek. Over to you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much for this recognition, which is the culmination of 16 years of work that our entire team has done in the space of recovering and recycling post-consumer plastic waste. Thank you to all the members of the jury.
Thank you and congratulations to you and your entire team. Well, with this, it is time now to move on to the next winner. Could we have the winner, AV, please? So, well, bagging the young leader in recycling under 40 is Vishaka Industries. Could we have Sujil Sinan, VP Vishaka Industries, to kindly join us?
Hello.
Yes, Sujil.
The video is not playing, I suppose.
Come again, Sujil?
The video is not playing, I suppose.
Okay, is it fine now?
Yeah,
Yes.
now it's okay. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I think it's a great pleasure to get the honor from Business World and the jury members. It has been a great initiative from the Business World to give this honor to us. Actually, Mr. Vamshi, who was the joint managing director, who was supposed to be there, was not able to connect today. Mr. Vamshi, who has always tried to have a sustainable world or a greenery world, had innovated a lot of products, and we manufacture yarn out of these PET bottles, which is a disposable PET water bottles, and we have now used millions of water bottles to manufacture this yarn, and this is a great innovation of Mr. Vamshi. And going forward, we also use the fly ash to manufacture the fiber cement boards, which is again an innovative thermal waste, which is from the thermal plant. And this is for a substitute for a plywood, which is basically to stop all this deforestation. And this is again an innovation which Mr. Vamshi has created. Thank you for recognizing us, and we would strive hard to create a greener world in the future. Thank you.
Congratulations to you and your entire
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, with our final 3 awards on the other side, it is time now to cue in for the AV of our winner. Could we have the winner, AV, please? So congratulations for the best recycling public awareness campaign of the year. The gold goes to Indian Pollution Control Association. May I now request Ashish Jain, Founder Director, Indian Pollution Control Association, to join us. Mr. Jain, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a surprise for me to get the second award in the same event. So thank you very much, jury members, and thank you. I have no other words to say to express my gratitude to the entire team of Business World and my team member. Thank you once. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. Well, with this, we've got 2 more awards on the other side. Could we have the next winner, AV, please? So for the best initiatives in e-waste recycling, the gold goes to Eco Recycling. Could I request PK Soni, CMD, Eco Recycling, to kindly join us?
Thank you so much. If you can just ask your team to
Yes, please.
Open the video for me.
Yes, for the team, please enable the camera.
Okay, सर्वप्रथम मैं बिजनेस वर्ल्ड की पूरी टीम और डॉक्टर अनुराग बत्रा का धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगा और पूरी ज्यूरी टीम का भी धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगा जिन लोगों ने मुझे इस योग्य समझा और मेरी इस कंपनी को इस योग्य समझा कि उसको अवार्ड दिया जाए। At Ecorico, we follow a practice of training, transport and technology for the trace trade transformation. We are India's oldest e-waste recycling company since 2005. And I'm thankful to jury once again for giving us this opportunity to receive this award. Thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations, Mr. Soni. Well, with this, it is time for the final award. Could we have the final winner, AV, please? So for the special mention in Best Initiatives in E-Waste Recycling, Taladek Recycling, and could I request Nandan Ma, the founder and managing director, to kindly join us. Congratulations, Nandan. Over to you.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much for having me. It's a great prestige being awarded by Business World and with legends of the industry like Mr. Soni himself. It's very honorable for me, a younger member of this small group of individuals trying to bring a change to our country as far as e-waste management is concerned, to be a part of this esteemed winners group. So it's wonderful, and that's all I want to say. And we just request everyone to abide by only one tagline, which is Sabko Batao, e-waste ghatao. So that's what we're trying to do, and I hope we'll have the support of everyone and encouragement as always. Thank you.
Right. Thank you and congratulations, Dr.
Congratulations, Nandan, and keep doing well. I would request Mr. Ashutosh Joshi and Dr. Samir Joshi, who have been very integral part of this initiative. As I shared right at the start, that the idea came from Mr. Ashutosh Joshi, and Dr. Samir Joshi has been involved in the jury. In fact, I would say, he was in pretty much like the jury chair, playing the role of an elder statesman as well as a domain expert to be able to steer the jury towards decisions. So I'd like both of them to say a few words. And I'd like to also thank my team at BW Business World. Thank you, Bhavna. You've been at it since 10:30 for being part of our initiative, especially Sanya Kapoor, who really made sure she took charge of the initiative. Khabirul Islam, who's been working on this for a while. Very importantly, Priyanshi. I think Sanya, Priyanshi, and Khabirul really made sure this event happened. So gratitude to them. Tanvi, who's the backbone. Kuldeep, who's done all the work. Prerna Singh Rathore. Mr. Yadav from the team, and lots of BW colleagues. Lots of BW colleagues who've been really working moksha in terms of promoting the event. Hemant Yadav in terms of coordination. So lots of my colleagues who work to make sure that the event happens. So my gratitude to them, and it's a start. I know we ran about 25 minutes late on the event, but it does happen. It's a mark of a successful event. I'm not defending running late, that's not. But the minister did stay and made a speech which was significant and did stay for the first 2 or 3 awards. And really, this initiative will become bigger and bigger over the next few years. We'll invest into editorial resources to cover this domain. So I'd let Mr. Ashutosh Joshi kind of do a vote of thanks and Dr. Samir Joshi to do the final word. Mr. Joshi, and first.
Thanks, Dr. Anurag. Thanks, Bhavna. Thanks, Dr. Samir, and the entire BW Business World team. And it was really an amazing journey since which we started some 2 years ago. And we keep on discussing when we can do this event, but somehow because of the COVID related issues, it was not possible to do a physical event, but finally, we are through with the event. And the first edition of the event is, I would say, better than our expectations. And like BW Business World could bring very good names, very good speakers, and very good domain-related people and companies in the event. And the event was very nicely articulated, and it has given a way to not just we people, but many other initiatives also, that the people who are into recycling, waste management, and awareness related to these things can also be recognized or can also get recognition, because this domain is mostly neglected, although it is actually the future. Whatever we have littered so far, we need to collect and process that. So, Ms. Gauri, very good evening to you. We were missing you whole day because, yeah, you had a bad throat. So I thank you, all the jury members, on behalf of myself as well as BW Business World team, because we were working together, and Gauri and Dr. Sameer, all these people were supporting like anything, bringing people, bringing companies. So a big round of applause for all.
And Dr. Gauri Sareen, I've known her for 26 years now.
Yeah.
And I can tell you she's a perfectionist in her own way and an activist in her own way. So as I said, this is the first year. So she pointed out one issue, and we did reach out to the particular company and sought a clarification.
Yes.
And as we build more and more expertise editorially in this domain, we cover it more. We'll have a more nuanced point of view.
Yes.
Contribute to the jury process even more than what we did this year. So it's a start. And as I said, we're grateful to Gauriji and everyone who's really contributed. And honestly, I told Ashutosh, my daughter started a e-cycling waste company, and when she started, I thought she would have started something else. But I now know that, how important it is for this domain to prosper, for us to be truly sustainable in a deep way.
Exactly.
Sure.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Over to
We'd like Dr. Joshi, your words.
And then Gauriji.
Yes. And then, of course, Ms. Gauri.
A new year begins with some good things, recognizing the unrecognized. Dr. Batra, you have really given through your team and Business World the recognition to this sector, and kudos to you and your team for recognizing the unrecognized and warriors who make this country a better place to live in. Thank you, and looking more forward to working for a better, cleaner India. Dil mein sach, dimag mein India.
Kya baat hai.
Lovely.
God bless you. Thank you so much. We'll call it a wrap. And thank you to the BW team. I've already taken everyone's name. If I've forgotten anyone's, please forward me your Swiss bank account number. I deposit money because, as they say, Americans say thank you with a checkbook. They say sorry for it. But I'm not American, I'm Indian. But jokes apart, kudos to all of you for pulling this off. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend. And congratulations to all the winners. Continue to do great work. Thank you, Bhavna.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you once again. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being a part of the inaugural edition of the BW Recycling for Greener Tomorrow Conclave Awards 2022. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed bringing this to you. Stay tuned for more initiatives on BW Recycling World Community. Stay inside, stay safe. Signing off for today. This is me, Bhavna Bhatia. Thank you once again.